Chapter 1. Bridge looked at his girlfriend, who tilted her head, grinned, and returned a face that indicated she wasn't much more convinced about the situation than he was. "Looks like we really stepped into this one, huh?" Bridge nodded and faked a smile, which was mostly just him gritting his teeth. "Yep, I'd definitely say so." "Why do these types of things continually happen to us?" Bridge shrugged. "Because we continually put ourselves in bad situations like this?" "I guess that'll work. You know, if we make it out of here, I think we should take a vacation." "A vacation?" "Yeah, you know, where people go to relax, go to a beach, or visit museums, or go sightseeing, you know, places like that." "I know what a vacation is." "Really? We never go on one." "Because we're always busy." "We need to take time out for ourselves," Nicole said. "I don't think now's the time to be thinking about this." Bullets started flying again, causing them, along with the two people they were rescuing, to duck. "It's the perfect time to be talking about this," she insisted. They rose up behind the half-wall they were behind and returned fire. "We're too wrapped up in our work. When's the last time we went anywhere outside of work?" "I don't know." Both sides exchanged fire. "Exactly," Nicole said. "We need some us time." Bridge raised his eyebrows. He wasn't sure he could handle us time with Nicole on vacation. She'd probably want sex 8 times a day. It was almost a full-time job having us time with her when they were already working. "We go places all the time," Bridge said. "We've been all around the world." "Yeah, but that's for business. We need something for pleasure, to recharge our batteries." There was a joke to be made in there somewhere, but Bridge was somehow able to resist. He was more focused on the bad guys that were trying to kill them at the moment. "We'll talk about it later." "No, let's commit to something now." "Nicole, do you really think now is the time?" "You know what they say, no time like the present." "The present is filled with, guns and bullets and stuff." "Come on, Luke. Don't be an old stuffy dude." "I'm not an old stuffy dude." "Prove it." Bridge rolled his eyes and shook his head. It didn't matter how bad a situation they were in. Nicole was able to somehow shift her attention away from it and think about something else, almost as if the predicament they were in was some kind of afterthought, like there wasn't even a question that they'd get out of it. "Fine. If we get out of here, we can go on vacation." Nicole smiled. "Really?" "Yes, really. Now can we please just focus on what's in front of us?" "I will, but where do you want to go?" "Nick, now is really not the time. Can we please just focus on the men with guns who are trying to kill us?" Now it was Nicole's turn to roll her eyes. "Oh, fine. But you better not go back on your word." "I promise I won't go back on my word. Now can we please just focus?" Yeah, I'm focusing." They were in Colombia, and had just finished rescuing 2 people who were being held for ransom. But it wasn't their normal type of case, if there ever was such a thing. Bridge and Nicole weren't hired to just rescue the people. The family of the 2 kidnapped people was willing to actually pay the ransom demands. Bridge and Nicole were being paid to carry that out and get everyone home safely. They were mostly there for protection, just in case the deal went sideways and the kidnappers didn't hold up their end of the deal. As in most of their cases, things did go sideways, and the kidnappers tried to kill all of them after getting the money that Bridge and Nicole had handed off. Now they were in a rough part of town. They were in a mix of residential and commercial buildings. Right now they were in an abandoned 3-story house that clearly had seen better days, meaning centuries ago. Considering the walls and ceiling were almost black, and there were small holes everywhere, including the floor, it looked like the place had gone through a fire. "Did you come up with a plan on how we're getting out of here yet?" Nicole asked. "I'm thinking." "That's not going to take all day, is it?" Bridge rolled his eyes, then scratched his head as he looked around. It looked like they were in what used to be the kitchen. Bullets continued flying, though they didn't return fire yet. They wanted to conserve some of their ammunition. "Well, it looks like we're trapped, right?" "Oh, that's brilliant," Nicole replied. "What gave you the first clue? The fact that we've got 10 people between us and the front door? Or the 10 people that are blocking us from the back door?" "There's always the stairs." Nicole peeked around the wall to get another look at them, just to make sure they were how she remembered them. There was no way she was going to chance going up those stairs. She didn't think they'd hold the weight of a fly before collapsing. "There ain't no way I'm going up those steps." "Beggars can't be choosers, right?" "Sure they can. I prefer not to fall to my death." "You'd rather be shot?" Nicole made a face. "I'd prefer another option where I don't have to choose between which way I'm dying." Bridge sighed. "The only other thing I can think of is going out that window." He pointed to the window that was a few feet away. It wasn't a big window, but it looked big enough for all of them to fit through. But it wasn't in one piece either. Like the rest of the house, it had been broken for a long time. Nicole looked at the window, having more concerns. We might die just trying to get through that thing." "Well, obviously we'll have to break it all the way so we don't cut ourselves on the way out. But unless you have a better plan, that's the best I got." "We also don't know what's out there waiting for us, if anything." "We know what's in here waiting for us, so right now I'd say the unknown's the better option." Nicole ducked as more bullets flew over her head. That was enough to convince her. "Yep, I'd agree. You go first." "Excuse me? You're going to send me out as the guinea pig?"
"Somebody has to go first."
"Why not you?"
Bridge shook his head. "Because I was planning to give you cover. Whoever goes last isn't getting any."
"Oh, good point. I'll go first."
"Gee, thanks for playing along."
"What do you want me to do once I get out there?"
"If the coast is empty, run. If it's not, shoot. Pretty self-explanatory, if you ask me."
"You're so thoughtful," Nicole said.
"Nick, I'd like to get out of here soon. Our chopper is supposed to be here any minute. And if we're not there, who knows how long they'll wait."
"Never seen you so anxious to get on a helicopter before."
"If it gets us out of here, I'd volunteer to get on a chopper to Mexico and be painfully giddy about it."
"Should I hold you to it?"
"No. Can we go now? Are you ready?"
Nicole took a few deep breaths. "Yes, I'm ready now."
"Fantastic.
I need something to break the window more." She started looking around, finding some small pieces of wood along the wall behind her.
"Just let me know when you're ready so I can lay it down hot and heavy to give you some cover."
Nicole nodded and readied herself. She knew she had to do this quickly, because there was nothing by the window to provide cover. She was going to be exposed there for a few seconds until she got through it. She had to trust that Bridge was going to give her the time she needed. "Now," she said, running over to the window, the large piece of wood in her hand. Bridge suddenly jumped up, rifle in hand, and started spraying the room with bullets. He wasn't aiming at anything in particular. He just needed everyone to take cover to give his girlfriend the time she needed. Nicole made quick work of the window, smashing to pieces what was left of it. There were only a few small pieces in the top corners that were left, hanging on strong to the frame. Nicole dropped the wood, then dove through the now opened window, just as Bridge finished laying down his cover fire. The bullets came back at them fast and furious, causing Bridge to duck back down behind the wall. He immediately heard gunfire outside the window where Nicole currently was. As soon as Nicole got back to her feet, she spun her rifle around from her back, sizing up a couple of enemy combatants that appeared out of nowhere. She beat them to the punch and took both of them down. She then went to the corner of the building, making sure no one else came up behind them. Bridge looked over and could see Nicole move around out there, so he knew she was safe for the time being. He then shook his head. "I should have thought this through better." He was thinking he should have told Nicole to stay near the window, so she could then lay down fire for the others to get through quicker and more safely. But as it was, she wasn't near the window any longer. It was going to be up to Bridge. He looked at the two hostages. "As soon as I get up and start firing, you two need to run over there and get through that window. Then find Nicole once you're out there and get behind her. You understand?" The two of them nodded. "But what about you?" the younger woman asked. "Don't worry about me. I'll be right behind you. You guys ready?" The two of them nodded again. "Okay. Now!" The man and woman ran toward the window, just as Bridge raised up again and started firing. Just like before, there was no aiming involved. He was just trying to make a lot of noise and make everyone duck for cover. It worked again. He continued firing, but started moving sideways toward the window. That way he could jump through once the shooting stopped. Just as the two hostages got through the window, Bridge stopped firing and dove through as well. Bullets came perilously close to hitting his legs as he jumped through, but he luckily escaped unscathed. Nicole was holding down the corner, continuously firing to keep their adversaries at bay. Bridge kept his focus on the window, knowing they were likely to be pursued. He wasn't wrong. Seconds later, several members of the group appeared in the window. Bridge was waiting for them, though, and mowed several down. "We gotta keep moving," Bridge said, "or we're gonna get pinned down again." The helicopter suddenly swooped in, whirring overhead. A couple of grenades were dropped from it, causing several explosions on the ground. It did the job of scattering most of those on the ground, though it didn't stop the gunfire that was coming from the building they'd just left. Bridge was doing all he could to keep the others from getting closer. The helicopter started setting down, though farther away than Nicole would have liked. There was a clear field about 50 yards away from where they currently were.
"That's it!" Nicole yelled. "We gotta go! Chopper's here!"
Bridge kept on firing, taking out several of those who were unfortunate enough to try advancing on their position.
"Luke!"
"Go!" Bridge yelled. "I'll keep them busy for you." Nicole didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. She wanted all of them to go together. But now she had to go with the flow. She left the corner of the building and started running for the helicopter. Their rescued prisoners quickly followed. Nicole stopped about halfway there and turned around, standing guard to make sure the others had time to get to the chopper without being fired upon. There were a couple of men with rifles that appeared, but Nicole made quick work of them. It was now clear where she was. She turned back and saw that the man and woman had made it onto the helicopter safely. She could still hear gunfire coming from Luke's direction, though. She was more worried because she couldn't see him. Nicole stood there for a few moments, debating whether she wanted to stay there or go back for him. The helicopter's pilot was getting antsy. He stuck his head out, trying to spur Nicole on.
"Hey, let's go!"
Nicole instantly turned around, a scowl on her face. She put an index finger in the air.
"You wait! We can't wait much longer!"
Nicole ran over to the helicopter.
"My boyfriend's still out there, and you will wait, or else I'll blow you out of the sky myself."
Okay. Just get him to hurry up."
Nicole started walking back in the direction Bridge was in. She was about to go in after him when she suddenly saw him running out of the corner of the building. He started waving at her.
"Go!"
Nicole started retreating, but she wasn't going anywhere yet until Bridge was in the clear. Right on Bridge's tail was a group of 5 heavily armed men. A couple dropped to their knees and started firing. One had an RPG launcher and was putting it on his shoulder. He was aiming at the helicopter. Just as Bridge passed Nicole, she took aim at the man, firing at him, hitting him in the chest, just as he fired the RPG. Luckily, his body was falling to the ground, making the shot go wildly out of control. It exploded into an empty field away from the chopper. As Bridge got to the helicopter, he stopped and started firing again, giving Nicole enough cover to retreat back to it. Once she was there, they both quickly hopped inside, the pilot not taking another second to get that thing in the air. As the helicopter rose, a few bullets ripped into it, though luckily nothing that caused any issues. Within seconds, they were safely far away enough from the trouble on the ground. Bridge leaned his head back.
"That was a little hairy."
Nicole leaned over, put her hands on his face, and kissed them. "We had it all the time."
"Man, you guys play it hardcore, don't you?"
the pilot said. Bridge blew air through his mouth, still hyped up from the events.
"You have no idea."
"Don't forget what you promised," Nicole said.
"What's that?"
"We're going on vacation."
"Oh. Did I agree to that?"
"Yes, you did. And don't bail on me now, or else I'll push you out of this thing."
Bridge looked down.
"That doesn't look appealing."
"So we're going."
"Now?"
"As soon as we get back to New York."
"Oh. Can't wait."
"I swear if you chicken out on this, I'm quitting on you."
Bridge put his hands up.
"I'm not going to bail. A deal's a deal. I said we'd go,
and we will.
Vacation, here we come."
Chapter 2. Bridge rubbed his hands together as he looked at it. He then leaned over and kissed his girlfriend on the cheek.
"This is fantastic."
"The food or the kiss?" Nicole asked. Bridge grinned.
"Both, but especially the food."
He picked up his fork and dug in. After a few mouthfuls, he made several groans.
This is so good."
"I don't hear you making sounds like that in the bedroom."
"Well, that's because—"
"Yes?"
"Well—"
He then pointed at her plate. "Hey, did you try that bacon yet? Exquisite."
"Are you going to make love to it?"
"I'm thinking about it."
He leaned over and kissed her on the lips this time. They were on vacation. Probably the first real one they'd had in a couple of years. Bridge and Nicole had been all over the world for the past several years, but most of that time had been spent dodging bullets, or putting themselves into precarious situations. For the past week they were doing nothing but sightseeing and spending quiet time alone together. Though for Bridge, spending alone time with Nicole was also a precarious situation. But generally speaking, they were having a great time, without the added worry of the usual stuff they had going on.
"We really need to do this more often," Nicole said.
"What, eat breakfast?"
"No, go on vacation."
"What are you talking about?" Bridge said. "We live in a hotel. That's like a permanent year-round vacation, except you don't have to worry about packing all the time and stealing towels."
"Are you really going to compare this to that flea-bitten motel room you call a home?"
"Flea-bitten? That's a 5-star hotel, I might remind you."
"Uh-huh. When can we start talking about a house?"
Bridge cleared his throat, then took a sip of his orange juice. He looked up at the sky, the sun already shining. "Man, that sun's already bright up there, huh? Looks like it might be a hot one today."
Nicole rolled her eyes. "Let's go avoiding the subject again."
"I'm not avoiding the subject."
"Yes, you are."
"I am not. I'm just not ready yet."
"When will you be ready? When you're collecting Social Security?"
Bridge gave her a face. "Ha ha, very funny."
"Well?"
"I'm just not ready to change things up yet. Things are good. Why go screwing around with our mojo?" He was eager to get off the subject, though, and brought up anything he thought might do the trick. "Hey, you're right about the vacation thing. I think we should do it more often."
"You really mean that?"
"Absolutely. I think we should make it a yearly event."
"Oh, you mean like normal people?"
"Well, we're not exactly like normal people, so it all depends on our work schedule. But yeah, something like that."
"I think we should do it more than once a year," Nicole replied. "And next time, let's make it a beach."
"Why, what's wrong with this place?" Bridge held his arms out wide. "The UK is a great country. Great food, great people."
"Yes, I totally agree."
"And they have beaches here."
Nicole looked around. "I don't see a beach in sight."
"You know what I mean."
"No, I want to go to a place where we're overlooking the ocean, where I can wear my bikini 24/7. She then gave her boyfriend a seductive smile. "Or not wear it."
"Those are the vacations that worry me, the ones where it'll become more work than actual work."
Nicole playfully slapped him on the arm. "Oh, stop. You love it." Bridge started laughing, though he slowly stopped a few seconds later as he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. There was a man seated at the far end of the outdoor restaurant, to Bridge's left. He was seated alone, drinking what looked like coffee, reading a newspaper. The man had a certain kind of look to him, like the secret agent kind. Bridge was careful not to stare at the man and give away that he was aware someone might be tailing them. He nonchalantly put his arms up, as if he were stretching, and let his eyes work their way across the tables. Then he saw another one. To the far right of the tables there was another man sitting alone. Like the other guy, he had that look about him. And by now Bridge could spot an undercover operator from a mile away. They all looked the same. They all tried to blend in, but none of them were very good at hiding themselves. Not from someone like him. Bridge kept his head up, only glancing periodically at the two men he assumed were observing them, being careful not to stare at each of them for too long. Now he just had to figure out what they wanted and who they worked for. They could have been the friendly type. They also could have been from another agency that he'd had a previous encounter with and wanted some form of payback. But he wasn't likely to get any of those answers unless he got up close and personal with them. Now he just had to figure out how to do it, and whether he wanted his girlfriend involved and ruin her vacation, or to try to be more discreet and let her pretend nothing was wrong. Bridge's decision was quickly made for him, as he suddenly felt Nicole's hand on his forearm. He was startled ever so slightly. "What is it?" Nicole asked.
"Huh? Oh, it's nothing."
"Luke, don't give me that. I know when your mind's wandering, and you haven't heard a word I've been saying. I've been talking for 5 minutes.
"What? Nonsense. I heard every word."
"Oh, really? What was I saying?"
"Oh, well, you were just talking about the bikini you wanted to wear on the beach."
"That was 5 minutes ago." She playfully tapped him on the arm again. "You weren't listening. I was asking you what else you wanted to do today after this."
"Oh."
"Well?"
"Well, what?"
Nicole grunted. "Maybe I should just put on my tiniest bikini and parade around in it. Would that satisfy you?" Bridge's head was looking straight ahead, but then he turned it toward his girlfriend.
"What?"
Nicole's jaw tightened up, and she could feel the muscles in her body getting tense. You better be thinking of a way to make me happy right now, or else you're going to have a bigger problem on your hands. Bridge was thinking about how he was going to take care of the 2 men that were keeping an eye on them. Somehow he had to get them up and moving, where he could either give them the slip or come back around behind them. Giving them the slip didn't appeal much to him. What if they knew where he and Nicole were staying? He had to assume they had that info. His thoughts were interrupted by his girlfriend's voice again, her angry voice. You are not listening to anything. Bridge looked at his girlfriend again.
What did you say? I wasn't listening.
I know that. Would you care to explain what's going on inside that head of yours? Bridge stared straight ahead again, then looked back at his girlfriend, deliberating whether he wanted to tell her what his suspicions were at the moment. He spent a good solid 15 seconds before he came to a decision. Nicole wasn't just any old girlfriend. She had skills, and in the event that these clowns watching them weren't friendly, they might need those skills. He figured it was best to tell her. Not to mention, if he didn't, and she found out anyway, he'd probably be in the doghouse worse than he already was. It was best to tell her. Without staring or drawing attention to us, look at the far end of the restaurant, all the way to my left. Nicole slowly turned her head. She quickly picked up on what her boyfriend had. She then looked down at her food. Are you referring to the lonely-looking guy sitting by himself having a coffee, reading a newspaper?
That's the one.
The one that looks like he works in the same profession as we do?
Bingo again.
What do you think he wants?
Don't know. Probably the same thing the other guy wants.
What other guy?
Nicole asked. Don't turn around. You can't see him from your vantage point without turning around and looking at him. Over your shoulder, at the other end of the restaurant. He's got a twin.
With them being on vacation, Nicole had turned off her spy awareness. But now that the switch had been flicked on, she had a gut feeling that they weren't the only ones. She slowly turned her head, put her finger on her right eye, and started rubbing it, as if she were trying to get something out of it. She pretended to dig in it for a little while, as her left eye scanned the other half of the restaurant, the part behind Bridge that he couldn't see. It wasn't long, but it was enough to see what she needed to. Well, you'll be happy to know that our 2 lonely friends aren't as lonely as they seem.
They've got company? Bridge asked.
They do. And we do.
What do you think the odds are that they're watching someone else here?
You mean there might be 1 or 2 other high-value targets in the same restaurant as us at the same time?
Yes.
0. Bridge nodded as he reached for his glass.
That's what I thought.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. You don't happen to have a weapon on you, do you?
No. We're on vacation. I didn't figure I was going to need to be packing. Bridge gave her a shocked face.
You mean we've finally encountered a situation where you don't have a surprise in that little black bag of yours? No bazookas or hand grenades or jacked-up needles?
Nicole didn't look amused. No. And I assume you don't have a gun on you either?
You guessed right.
Aren't you supposed to always have a backup weapon on you?
Well, to have a backup, you need to have a primary first, and I don't have that either. Didn't figure it'd be necessary. We're not exactly wanted people. It's not like we got people out there looking for us. Well, not until today, at least.
So what's the plan?
Bridge looked at the table. Well, there's 2 forks. If we each take one, we can poke out the eyes on 2 of them. Then we only have to deal with 2 more.
Nicole huffed. I mean a real plan.
Oh, in that case, I have no idea.
Am I going to have to get us out of this like always?
What do you mean, like always?
How many times have I had to get us out of something?
I don't know. 1 or 2?
1 or 2,000, maybe.
Well, if you're so adept at getting us out of jams, then proceed, Bridge said. I give you the floor.
I'm thinking.
Is that what you call it?
Shush! Nicole lowered her head, staring at their food, hoping something would come to her. Bridge, meanwhile, kept his eyes straight ahead. Now he was looking at a new problem. 3 more men, all dressed in expensive-looking suits, were walking their way. There was obviously a leader to the group, as one clearly walked in front of the other 2, who Bridge surmised was the man's bodyguards.
How's that thinking coming along?
It's coming, Nicole replied.
Hope you can think faster than that.
Why?
We're about to have a new problem.
Nicole picked her head up. What's that?
Company.
Nicole slowly turned her head to the right, seeing the 3 men walking in their direction. You don't suppose they're the restaurant's management team, do you? Bridge laughed.
I don't think so.
We're in trouble here. Bridge saw no way around it. He simply nodded.
Yep. Seems that way.
Chapter 3. In what seemed like no time at all, the three men were suddenly in front of their table. The lead man looked to be in his early 30s, with dark hair, no facial hair, just screamed government man. The question was, whose government? As they waited for the man to speak, Bridge and Nicole both squirmed in their seats, and what seemed like 1,000 scenarios played through their minds. Most of it was how they were going to get out of there if things got rough. Then the man spoke up. He was American, or he was someone who spoke perfect English without even the slightest hint of an accent.
I apologize for intruding like this. You are Mr. Bridge, correct?
Bridge wasn't sure yet whether he wanted to acknowledge his identity, regardless if they already knew who he was.
Yeah, that might depend on who's asking.
The man then looked at the pretty woman at the table.
And you must be Nicole?
He then started snapping his fingers, as if he were trying to remember something.
Nicole. Your last name escapes me.
Escapes a lot of people, Nicole replied. It's not necessary for you to know it, though. The man smiled.
Fair enough. I guess you two must be wondering what I'm doing here.
Bridge looked at his girlfriend.
Oh, yes, the food is magnificent. Very tasty. Give my compliments to the chef. Really well done.
The man looked at the two of them, somewhat embarrassed.
Oh, no, I'm not can I sit down?
Bridge and Nicole looked at each other, both of them giving the other a shrug.
Sure, Bridge said. Why not? Thank you.
The man pulled a chair out. As long as you tell us who you are before those expensive-looking pants of yours hits the seat. The man froze just as he was about to sit.
Oh, my name is Jonathan Scrubb.
Bridge faked a smile. So much better. Scrubb sat down.
I guess you are wondering why I'm here?
Bridge shook his head.
No.
He glanced at his girlfriend, who had just put another piece of food into her mouth. Are you wondering? Nicole shook her head as well. No, I'm not wondering. Bridge threw his hands up and smiled.
Guess that makes it unanimous.
He stuck his hand out to shake, which Scrubb did.
I'd like to thank you for coming, though. It was really nice meeting with you. We should do it again next time we're in town.
Bridge stood up, with Nicole doing the same. They started to leave, with Scrubb still seated, looking bewildered. It seemed as though Bridge's makeshift plan worked. He'd gotten the man so confused he didn't know what was happening. They didn't get too far from the table, though.
Wait!
Scrubb shouted. Bridge and Nicole stopped dead in their tracks. The man's two bodyguards walked around and stood in front of them, preventing them from leaving. They also noticed that the other two men that were seated at the back of the restaurant had stood up. Bridge and Nicole spun around.
Oh, you had more you wanted to discuss?
Bridge asked pleasantly. Scrubb smiled and put his hand out, inviting them to return to their seats. Please. Bridge and Nicole sat back down, hoping this wouldn't take much longer.
You know, about your name,
Bridge said, not able to resist poking fun at it any longer.
Yes, Scrubb replied.
Don't do it, Nicole said.
I have to,
Bridge said. Don't do it.
But I must.
Not until we know.
Know what?
Scrubb asked, not following along.
Take some of the fun out of it, don't you think?
Bridge asked. No, Nicole answered. She didn't want to take any chances angering the man until they knew which side he was on. Just zip it. Bridge sighed.
Fine.
What about my name? Scrubb asked.
Oh, it's nothing. Thought it reminded me of another guy I knew, but not the same guy.
Oh.
Well, anyway, I work for—
Let me guess, Bridge said. He put his index finger over his lips and squinted his eyes as he looked Scrubb over. He then let out a smile. You work for the government. Scrubb looked surprised.
Yes. How did you know?
Bridge shrugged. Just one of my many talents. Let me take it a step further. Judging by your lack of an accent, I'd say U.S., am I right? Scrubb shook his head, impressed.
Remarkable.
Bridge continued sizing up his guest. By the way the man moved and spoke, Bridge guessed the man was a paper pusher. He'd probably never been in the field in his life, at least not in a dangerous environment. Scrub was the gopher. He was the guy they sent out to do the jobs nobody else wanted to do, or the ones that weren't very important. Either one of those options led Bridge to question why he was the one who was sent to talk to them. Before you start, can you tell all these other guys to take a hike?" Bridge asked. "Having so much muscle around makes me nervous, and when I get nervous, things tend to happen. Bad things. To other people." Scrub anxiously looked around. "Oh, of course. Whatever you want." He then gave the others a motion. The men at the tables left. The 2 guards with Scrub sat at a nearby table. Bridge pointed at them with his thumb. "They a package deal?" Scrub smiled nervously. "Just for my protection." Bridge slightly lifted his hands off the table, seemingly okay with it. He was mostly happy with the result, anyway. He got the man to wave 4 of his guards off. That only left 2 to deal with if something got hairy. He didn't count Scrub. He'd have been easy. Now, if something went wrong, he figured he and Nicole could take care of the other guys, even though they looked a touch on the mean side. Scrub held his hands out wide, then clapped them together. "Well, I guess we should get on with what this is about, huh?" Bridge shrugged, not really wanting to. He had a feeling he wasn't going to like what came out of the man's mouth. "If we must. I'm here on behalf of the United States government, and one favor. Can you speed this up a little? We already know who you're with. You don't need all the mumbo-jumbo. Just come out with it." "Oh, very well." Scrub laughed nervously. "A man of candor." Bridge looked over at his equally bored-looking girlfriend and rolled his eyes. "You don't say." "Anyway, I can't exactly say what part of the government I'm with, but let's just say I'm with a part that can't be named." Bridge blew air through his mouth and shook his head. He had a feeling this was going to take a while. He took a sip of his orange juice, wishing he had something to make it a little stronger. Scrub continued rambling on about nothing for another minute or 2, with Bridge barely listening to a word he was saying. He was only getting bits and pieces. Then he heard something that interested him. "Your old boss, Pinnacle 1, thought you'd be the perfect person for the job." Bridge perked his head up. "Huh? Did you say Pinnacle 1? "I certainly did, and he said if anyone could pull this off, it would be you." "I'm flattered. So, are you on board?" Bridge lifted his cheek, looking as confused as ever. "What? On board?" He glanced at Nicole. "Did I miss something? Was I offered something?" Nicole put her glass on the table. "Not that I heard." "Oh, forgive me," Scrub said. "I'm just so excited here. I'm rambling all over the place." "Nah," Bridge replied. "So basically, we have a developing situation where a little extra help is sought." Bridge shook his head. "Always hate those developing situations. The only thing that develops is danger, and the situation's always bad." "Well, I'm afraid this is no different." "What isn't? You still haven't told me what you want and what you're doing here." "Oh, I'm sorry." Scrub then decided to just come out with it. "We want you to do a job for us." "Excuse me?" "We've got 3 people being held hostage, and we would like you to go in and get them." Bridge looked at his drink, really wishing there was something else in it besides orange juice. "Why me?" "It's a very delicate situation, and we believe that the best person for the job is someone who does not have agency ties." "But I do have agency ties. Not current ones. If they weren't current, you wouldn't be here," Bridge said. Scrub grinned. "Perhaps. Still, as it stands, you were the name that came up." "Why?" "You were deemed to be the best option that wasn't currently working for us." "Why is that so important?" "It's a matter where we cannot be implicated if something were to go wrong," Scrub answered. Bridge sighed. Now he said it. The implication was clear. It was a dangerous mission, and if things went sideways, the government didn't want to be associated with it. Plausible deniability, they usually called it. But if it was a third party that got squeezed, him, in this case, that was okay. "So, will you accept the job?" "No," Bridge replied. "But you have to." "No, I don't." "But—" Scrub looked flustered. He hadn't anticipated Bridge saying anything other than yes. "But you have to." "Why do I have to?" "Because you're the last hope for those people." "Say that again?" Bridge asked. The government will not sanction any sort of rescue mission. It has to be totally off the books. If you refuse, I'm not sure who else we could trust to do it." Bridge sighed again. He hated hearing things like that. It pulled at his heartstrings, knowing that people were in danger and he was their only hope. If he said no, he came off looking like a heel. Not that he was really concerned with Scrubb's perception of him, or anyone else for that matter. It was looking at himself in the mirror that bothered him. He knew he shouldn't, but Bridge couldn't help but ask the question. "What exactly is the issue?" 3 aid workers have been taken hostage. Negotiations have failed to resolve the matter." "How long ago did this happen?" Nicole asked. "About 2 months ago." "Where?" "The DRC." Bridge closed his eyes. The news wasn't getting any better. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, one of the 10 most dangerous countries in the world. It wasn't for the faint of heart. "And who's taken these people?" Bridge asked. "A local militia group." "Aw, you gotta be kidding." "I wish I were. And why is it that you can't send agents or a team in? I know for a fact missions have gone on there." Scrubb nervously smiled again. "I'm afraid that's above my pay grade. I'm sure there are political reasons for it, but exactly what those reasons are, I can't say I know."
"Well, isn't this just peachy?"
"I believe you'll be well compensated for your troubles."
"They'd better be backing up the Brinks truck," Bridge said.
"And if we say no?" Nicole asked. "Then I believe they will continue negotiations and hope for the best," Scrubb replied. "What exactly is this group asking for?" "Again, above my pay grade. I'm not involved in those discussions. But if you decide against doing this, it's very likely those people will be there for months, and who knows if they'll ever leave there in one piece." Bridge sighed loudly, letting it be known he wasn't liking this one bit. "Look, you're obviously coming to me because I have a reputation. That also means I wasn't born yesterday. Why don't you just come clean and tell me the entire deal?" Scrubb gulped, then agreed to spill everything. He figured that was his only chance at getting Bridge on board. 3 aid workers have been taken hostage by a militia group inside the DRC. 2 are American. 1 is French. You know how these things go. We do not negotiate or give money to people like this.
And you won't chance sending in a special ops team?
That's the size of it. They'll keep negotiating and hope they can come to a resolution. But we know that's iffy." "So where exactly did my name pop up in all of this?" Bridge asked. "We started brainstorming, figuring out how we could get them out unofficially. The only way to do that was to sanction an off-the-books mission. That meant someone who is not currently affiliated with any agency. As we started putting together a list of names, yours was at the top of the list."
"How wonderful for me."
"If it gets out there that you're a well-known enough entity that there shouldn't be any blowback."
"You mean if I'm caught, shot, or dead?"
Scrubb smiled nervously. "Well, I would hope it wouldn't come to that."
"You and me both."
"So what do you say? We'll give you as much help as we're able."
"I don't really like the sound of that."
"No, really, we'll support you in any way we possibly can." Bridge sighed again and glanced over at his girlfriend. Nicole simply gave a shrug, seemingly okay with whatever he decided to do. "You know, suicide missions were one of the reasons I left the agency in the first place," Bridge said. "It is not a suicide mission," Scrubb replied. "Hopefully." Bridge leaned back, looked up at the blue sky, and put his hands on his head. "Why did I get into this line of work?" "Probably because, as your reputation suggests, you are the best." Bridge sat up straight again. "Probably. So, do you agree?"
"I don't want to agree."
"You might be the last chance those people have." Bridge sighed once again. He glanced at Nicole one more time. He didn't like what he was about to say, but he couldn't walk away.
"I suppose."
Scrubb breathed a sigh of relief. "Fantastic. We can spend the rest of the day getting you up to speed on things, then you can be on your way tomorrow." Bridge rubbed his face. Things were already off to a whirlwind start, but that was usually the way in cases like this. He reached over and grabbed Nicole's hand. "You don't have to do this. You can stay here, go back to New York, work on things, work on nothing, whatever you want." "Are you kidding?" Nicole said. "And miss out on the fun? No way." Bridge raised his eyebrows. He could tell she wasn't enthused about this new trip they were embarking on. She was playing the good soldier and not abandoning him, but her voice was a clear indication she didn't have much interest in partaking in this mission.
"You really don't have to. This wasn't what we came out here for."
"It's fine," Nicole replied. "We were going back in a few days anyway. We'd get started on a new case soon enough."
"This is a little different from most, though."
"What, it's more dangerous? All our cases are dangerous, Luke. That's what we do. It'd be nice if we picked the danger, but it's not always how it works."
"Look, if your heart's not in this, I don't want you coming just because of me."
She put her hand on his cheek. "I love you. I'm going where you go. How well do you think I'd sleep if I was in New York and you were in the DRC? Besides, you need me."
Bridge made a face like he agreed with the sentiment. "I do need you. But I don't want you to feel like you're forced into it. Like you said, we didn't choose this case."
Nicole shrugged. "Would it be any different if one of their relatives contacted us instead of the government? We'd still be in the same situation."
Bridge nodded. He hadn't thought of it like that, but if he had, it would make it seem more agreeable. Like they weren't forced into it. It would seem like any other case they've worked on.
Bridge turned back toward Scrub.
"So how are we getting in and out?"
Scrub scratched his head.
"Well, getting in will be easy. You'll be flying into the Njili International Airport." Bridge didn't quite like how he answered that. Almost like there was another shoe to drop. "And getting out?" "Well, that will depend on you." "Come again?" "We have several different scenarios lined up depending on what you need at the time." "And these different scenarios are—" "If all goes well, you could fly right back out of the country." "Fat chance," Bridge said.
"Or it's possible we might have a helicopter in place somewhere."
"Somewhere?"
"It depends on where you are. If you're being pursued, we don't want to have it in place in one area that you can't get to."
"What exactly is my exit strategy?"
Bridge asked. "As I said, it depends. If you get to an open area where we can set down a chopper, we'll be able to pick you up, get you out of there. If you're near the border in a car or something, then cross the border and we'll have a team waiting for you, with the cooperation of the neighboring government."
Bridge rubbed his forehead. "This doesn't sound well thought out at all."
"On the contrary, everything will be fine. You just inform us when you have the hostages, where you're going after that, and we'll make sure you're picked up."
Bridge glanced over at Nicole again, who couldn't stay silent any longer.
"You're saying this like we might have hours to wait," she said. "If we're being pursued and we tell you what direction we're going, we might need to pick up minutes later. We might not have time to wait a couple of hours for you to get a chopper in place."
"Trust me," Scrub said. "Everything will be arranged." "Trusting others isn't one of my strong suits," Bridge replied. "And do you know the exact location of where these people are?"
"Yes, we've had it confirmed."
"As of when?"
2 days ago. We do have some locals on the ground who are willing to help."
Bridge wasn't sure about that part either. "Which means what, exactly?"
"Well, they know the area better than you, so they've got a vehicle, they'll do the driving, they know where you need to go. They'll meet you at the airport and pick you up."
"What happened to not being officially involved?"
"As far as they know, we're just a concerned third party. They don't know us in an official capacity."
"This deal stinks," Bridge said.
"What don't you like about it?"
"Any of it."
"Trust me," Scrub said. "Once you get the hostages out of there, depending on the situation, we will get you out of there safely."
"How many members of this little militia group are there?"
"By our estimation, 50 to 100.
Bridge laughed. "This keeps on getting better and better. You're sending 2 people into a hostile environment to pull out 3 hostages when the odds are 50 to 1. Fantastic."
"I was under the impression that bad odds didn't concern you."
"I may not always be affected by them, but you damn well better be sure I always know what the odds are. I'm not oblivious to them."
"It's just like any other rescue mission," Scrub said. "Get in unseen, get the hostages, and sneak out of there before anyone knows what you're doing."
Bridge grinned. "Yeah, just as easy as that."
"Well, should we go over the rest of the details?"
"How about you let us finish our breakfast first?"
"Oh, fine. Should we meet back at your hotel room later?"
Bridge nodded. "I assume you already know where it is, considering you found us here?"
Scrub smiled. "Sounds like a plan." After the government man and his 2 bodyguards left the restaurant, Bridge and Nicole looked at each other for a few seconds. They shared the same look, one of distress. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" Nicole asked. Bridge shook his head.
"A whole lot of trouble."
Chapter 4. Bridge and Nicole got off the plane and proceeded to head to the restaurant after the 11-hour ride in the air. There was supposed to be someone meeting them there to pick them up and give them the grand tour, but he hadn't yet arrived. Still, they weren't worried. With the restaurant nearby, it gave them some extra time to stretch their legs and get something to eat.
"I always hate these types of meetings," Bridge said.
"What types?"
"The ones where someone knows you, but you don't know them."
"Oh, hazards of the job?"
"One of the hazards I can't say I miss from working in the agency. I've always hated these kinds of things."
"Speaking of the agency, did you get the feeling that Scrubs wasn't telling us something?"
"Yeah, I got that feeling," Bridge replied. "But then again, it's the agency. You always get the feeling they're not telling you something when you're dealing with them. It's part of the territory. Always assume they're either lying, setting you up, or keeping you in the dark about everything they're talking about. Always."
"If you feel like that, then why are we here?"
Bridge raised his left eyebrow, sighed, and scratched his forehead. "I wish I knew. Maybe I'm just a sucker for the old someone needs help line. You're their last hope. Maybe I'm getting soft in my old age."
Nicole smiled at him. "You just care more than you like to let on."
"Besides, if you were concerned about Scrub holding something back, I didn't hear you jump in there and ask any questions. You could have prodded me to say no."
Nicole shrugged. "Maybe I'm a softy, too."
"Let's face it, we're suckers. We hear the story of someone needing help, and we can't turn away from it."
Nicole contorted her face slightly, giving him that disbelieving look of hers when he said something she didn't quite believe. "Really? How many times have you tried to turn people away?"
"People that I either didn't think we could help, or people that didn't have enough information for us to help. There's a difference."
"I'm not sure about that."
"Even the ones I turned away, did we not eventually help them when we got more information we could use?"
"I guess. You don't really believe we were the first ones they thought of, do you?"
"Of course not. The first 10 people they asked probably turned them down. They'll say whatever they need to get what they want. We both know that."
"What do you think the thing they're not telling us is?"
"I don't know. Could be anything. We'll get there, and instead of having to rescue 3 people, could be 20. Or maybe instead of 50 enemy combatants, there's really 2,000. Or maybe instead of 3 aid workers, it's really 2 state senators and a guy who works at the local donut shop."
"We must be crazy for taking on jobs like this. We know we're probably being lied to. We know the odds are probably against us. We know that any number of things will probably go wrong, and there's a chance that we won't make it back. But yet here we are."
Bridge laughed and nodded. "And yet here we are. But let's face it, if there really are people in trouble out there, and we are their last hope, that makes it a job worth doing, doesn't it?"
"It does. That's why we started this business, right?"
"That's right. Helping the little guy. Helping the hopeless. Helping those—" "What do you mean that's why we started this business? You didn't start this. I started this. You came along for the ride a little later, remember?"
"Why do you always get caught up in the semantics? Can't you just let it be and go with it?"
"I can't just go with it if it's factually incorrect, can I?"
"Sure you can. You just like reminding me that you started it and I came along later, so I'm second."
"That's not true. Well, technically it is true, but you're nobody's second. You're as important to this thing as I am. You just didn't start it. But anyway, regardless of the other shoe that we undoubtedly know is going to drop at some point, we're still getting things that will help us in the future."
"You really think they'll go through with it?" Nicole asked.
"Of course. They know we're not total noobs. They promised us access to whatever we wanted or needed on any future case we work on in the next 5 years. That could come in pretty handy, if you ask me."
"Well, yeah, if they actually hold up their end of the bargain."
"They will."
"You have a lot of faith in people that you don't trust as far as you can spit."
"It's not faith," Bridge said. "It's the fact that they know what I'll do if they don't live up to their deal."
"Which is?"
"Make their life miserable, every second of it."
"They could easily do the same to you, you know."
"No doubt about it. But they have more to lose than I do. I could say some things in public that would make their heads spin and have them do so much backpedaling they'd turn around and fall over each other."
"Assuming they didn't kill you first."
"Why do you have to go there?"
Nicole shrugged. "Well, you led me."
"I most certainly did not."
They sat in the restaurant for another hour, finishing up their meal, having a few non-alcoholic drinks.
"Maybe this is it," Bridge said.
"What is?"
"The surprise we were talking about. Maybe this is it. Maybe there is nobody coming to pick us up. Maybe they just sent us here to fend for ourselves."
A few minutes later, a man walked into the restaurant. He made a beeline for Bridge and Nicole's table. Bridge spotted him as he walked in, keeping an eye on him as he got closer, though he didn't stare.
"Excuse me," the man said. "Mr. Bridge and Nicole?"
"That would be us," Bridge answered. "Who might you be?"
"My name is Joseph. I believe we have mutual friends."
"I doubt that. Maybe mutual acquaintances, not friends."
Joseph looked confused for a moment. Bridge could tell he wasn't quite getting his sense of humor.
"I assume you're talking about Scrub?"
Joseph looked around, as if he were worried about prying eyes and ears.
"We shouldn't mention names."
Bridge looked around the room as well.
"Why? Are there spies in here?"
"You never know who might be watching."
Bridge glanced at Nicole.
"Indeed."
"I apologize for being late. I had a few difficulties in getting here."
"Oh? Anything serious?"
"Just car trouble."
Bridge raised his eyebrows. That was one of the last things he wanted to hear. They were going into a dangerous mission, and the agency was sending them in there in some rickety old and busted jalopy.
"Car trouble? Seriously?"
"It is fine now. I fixed it."
The look on Bridge's face indicated he didn't believe him. He looked over at Nicole, who had a similar stunned expression on her face.
"Car trouble."
Nicole just nodded. "That's what the man said."
"They couldn't have sprung for a new car?"
"New cars get noticed around here," Joseph answered. "We're better off in something used."
Bridge took the last sip of his drink.
"How many men you got with you?"
"One."
Bridge sighed and lowered his head.
"One? That's it?"
"Samuel. He's waiting outside in the car. He's a good man."
"I'm sure he is. But I was told the people we're looking for might have 50 to 100 men."
"It's easier to get in and out of places undetected with the fewest number of people possible."
"And what if we're not undetected?"
Joseph shrugged.
"Then we probably die."
"Can I ask you what you get out of all this?" Nicole asked.
"Enough money to leave this place."
"How'd you get recruited?"
Joseph shrugged again.
"I don't know. Just happened to meet people."
Bridge and Nicole weren't getting a good feeling about this guy. He seemed to be short on words and personality. But if he was dependable when the chips were down, that was all that mattered. Of course, they wouldn't really know that until the chips were down. And if he wasn't up to snuff, none of them would probably see the light of day again.
"We should get moving," Joseph said. "Time may be short."
"Why is time short?" Bridge asked.
"This group of militia moves around a lot."
"Why is that?"
"They don't believe in staying in one spot for too long."
"Why?" Nicole asked. "Afraid of being spotted or something?" Joseph nodded.
"Mostly."
"You seem to know a lot about them."
"I used to be one of them."
"Used to be?"
"I was a boy when they took me in. It wasn't the way of life for me. Through the grace of God, I was able to break free of them. I had an opportunity to sneak away, and I took it."
"How long ago was that?"
Bridge asked.
"Maybe 3 years ago."
"That's nice and all, but if you happen to be seen by somebody and they know you, isn't that going to blow it for all of us?"
"This is the first time I've been back here since then,"
Joseph replied.
"Where have you been?"
"Traveling."
Bridge couldn't believe all this was happening. He wasn't getting good vibes. If there was ever a time to back out, this was it. Once they walked out of that restaurant, there was no turning back. Bridge rubbed his forehead, thinking about his options. Well, there were really only two of them. One was to go ahead with the mission. The other was to turn around and go home. But his thoughts kept going back to the 3 hostages. Somebody needed to fight for them. And while he still believed there were some other things going on behind the scenes, it still came down to one thing. These people needed help, and that was the business he was in. He couldn't turn them away now. Bridge slapped his hands down on the table.
"All right, let's get this show on the road."
"If they move around a lot, it might take us some time figuring out where they are," Nicole said. Joseph shook his head.
"No, I already know where they are."
"You do?"
"Yes, it's a couple of hours from here. We should move quickly."
Bridge put his hand out.
"Wait a minute. If we're going to move on this, I need a few more answers, just to make my head all warm and fuzzy. There's some things not making sense here."
Joseph looked at him, a blank expression on his face. He didn't know what to say. "First off, if you've been gone for the last 3 years, and this group moves around a lot, how do you know where they are already?"
"I've been back for a few weeks, keeping a low profile."
And you're keeping a low profile, and just happen to know where this group is?
I've got some contacts with some of the locals. They've been helping me.
Bridge glanced at Nicole, still not sure about this. So there's people who know you're asking around. What if they let this group know you've been asking questions?
Then I'd be dead already. We're fine. I trust these people. They would not betray me.
And these contacts told you where this group is? Nicole asked.
Yes.
And you trust them?
Yes.
Has the thought crossed your mind that they might be leading us into an ambush?
No.
Well, it's crossing our minds, Bridge said.
It is fine, Joseph said. I give you my word.
It's not your word I'm worried about. But I don't know these people you're talking to, and we're putting our lives in their hands.
Trust me.
Bridge and Nicole looked at each other again. They seemed to be having a communication problem. Joseph obviously either wasn't understanding their concerns or just didn't care. Either way, it amounted to the same thing.
We have a long drive, Joseph said. We should be going now.
What about weapons? Nicole asked.
I have everything we need in the car. Hopefully we won't need them. But if we have to get into a fight with them, we'll be prepared.
Great. So about this Samuel guy, he used to be with this group too?
No.
Known him long?
About a week.
Bridge and Nicole gave each other another of their looks. Neither looked particularly impressed. A week? Bridge asked. How do you know you can trust this guy?
Joseph shrugged. I just know.
How'd you meet him? Nicole asked.
Was checking around, ran into him.
Do you know how vague you're being with us right now? We've been at this a long time, you know. You just got here a few weeks ago. You're talking with people all over town, and you're running around with a guy you just met a week ago, and you expect us to just roll over and trust you like it's no big deal?
I was told you would be fine with everything. Is that not the case?
We just don't feel like everything's on the up and up here, Bridge replied.
I assure you everything is fine.
Bridge was a little frustrated, closing his eyes and running his hand over his hair. It certainly didn't seem like they were going to get any better answers. If they chose to move forward, it seemed like this was it, and the way it'd probably be moving forward. They'd have to put a lot of faith in a man they didn't know well.
If there's nothing else, we should go, Joseph said.
Bridge glanced at Nicole and threw his left arm up, seemingly resolved to the ambiguity of the situation. She didn't like the situation any better than he did, but they were there, and she wasn't about to back out either.
All right, let's go, Bridge said. Let's see what you got.
Joseph led the pair outside. The Jeep was parked to the right of the restaurant. Samuel was standing in front of it. Bridge and Nicole stopped as they got closer to it.
Don't tell me this is it, Nicole said.
Why not? Joseph asked. He looked at the Jeep briefly, then back at her.
Something wrong with it?
It's... Nicole barely knew what to say. To say the vehicle looked like it had seen better days was a severe understatement.
It is fine.
Bridge sighed loudly. Oh, you gotta be kidding.
What's the matter?
Joseph asked. Bridge pointed at the Jeep. You really expect to travel in that thing? Joseph looked at the car again. He still didn't seem to be as concerned as the others. The Jeep was a light tan color that was rusted all over the place, and there was very clearly smoke rising out of the hood, though it wasn't yet heavy. There were also scratches in the glass on the windows, as well as a small hole in the front windshield on the passenger side. Not to mention the tires looked to be underinflated. It wouldn't have surprised Bridge or Nicole if Joseph had said they got the car out of the junk heap. It had to be at least 30 years old, and that may have been on the generous side.
What is wrong with it?
Joseph asked. Bridge put his hands on his hips, clearly agitated. Do you really need me to answer that question? Are your eyes not working or something? Bridge pointed at the vehicle again. Can you not see the issues there?
It still runs. It is fine.
Bridge put his index finger in the air. No. No. And you're going to stop with that everything-is-fine shtick you got going on. That thing is not safe to travel in. It wouldn't surprise me if that didn't make it another hour at best. Joseph looked at the Jeep again.
If it breaks, we can fix it. Samuel is very good with cars.
Bridge sighed. They obviously had a very different opinion of what was fine, and this wasn't it. Did you not get enough money for a better car?
Most of the money went for weapons and for information.
Come on. This is the agency we're talking about. Are you telling me they didn't sanction a decent-running car for this operation?
Joseph shrugged. It should be fine. Bridge closed his eyes and sighed again. He looked at Nicole, hoping she would be able to calm him down, or say something that would be helpful. All she could do, though, was throw her arms up, too. As Joseph and Samuel got in the car, Nicole went over to her boyfriend. They both looked at the Jeep as they discussed what to do. "I know we both don't like turning our backs on people in need, but—"
"But what?"
Bridge asked. "But I don't know about this. I mean, there is nothing about this so far that screams proceeding is a good idea."
"I know. But we are here.
And if we're not smart about things, we might stay here, permanently."
"I know it."
Bridge stared at the car, contemplating their options.
"If we turn around now and get back on that plane, are we going to feel guilty about leaving? Especially when we're so close?"
"Luke, this doesn't feel right. And I'm not just talking about that trash heap on wheels. I feel like we're in the dark about this."
"Maybe that's what's keeping me drawn to it. The fact that I feel it too. There's something else in play here that we don't know about. Maybe that's what's stopping me from leaving. Finding out what that is."
"Is it really so important to know?" Nicole asked.
"Curiosity may have killed the cat, but it hasn't killed me yet."
"Yet is the key word. There's still time for that."
"Maybe. But I just feel like we need to press on and figure out what's really going on."
"Even if it kills us?"
Bridge looked at her and smiled. "Even if it kills us."
Chapter 5. Bridge and Nicole finally got in the Jeep, reluctantly, both sitting in the back seat. They started driving, and in just a few minutes they heard knocking noises coming from the hood of the car. Bridge and Nicole looked at each other, despair written all over their faces. Bridge eventually put his hand over his face and closed his eyes, hoping that when he opened them, they'd magically be wherever they needed to be. Unfortunately, they weren't living in a fairy tale. After some time, they finally drove out of the city and made their way onto some dirt roads. It was a bumpy ride. Bridge hoped the vehicle wouldn't completely fall apart while they were in it, like some old-fashioned cartoon. Though he guessed that if they tried moving the car with their feet instead of tires, they might have been able to go even faster. They drove for about 2 hours, alone on an open stretch of dirt road, a few trees along the road on both sides. Suddenly, a heavy batch of dark smoke started rising into the air from the hood. Bridge's eyebrows raised.
That looks like a problem."
"It is fine," Joseph replied.
"Of course it is. No problem here."
Minutes later, the car started sputtering and eventually slowed. It finally came to a stop. Bridge looked over at his girlfriend.
"No problem here."
"Nope," Nicole said. "No problem at all. Just a minor inconvenience." Joseph looked back at them. "Wait here." He and Samuel got out.
"Was that even a question?" Bridge asked. "I mean, where else would we go?"
"Maybe he thought we'd run back to the airport."
"Possible."
"And that's not a crazy thought right now," Nicole said. They looked through the windshield as Joseph and Samuel opened the hood. The smoke became heavier and darker as they looked inside. A couple minutes later, Joseph returned to Bridge's side of the vehicle. Bridge tried to put the window down, but that didn't work either. He tried to open the door, but was having a little trouble. He tried to put a little force into it to open it.
"So what's the verdict?" Bridge asked.
"You can get out now," Joseph replied.
"Oh, it's going to take a while, isn't it?"
"Samuel thinks he can fix it. It's fine."
"Straight answer. How long is it going to take?"
"Samuel thinks about 20 or 30 minutes. An hour, tops." Bridge lowered his head and shook it. "Well, guess we should get out and stretch the legs, huh?" Nicole said. Bridge and Nicole got out, milling around the side of the road, trying their best to stay away from the hood of the car. After a few minutes of standing there with their hands in their pockets, they sat down in the dirt.
"It's fine," Bridge said, mocking one of their partners. "It's fine, just fine."
Nicole rolled her eyes. "I'd like to see what kind of situation it takes for him to admit something's not fine."
I'd rather not, because I have a feeling we could get attacked by a band of 50 raiders right now, and he'd still say it's fine. He'd probably say it's fine if there was an earthquake right at this very moment, and the ground split apart, and we were the only patch of ground, and there was nothing below us on any side, stranding us here.
Well, that's a pleasant thought.
I'm just saying. It seems like nothing bothers him. If the sky opened up right now and dropped 100 sharks in our laps, he wouldn't be bothered at all.
Nicole looked at him strangely. That's kind of a weird analogy, don't you think?
No. Isn't that what that one movie's about? The one with the sharks falling out of the sky or something.
What?
Yeah, it's a movie. You know the one. Sharks fall out of the sky.
That sounds absolutely ridiculous, Nicole said.
I didn't say it's a classic or anything.
That can't be a movie.
It is.
Can't be.
Pretty sure it is, Bridge said.
Nobody would watch something like that. It's completely unrealistic.
Wait, isn't one of your favorite movies The Terminator?
Yeah, so?
And that's realistic?
Well, it could be. With today's technology, there almost certainly could be cyborg soldiers walking around out there. Who knows? Bridge pointed to his chest with his thumb.
I know. There's no such thing. Now who's being ridiculous?
They sat there for another 20 minutes, talking and debating nonsensical questions, trying to pass the time.
Hey, Joseph, how much longer?
Bridge asked. Joseph looked out from behind the hood and gave him a thumbs up.
We're almost there. Fantastic. Can't wait.
Nicole snickered. Yeah, can't wait till we break down in another 30 minutes.
Certainly is making this a memorable trip.
They should have just flown us in by helicopter and dropped us in.
You know they can't risk a bird like that.
Sure don't seem to have a problem risking us.
Bridge shrugged. It is what it is.
Suddenly gunfire erupted from somewhere behind Bridge and Nicole. They scurried on the ground as several bullets ripped into the junk heap. Nicole crawled underneath the vehicle, as Bridge crawled around the back. Joseph and Samuel also met them behind the car.
What the hell's going on? Bridge asked.
Must be raiders, Joseph answered. Really? Nicole said, rolling out from under the car. You had to go say something about raiders, didn't you?
You're not going to pin this on me, are you? Bridge said. Just because I said it, it's not like I willed it into being.
Should I start listening for the ground to shake now, too?
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Joseph stuck his head over top the Jeep, almost getting it shot off. A few more bullets hit the car.
Might want to watch it there, buddy, Bridge said. Don't want to go losing your head now.
Anybody know who these guys are? Nicole asked. Gunfire was still lighting up the car.
They're rebels,
Joseph answered. Like the kind that we're after?
No, just a regular bunch of rebels.
Oh, just a regular bunch.
I've had enough of this, Bridge said.
He opened the back door of the Jeep and crawled back in.
What are you doing? Nicole asked. Getting the bag of weapons. I'm not sitting here waiting for them to rip us to pieces.
Joseph and Samuel had their weapons on them and started to return fire. It helped to keep the rebels at bay while Bridge got the bag. A few seconds later, Bridge slithered back out of the car, putting the bag on the ground. He knelt down and unzipped the bag.
This thing feels a little light, buddy, Bridge said.
As he opened the bag and looked inside, he sighed and hung his head. What's wrong? Nicole asked. Bridge shook his head and sighed again. What is it? Bridge took out an automatic rifle and handed it to Nicole. He then took out one for himself. Nicole looked concerned. She checked the bag, though she couldn't see anything inside. Don't tell me that's it.
That's it.
You're kidding.
I wish I was.
Hey, Nicole said, tapping Joseph on the arm. I thought you said you had a bag filled with weapons.
Is that not enough?
Nicole rolled her eyes as she looked at her boyfriend. Is that not enough? There's only 2 rifles in there.
Well, there's only 2 of you. I figured that would be fine.
Bridge shook his head. They didn't have time to argue about it now. He took his rifle and moved to the back of the Jeep, acquiring his first target. Gunfire filled the air for the next several minutes as both sides shot back and forth. Nicole, though, took another look inside the bag. There wasn't much else there, but there were a couple of things that interested her, namely a couple of grenades. They would come in handy. She took them out and took a peek through the shot-out windows to see how close the rebels were coming. They were closing ground. There were 4 vehicles, each of them packed with armed men. The Jeep continued acquiring holes as the 4 vehicles got closer. They were doing their best to keep the rebels at bay, but they were outmanned and outgunned. As one of the oncoming vehicles got closer, Nicole threw one of the grenades at it, landing just underneath the hood of it as it got there. The car stopped immediately as the hood blew off, along with a few other pieces of metal. They weren't sure if the occupants of the car were dead, but Bridge, along with Joseph and Samuel, lit the car up with bullets. If they weren't dead before, they definitely were now. Nicole waited a few more seconds for the perfect opportunity to strike. Another of the vehicles got closer, and she tossed the remaining grenade at it. It was another perfectly placed lob. This car, though, flew up in the air after the grenade exploded underneath it, eventually landing on its side. As the tires continued spinning, The two men in the back seat tried climbing out the window. They were perfectly placed targets, though, and were immediately struck down as they attempted to exit. Only 2 cars were left. Nicole was out of grenades to throw, though. She checked the bag once more, but it really was empty this time. With the chaos of grenades exploding and 2 cars going up in flames, the 2 remaining cars were a little more apprehensive about their approach. They obviously didn't know their opponents were out. The 2 cars started circling around each other, trying to time their next run at them. With their ammo running short, Bridge knew they had to be a little more careful with their shots. They needed to make every one of them count. Just as the 2 cars passed each other one more time, Bridge took aim at the tires of one of them. He waited for a second, then opened fire. He was right on the money. With the front tire losing air, the driver of the car lost control, and it also flipped on its side. The last remaining car, figuring their surprise advantage had been lost, immediately drove off. Bridge and the others kept their sights set on the car that had just turned on its side. Less than a minute after flipping over, the occupants started crawling out of it. One by one, though, they were mowed down until there was no one left. Bridge and the others walked around the Jeep to get a better look at the carnage that had just happened, as well as to make sure there wasn't 1 or 2 that were playing possum. But there would be no sneak attack on this occasion. Everyone was dead.
"Well, that didn't take long,"
Nicole said.
"What's that?"
Bridge replied.
"Not even a full day in, and we're already in a full-scale war."
"Oh, yeah." Bridge turned to face Joseph, having a few things on his mind that he wanted to share. His eyes instantly went to the Jeep, though, as the number of holes that were in that heap were tough to ignore. He also thought he smelled something. He put his nose in the air and took a few whiffs. It smelled like gas. He got down on his knees and looked under the car. There it was, a hole in the fuel tank. Gas was spilling down, pooling down on the ground underneath the Jeep. Bridge took a deep breath and lowered his head as he was down on all fours. It couldn't get any worse than this. Well, unless the rebels came back with greater numbers and killed them all. That would probably be worse. After he took a few seconds to collect himself, Bridge got back to his feet.
"How does it look?"
Joseph asked.
"Well, I'll tell you. It's definitely not fine."
Bridge looked at the Jeep for a moment.
"This thing's shot to pieces, and there's a fuel leak. I'm pretty sure this thing's going to the cemetery."
"At least we're not going with it,"
Nicole said. Chapter 6. Before setting out on the rest of their journey on foot, the team checked out the vehicles from the rebels. Unfortunately, they weren't in much better shape than the Jeeps they'd just lost.
"Well, it's a good thing I don't have my high heels on,"
Nicole said. Bridge looked at her shoes, then looked down at his own. "Yeah, me too."
"We should be fine,"
Joseph said.
"Something will turn up."
Bridge stared at him, then tilted his head, giving his new partner a quizzical look as he started walking. Bridge stayed put for a moment as Joseph and Samuel took the lead.
"What's the matter?"
Nicole asked. "I don't know. I don't quite trust those 2. Nicole watched as the others walked away.
"Why?"
"I'm not sure. Not something I can put my finger on. But it's lurking there, not sitting right. Like eating a 3-day-old sandwich. Just don't feel right inside." Nicole ignored a joke she could have made at her boyfriend's expense and instead focused on the issue at hand. The trustworthiness of their new partners.
"I don't know. They seem a bit odd, but I don't get the sense there's something wrong. What exactly is bothering you?"
"Like I said, I'm not sure. It's just something. I can't put my finger on it."
"Well, they just helped us fight off those guys. If they weren't on the up and up, they could have just turned on us there, no?"
Bridge raised a cheekbone as he thought about it. He supposed she was probably right. Probably. "Yeah, I guess. Maybe. I don't know."
"What, do you think maybe they're setting us up for something else down the line?"
Bridge shrugged. "Wouldn't be the craziest thing we've ever seen, would it?"
"No, I guess not. Just not sure what the purpose would be. I mean, it wouldn't be to find out more information about us, or who we work for, or who sent us. Joseph already knows that."
"True. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way the guy says everything's fine. I mean, that's not natural. Everything is not always fine."
"Relax,"
Nicole said, putting her hand on the back of Bridge's head.
"It'll be fine."
"Oh, don't you start too."
Nicole laughed and started walking toward the others. Bridge soon followed, catching up with her, though they still walked a considerable distance behind the others.
I mean, what kind of plan is this? Bridge asked.
The kind you agreed to?
We agreed to, you mean?
You agreed. I just came along for the ride.
Oh, is that how we're playing this now?
Nicole shrugged. Seems that way.
Anyway, with everything at the agency's disposal, they don't send in a black ops team, and they saddle us with these two guys who, let's face it, don't seem to be the cream of the crop. Then instead of getting the tools we actually need to carry out this mission, we get some broken-down jeep that just got rescued from a demolition derby somewhere, and we don't even have a cache of weapons to battle these people with.
Certainly is unusual.
But why?
Luke, let me ask a question, okay?
Shoot.
Why did we do this?
What do you mean? Because people needed rescuing?
You knew right away that something seemed off with this, right?
Yeah.
And yet you still agreed to come, Nicole said. Right?
Right.
So why are you still complaining?
Because when I agreed to this, they said there was a team here waiting for us. Not Huey and Louie here. I thought it would be a 4 or 5 man combat team. They said we'd have transportation. I assumed that meant good transportation. They said we'd have all the weapons we needed. I assumed that meant any type of weapon we needed. Explosives, ammunition, everything we'd need for an extended conflict. We don't have any of that.
Hey, I just thought of something.
Don't make a habit of it.
Shush. What if they sent us here as a way to get rid of us?
Bridge chuckled. A lot of easier ways for them to accomplish that. They could have poisoned our food at that restaurant, blown up our hotel room, cut the brakes on our car, had a sniper take us out while we were eating. I could go on and on. All of them would have been easier and cleaner than sending us here.
Nicole snapped her fingers. I got it.
What?
This mission's off the books.
We already know that. Scrub told us they wouldn't sanction a rescue mission.
That's what I mean. The mission is really off the books, as in, Scrub's going off on his own here.
You mean even the agency doesn't know we're here?
Think about it. Why else would we get all the crappy stuff?
Bridge nodded the more he thought about it. It certainly made sense. So maybe Scrub's bootstrapping all of this on his own.
Could be.
The question would be why?
Gotta be something to do with the hostages, Nicole replied. Maybe he knows one of them.
Yeah, I could go along with all of that. Seems to make about as much sense as anything else we've been working with.
Also, it would make sense as to why Scrub was sent to talk to us instead of someone with a little more authority.
Bridge shook his head as they walked. We should have done more digging.
More digging? We didn't do any digging. We just took it on blind faith.
Bridge sighed. Yeah, I guess I blew this one, didn't I? Yeah, I really screwed the pooch on this.
Nicole patted him on the back of his shoulder. Well, at least take some solace in that it's probably not your worst screw-up.
Gee, thanks. I'm always so thankful to have your words of encouragement and moral support in my lowest moments.
Nicole smiled widely. No problem. What's a girlfriend for?
I could think of a million other things, and so could you.
Anyway, if we go off of that theory, that Scrub's sponsoring this mission on his own, that should take some things off your mind.
Yeah, how's that?
Because then you won't have to worry about the loyalty of our 2 new friends here. Scrub obviously would want this mission completed, and he isn't going to give us a couple of guys that are going to stab us in the back, right?
I suppose not.
So there you go. Now you can stop worrying about them.
And what if your entire theory is wrong?
It's not, Nicole answered.
What if it is?
It's not.
How do you know?
Let's just call it woman's intuition.
Oh, not that again. That's not a thing.
It's totally a thing.
You always bring that up when you throw a theory out into the air and have no evidence to back it up.
Because I don't need evidence.
Bridge huffed and puffed and rolled his eyes. Fine, you win. I'm not even going to bother to argue. Woman's intuition. Right.
I hate it when you do that.
What?
Just agree and pass me off when you don't agree just to shut me up.
That's not what I did.
Is too.
Bridge sighed. What should I have done then?
Tell me how you really feel.
I did.
Let's just drop it.
Works for me.
Let's catch up to the others, huh? Unless you have an objection there, too?
No objections, Bridge said, as Nicole moved ahead of him to catch up. Yet, I have a feeling I'll have more soon enough, though. Chapter 7. The group had been walking for several hours, and they hadn't seen another car since the incident. Not one car went by. Of course, they were starting to go off the beaten path. Bridge was concerned about their traveling plans. If this group moves around a lot, if we keep this up, they'll be long gone by the time we get there.
We should find another car soon, Joseph replied.
How you figure?
Something will come along.
Hope that something looks a little more appealing than the last one.
Samuel thinks we should be able to get something just up ahead.
Oh, yeah?
Bridge looked perplexed. He hadn't heard Samuel actually utter a word since he'd met him. He glanced at Nicole and whispered to her.
Did you hear him say anything? Because I don't think he's opened his mouth yet.
Maybe they spoke when you were back there worrying about things, Nicole said.
That was hours ago.
Nicole shrugged. I don't know. We'll be coming up on a small village soon, Joseph said. We should be able to get another car there.
Bridge feigned a look like he was impressed. Oh, well, in that case, problem solved.
They kept walking, close to another hour, before they started seeing some other buildings on the horizon.
Is that what we're looking for? Bridge asked.
That's it, Joseph replied.
And just how are we going to get another vehicle?
They will help us.
How do you know?
Don't forget, I used to be one of these militia. I know who are friends of theirs, and who does not like them. The people of this village are not friendly to them. They will help.
Bridge went along with them, but he didn't really like it. Since striking out on his own, he was accustomed to running the show. He was always in charge. But now he wasn't. He was taking a back seat to someone else and letting him call the shots. It didn't sit well with him. He felt he had no other choice, though, since he still felt so much in the dark on this mission, which was probably his own fault for not pressing more. It was what it was, though. Joseph obviously knew the land better than he did, so he had to go along with whatever Joseph deemed best, at least for the moment. Getting to the prisoners, Bridge was willing to play second fiddle. He was okay with Joseph calling the shots, but once they got the prisoners, that was when he would take over if necessary. That was his specialty, getting out of dangerous situations. Once they reached the outskirts of the village, a few people looked at them, and a few more said some words in a language that Bridge couldn't understand. They all seemed friendly, though, as they even got a few smiles from the villagers, and none of them seemed to mind or be afraid of the guns they were toting. After a few minutes, they stopped when Joseph started to communicate with someone who lived in the village. Bridge still didn't know what was being said, but it seemed like a friendly conversation. Joseph smiled and laughed, though Bridge didn't yet drop his guard. He'd been in these types of situations before, where everything seemed all hunky-dory, then all of a sudden the bottom dropped out. He wasn't dropping his guard until they were safely on their way, hopefully in another vehicle, one that actually ran. After several more minutes, the man Joseph was talking to walked away. Joseph looked back at the team and smiled.
They will help us.
Great, Bridge said. What kind of car are we getting?
I don't know yet. They'll give us what they can spare.
Bridge rolled his eyes. Great. He knew what that meant. Whatever they could spare. He had the feeling that they were going to get a vehicle that was in even worse shape than the one they'd left behind. He just knew it. As they waited for the car to be rolled out, or led to it, Bridge and Nicole kept their heads spinning, making sure they didn't get thrown into another problem. Then they heard another man yelling from a distance. They all turned their heads to look at him. The man was waving his arms, trying to get their attention.
"Come," Joseph said. "It is ready."
Bridge sighed. Fabulous. Though he was thankful to be getting another car, as it sure beat walking, he was a little afraid to actually see what this car had in store for them. The group started walking toward the man, though they couldn't yet see the car. Several of the other villagers walked along with them. Bridge was still a little nervous, both at seeing the car and the villagers being so close to them. Once they got to the last house along the dirt road, they turned the corner. There it was. The car. Bridge looked at it, then closed his eyes and shook his head.
"Well, it's got 4 wheels, Nicole said. "That's a plus."
Bridge opened his eyes and looked at the car again. "Yeah, and that's about all it's got."
"It'll do fine," Joseph said.
Bridge rolled his eyes, then turned towards Nicole and whispered, "If he says it'll be fine one more time, I'm going to crack him over the head."
"Relax. Maybe it will be fine."
Bridge gave her a look, to which Nicole just smiled.
"Maybe it runs better than it looks."
"Have you ever seen a car that looks as bad as this run better than it looks?"
Nicole shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe it's got some heart."
"I think it's on life support." Bridge moved closer to the car, walking completely around it as he inspected the outside. The tires didn't have much tread left on them, if they ever had any at all. Each of the 4 doors in the sedan had a different color, though they were all rusted. The front and back bumpers had some dents,
and the hood was slightly crushed in on the left corner. If this is the best option they got, I'd hate to see what the worst one is. Bridge took a few steps back to get a wider view of the vehicle. It didn't look any better.
Are we sure this thing even runs?
They said it works great, Joseph replied.
Oh, I feel better now.
Bridge opened the rear passenger side door and was immediately greeted by one of the worst smells he'd ever encountered. His face indicated to the others it was not a pleasant smell either. He put his hand in front of his face and started trying to wave the smell away. It wasn't working.
Oh my God, what is that?
Nicole took a few steps toward it, then got a whiff and instantly retreated back to her former position.
Oh, smells like quite a few things died in that thing.
Probably not all of them human either, Bridge said. Hopefully we won't be joining them.
We should be going, Joseph said.
Bridge shook his head.
I am not getting in that thing until I'm sure it runs, and we should probably look into the trunk to make sure there aren't any dead goats, or people, or aliens, or anything like that.
Samuel got behind the wheel and turned the key, which was already in the ignition. It didn't start. Bridge lowered his head. Samuel tried it again. The engine just kept turning over. Nicole cleared her throat.
Well, look at the bright side.
Which is?
Bridge asked. Well, at least it didn't blow up. Bridge gave her a look.
Yet. It didn't actually turn on yet. Maybe it's saving the explosive action for when it actually does start.
Joseph opened the hood, and as he and Samuel took a look inside, Bridge went around to the driver's side and popped the trunk. He and Nicole went to the back of the car to look inside. Bridge pushed the trunk up higher. He and Nicole immediately held their noses and wiped their eyes. The stench was causing their eyes to tear up. Bridge then looked back down and was startled by what he saw. Nicole had to turn away.
There's a body in there, Bridge said.
Nicole took another glance.
Why is he missing some body parts?
How long has this dude been in here?
Joseph walked around to the back and looked at the dead body in the trunk. He then started talking to the village leader.
He says he is one of the men that we're seeking. He's part of the militia.
Was, Nicole said. Not anymore.
And where are his hands?
Bridge asked. And feet?
Bridge looked down at the man's legs.
And feet!
He was tortured before being killed, Joseph said.
I can see that. Why?
He apparently raped and killed a member of the village. The girl was 14.
Bridge didn't respond. He simply nodded. He understood.
How long's this guy been here?
Joseph started communicating with the leader again.
About 3 months.
Bridge raised his eyebrows.
3 months? Jeez. No wonder this car smells.
Wouldn't the village be attacked by this group for killing one of their members? Nicole asked.
They would if it was known, Joseph said. Apparently this man was here alone, not with the others. After the man disappeared, the militia came here asking about him, but they lied and said he was here but had gone. He was alive when they last saw him.
Guess they were convincing, Bridge said.
I'm not driving with that body in the trunk, Nicole said.
Why haven't they disposed of it yet? Not exactly smart to keep the evidence lying around.
Joseph talked to the leader again.
They said they don't know what to do with it.
Have they thought of burying it? Nicole asked.
That is not an option for them. They say burying it gives the body respect. There is no respect for what he did.
Bridge felt no remorse for the dead man, but he almost felt bad for what he was about to suggest. Then again, the man was already dead. He wouldn't be able to feel it. You couldn't kill someone twice, at least as far as he knew.
They could always burn it.
Joseph nodded.
Better option than throwing it in the river. This way it will never pop up again.
Joseph then started talking to the leader again. Nicole stepped closer to the trunk again, looking at the dead man with her head slightly tilted away.
Kind of surprised they hadn't thought of that before.
Bridge shrugged.
Maybe they have. Maybe they just want to keep this guy as a reminder.
To what?
To themselves. To not let something like this happen again.
Bridge shrugged again.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Joseph continued talking to the leader of the village, and after a few minutes, several of the villagers went over to the trunk and removed the body. They carried it away, disappearing into the trees that surrounded the village. Bridge put his head down and put the back of his hand on his forehead. The smell was still unbearable.
Somebody got some air freshener?
Bridge asked.
Think you're pushing it on that one, Nicole replied.
Joseph went around to the front of the car. Bridge and Nicole soon followed.
Samuel says he should have it fixed in a few minutes, Joseph said.
Bridge glanced at Nicole.
Did you hear him say anything?
Maybe they have telepathy.
This whole thing stinks, and I don't just mean the car.
How many times are you going to complain about this? Nicole asked.
Probably as long as we're here.
Nicole rolled her eyes. You mean I'm going to have to listen to your incessant whining all this time?
What do they say? Good times and bad? Health or not? Something, and... I don't know. Something?
That's not the phrase. If you're going to say something, at least get it right. And we're not married. Not yet, anyway. But speaking of which, should we start making plans?
Ugh. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
So what are you saying? You wouldn't want to marry me?
That's not what I'm saying.
Then why'd you bring it up?
I didn't.
You just did. Bridge put his hand over his eyes, just wanting to take back everything he'd said.
Can we just drop it?
Oh, so you want to drop me now?
Bridge just shook his head. Can we please just move on?
So you want to move on from me?
Bridge's shoulders slumped. He knew whatever he said, Nicole was going to twist his words around. She started laughing, though, and then slapped him on the shoulder.
You're so easy to get going.
I'm glad you find my torture amusing, Bridge said.
You're not being tortured. Not yet. I could think of a few things for when we get back to the hotel, though, if you want.
I'm sure you could. Let's just focus on getting out of here alive first, though, huh?
Oh, fine, if you want to think about more unpleasant things first.
I think it'd be beneficial for our health, don't you?
I guess.
As they continued their banter, it was interrupted by the sound of the hood slamming shut.
That's it, Joseph said. All fixed.
Bridge looked at the car. How can you tell?
Samuel says he got it.
Oh. All fine now?
Joseph gave him a thumbs up. Now you're speaking my language.
Bridge flashed a smile.
We sure this thing's actually going to start now?
Joseph nodded, then got into the passenger seat, while Samuel got behind the wheel. He turned the key. It made a few noises and turned over a couple of times, but eventually the engine started. It wasn't exactly the smoothest sound a car ever made, and Bridge still thought it sounded like it was about to blow up soon, but at least it was running. For the moment, anyway.
Get in,
Joseph said, putting his arm through the opened window and tapping the door.
We've got ground to make up.
I'm not sure we're going to make it up in that thing, Bridge replied.
Nicole walked over to the back seat of the car.
Just get in and stop whining.
Bridge took a deep breath, then followed his girlfriend into the car, sliding onto the back seat next to her.
Smells like death in here.
Nicole leaned over and whispered.
That's because death was in here.
Bridge made a face, scrunching his nose as if he were trying not to smell anything. He rolled down the window as the car started to drive.
Just hope that we don't follow in their footsteps.
Chapter 8. They'd been on the road for about an hour before the car finally came to a sputtering halt again.
Here we go,
Bridge said, getting out of the car. The others did the same. Smoke was rising out of the hood, and Joseph and Samuel went to take a look. Bridge and Nicole looked around, standing guard. Everything looked clear.
Maybe the problem is this guy's not a very good mechanic, Bridge said.
I think the problem is we've got bad equipment, Nicole replied.
No argument there.
I think I got it on that.
You got what? Bridge asked.
Scrub's really the driving force in this mission, and there's no agency involvement.
Didn't we establish that already? Or was I talking to myself the whole time?
No, but that would make sense as to why we have crappy cars. There's no agency money behind this. Scrub's doing everything on his own, so he didn't have a lot of equity to put into it.
Makes sense to me.
You should have called Pinnacle 1 when he name-dropped him.
Bridge shrugged.
What good would that do? He said he called him for the best recommendation. That was me. I'm sure they didn't even have a conversation about the mission. He wouldn't be able to give me a warning anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Let's stop focusing on that. It is what it is.
Your screw-up?
Bridge sighed.
Yes, my screw-up. My screw-up. I screwed up. Should we say it another 50 times? I screwed up. I should have done more digging on this. You happy now?
Not really. You're going to owe me a lot of sex for this mission once we're done with it. You know that, right?
It certainly wasn't the worst punishment Bridge could think of, though knowing Nicole, it would take a long time.
Let's just focus on this mission so I can pay up, Bridge said.
Joseph came over to them a few minutes later.
Should be fixed in a few minutes. It'll be fine.
Bridge rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth at hearing that infamous line of his again. He was able to refrain from making a sarcastic comment about it, though.
What exactly is the issue? Nicole asked.
Things just keep coming loose, Joseph answered. It's an old car.
Bridge raised his eyebrows. Really? Looked like it just came off the assembly line to me.
How far away from this group are we? Nicole asked.
Not far, Joseph replied. Maybe 2 hours. We should be there soon.
Assuming we ever get there, Bridge said, taking a look back at the car.
We'll get there. It will be fine.
Bridge took a deep breath, resisting the urge to say something once again. I'm just going to say it. Somebody has to. We've got another problem to worry about, other than the usual taking out the bad guys, rescuing the hostages, and all that stuff.
Which is? Nicole asked.
Getting out of there in one piece. Look, it'd be great if we can sneak in and out of there without a hitch. That's the best-case scenario. But we also have to expect the worst-case scenario, too.
Which is?
Joseph asked. Which is if we're spotted right away and we almost touch off a war.
So what's the problem?
The problem is that we're not significantly armed for a problem like that. The other problem is that.
Bridge pointed back to the car with his thumb.
We're going to look pretty dumb if we got all the hostages in tow, and when we go to leave, we get in that thing and it won't start. We're going to be up the creek without a paddle really quick.
What do you suggest?
We need to get another car. One that we know works. One that we know is not a problem. One that we don't have to worry about whether it's going to start up or not. Because if we get into it hot and heavy, we need something reliable.
Joseph moved his head around, as if he were contemplating what was just said.
I don't necessarily disagree, but where are we going to find another car?
Bridge rubbed his face, then looked up.
Maybe something will fall into our laps.
How about when we get to this compound, we take one of theirs? Nicole said.
Bridge snapped his fingers. Smart thinking. I'm sure they're not just going to leave the keys lying around, though. Can Samuel hotwire one of those things?
Joseph nodded.
He can do anything.
So maybe that's what we do then, Nicole said. Once we get there, Samuel procures us a new vehicle while the rest of us get the prisoners. Once we have them, Samuel's got the car ready to take us away.
Joseph nodded again.
It can be done.
Bridge looked at the both of them. So we all agree that's the plan?
The others nodded.
Once we get there and we survey the place, we can come up with a more detailed plan. We might have to split up 2 and 2. One of us might need to provide Samuel protection while he gets the car.
We can manage.
I hope so. 'Cause one thing's for sure. Once we get these hostages, it's going to be hell getting them back out. Unless we can pull them out while everyone's sleeping, it's probably going to be harder getting out than it was getting in.
It'll be fine. We'll make it happen.
Bridge smiled.
I like your confidence.
They all turned around, hearing the hood slam shut again. Samuel looked at them and nodded, letting them know he was done. He then got back in the car. Before the rest got back in, Bridge grabbed Joseph by the arm.
Hey, shoot me straight on this. Does he actually talk? 'Cause I haven't heard him say a word yet.
Joseph grinned.
Of course he talks.
Are you sure?
Positive. He's just a man of few words. Get him talking about the right subject, though, and he won't stop.
Joseph hopped back into the passenger seat. Bridge made a face.
He wasn't so sure about that. Man of no words, more like it.
After he and Nicole got settled inside the car, it was off again.
This would make a good movie someday.
How you figure? Nicole asked.
We got everything you'd want. Action, intrigue, pretty women, and how to pull off a rescue with cars that barely operate. Now that's interesting.
Yeah. Can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Me too. Hope the heroes don't die in the end. That would suck.
Or maybe one can make the ultimate sacrifice to let the others live.
Bridge looked at her out of the corner of his eye. I hope you're not referring to me, because I'd rather not.
How about we all just get them and everyone comes back safe and sound?
I like that better.
Good. Now can we stop talking about the bad things that can happen and focus on the good stuff?
Yeah, I suppose.
Bridge was silent for a few seconds, but brought the subject up again.
You know something bad is going to happen, though, right?
Didn't we just agree to focus on good things?
Did we?
Yes. Focus on the good things.
Which are? Because I honestly can't think of any.
Breathing is a good thing, isn't it?
I suppose.
Better than the alternative, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
So focus on keeping it that way. Bridge looked out his window for the remaining time that they drove, which wasn't as long as they'd anticipated. It was supposed to be a 2-hour drive, but the car slowly came to a stop after about an hour. Bridge looked at the time.
Why are we stopping?
He glanced over at Nicole, who just shot him a look. Do you really need to ask? Bridge leaned over and looked out the front window, observing some thick smoke rising into the air.
Huh. Guess not.
We'll take a look, Joseph said.
Guess it's time to stretch the legs again.
They all got out, with Joseph and Samuel taking their usual spot at the front of the car, checking underneath the hood. Bridge and Nicole stood guard, watching for any signs of trouble. They were getting closer to the danger zone, so they wouldn't have been surprised if they started seeing some activity.
Should be getting close, Bridge said.
Close is a relative term, Nicole replied. What happens if we have to go the rest of the way on foot?
What happened to thinking positively?
Guess you're rubbing off on me. A few more minutes passed. They were on a stretch of dirt road, surrounded by nothing but trees and jungle. Bridge was starting to think he was seeing things. Each way he looked, he saw things moving. Well, he saw what looked like trees and branches and bushes moving, as if someone had just passed through them. But he didn't get a definite visual on anything.
How much longer?
Bridge asked. I'm not sure, Joseph answered. We're working on it. Bridge mumbled to himself.
A little faster would be nice.
He then snapped his head to his right, thinking he heard something.
You picking up anything?
Nicole moved her head around, taking a look at the trees in front of them. No, why?
I feel like I'm seeing things.
You're probably just being paranoid.
Possibly, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's out there.
Maybe someone is, Nicole said. Doesn't mean it's an enemy, though. Could be animals.
Yeah, maybe. Or it could be someone about to blow our heads off.
If they were, they probably would have done it already.
Unless it's like one of those movies. You know, the ones where they've got people lined up to kill, but they toy with them a bit, making them think they can escape, only to drop the hammer on them at the end.
You and your movie references. This is nothing like that. You watch too much TV.
Maybe you don't watch enough.
My time is spent doing other things. Bridge raised an eyebrow.
Don't I know it?
They both knelt down, trying to make themselves less of a target, just in case there was someone out there that had lined them up through the scope of a rifle. Of course, if they had a scope, it probably wouldn't make much difference. They just kept their eyes peeled, as well as listened for any alarming sounds. But right now the only alarming sound they heard was the continuous work that was being done at the front of the car. None of that sounded good at all. There were a lot of moans and groans and sighs, all signs that pointed to the car being shot. About 20 minutes went by, and they were all in basically the same position. The feeling that Bridge had about being watched had slowly faded away. It was probably just animals out there, like Nicole said. Then the front of the hood slammed shut. Bridge and Nicole snapped their heads around, thinking it sounded a little more forceful than the other times. They were right. They looked just in time to see Joseph kicking at the front bumper. He appeared to be cursing at it, though neither Bridge nor Nicole spoke the language that he was speaking. But it sure sounded good. They got up and walked over to him.
Problems in paradise? Bridge asked.
The car is shot, Joseph said, spitting on the hood. Piece of shit. Bridge pulled his head back, then glanced at Nicole. This appeared to be a whole new side of Joseph.
So everything's not fine, I take it, huh?
No, it is not fine. Joseph spit on the car again. Piece of shit. Couldn't even give us 2 hours. Bridge looked over the top of the car and observed Samuel getting his backpack on. He knew what that meant.
I take it we're on foot from here?
Joseph sighed, then kicked the front tire. Yes, this car is shot. It is garbage. Piece of shit. Grab your gear. We'll have to walk it.
About how far away is it on foot?
Joseph looked up in the air and looked around as if he were gauging exactly where he was. Probably 2 or 3 hours. All Bridge could do was shake his head. No use complaining about it anymore. He went into the back seat and removed a bag and put it on his back. All 4 of them started walking, leaving the car behind. Just like before, Joseph and Samuel took the lead. Bridge and Nicole stayed about a minute behind them.
What do you have to say for yourself now?
What do you mean? Nicole asked.
Well, you said something about us being on foot, and now we are.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going to pin this on me just because I mentioned something about it.
Well, maybe if you had stayed positive about this, it wouldn't have happened.
All the positivity in the world wouldn't keep that car in drive.
I'm just saying, Bridge said. You lectured me about being positive, focusing on the good. Then you go ahead and say at least we're not walking. And now, we're walking.
Nicole rolled her eyes. Oh, my God. Can you lay it on any thicker? Bridge grinned.
Probably.
A little more snow in here and we can ski.
And why am I the one carrying the bag?
Because you're the man.
So?
That's your job.
Oh, are we going there, are we?
Nicole smiled. Only if I say it.
I think you're capable of carrying a bag. Besides, you're every bit as tough as I am.
Well, that's true.
So how about you take it for a while?
No, I'm good.
Whatever happened to caring is sharing?
I stopped that when I was about 5, Nicole answered. I'll tell you what. You carry it for 2 or 3 hours, and then I'll take it from there.
It didn't take Bridge long to figure out that game. It's only going to take us 2 or 3 hours to get there.
Exactly. I'm glad you agree and are willing to take it that far. Thanks, sweetie.
Bridge didn't reply.
Instead, he just shook his head. He knew his girlfriend far too well, and he knew this was a game he had no chance of winning. He was fine with it, though. There was something far too important waiting for them up ahead. That was what he needed to save his energy for. That was a game that they couldn't afford to lose. Chapter 9. Joseph and Samuel suddenly dropped to the ground. Joseph spun around to wave his arm in the air to get Bridge and Nicole to do the same. But they already had by that point. As soon as they saw the scout team, as Bridge privately referred to them, drop, they knew that meant they either saw or heard something out of the ordinary. Bridge looked at his watch. They'd been walking for over 2.5 hours. That meant they had to be close to the camp of this guerrilla outfit. Everyone stayed silent, not making a move. They did nothing but turn their heads. Bridge and Nicole knew something was alarming to their two friends, though they didn't know what yet. But they weren't going to be the first ones to make a move or a sound. They'd leave that up to Joseph and Samuel. They stayed prone in their positions for about 3 minutes. Joseph was the first one back to his feet. Well, it was actually his knees. He looked around, then gave Samuel a pat on the shoulder to let him know it was okay. Then Joseph and Samuel got to their feet. Taking the cue from their friends, Bridge and Nicole slowly got up as well. First to their knees, and then when they saw nobody was getting shot at yet, then stood up fully.
"What was it?"
Nicole whispered.
"Guard," Joseph replied. "We're at the edge of their camp. They have guards walking all over. We must be careful from this point on."
"How many are we looking for?" Bridge asked.
"Can't say for sure. Could be anywhere from 5 to 10.
"Are they all spread out?"
"For the most part. They may occasionally spend a few minutes together talking, but they are usually on the move."
"How far out from the main camp are they?" Nicole asked.
"It's probably another 20 minutes or so. They don't like to place them too close. That way, if there's trouble, they're far enough away that they have some time to prepare."
"We'll have to keep moving, then."
"We'll also have to make sure they don't come up on us from behind. They don't just move around in straight lines."
Samuel moved a little ahead of the others to make sure the guard had left the area.
"We should get going before this guy comes back."
"Samuel is checking," Joseph replied. "As soon as he gives the word, we'll move."
They waited close to a minute. Samuel looked back and gave them a thumbs up. The others immediately started to move forward, with Joseph and Samuel resuming their usual position at the front of the pack. Bridge and Nicole stayed closer to them this time, though, only a foot or so in back of them. There were plenty of trees around, so it gave them a good amount of cover, plus the grass was tall. They continued moving forward, slowly, quietly, not wanting to make any noises to give away their position. Bridge and Nicole kept looking behind them to make sure nobody was coming up on their rear. Once they had the camp in sight, they knelt down, looking it over. Bridge didn't like what he saw.
"Thought you said these guys move around a lot."
"They do," Joseph replied.
Bridge quickly counted the structures that made him nervous. "I see 9 buildings down there. Looks like they're made of the usual material. What do? Bring in a destruction crew to knock them down, then rebuild them when they find the next stop?" Joseph shook his head. He couldn't explain it. It wasn't like that when he was with the bunch.
"This area is an abandoned town. I can't say."
"Maybe they got tired of moving from place to place and decided this was a good spot to put down roots," Nicole said. Bridge nodded, agreeing with that assessment. "I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. Maybe they don't move around much anymore." "That makes it easier and harder." Bridge nodded again.
"I agree. We know where they're at, and don't have to worry about them escaping and picking up their trail again if things don't go well."
"There is one downside I can see." Bridge saw it too. 9 buildings.
"That's it."
And no idea which one the hostages are in. "How nice is this group?" Nicole asked. "Will they bring the hostages out for air, playtime, whatever?"
Joseph shook his head. "Not necessarily. They could keep them locked up for days in the same room."
"What about bathroom breaks?
Bridge asked. "Depends on the day. Sometimes they allow it, sometimes they tell them to pick a corner of the room."
Nicole made a face.
"Ew. The smell in these places is not always the best."
"How many times have they done this, taking hostages?"
Joseph shrugged. "I can't say for sure. Too many to count."
"And how many times do they actually let them go?"
"It depends on if their demands are met."
"If they are?"
"Then they usually make the trade as agreed upon."
"And if they don't?" Bridge asked.
"Then they kill them."
"How long do they wait?" Nicole asked. "They've had these 3 a couple of months, right? Their demands haven't been met yet. When do they decide it's not happening?"
"There is no fast rule," Joseph answered. "They'll wait as long as they feel is necessary. Once they feel the hostages no longer have any usefulness, they'll get rid of them."
"If they're not dead yet, then they must feel there's still a chance of some payment."
"We don't even know that," Bridge said. "For all we know, they were terminated weeks ago."
"Don't think like that."
"Unfortunately, we have to. The good news is sometimes these negotiations can drag on for a while."
"I just thought of something else," Nicole said.
"What's that?"
"They may not be the only hostages here."
Bridge tilted his head, acknowledging that the idea may be true.
"What do you want to do?" Nicole asked.
Bridge looked up at the sky. "Night's starting to fall. It's better if we wait until it gets even darker. The darker, the better."
"What about moving in?"
"I'd really rather not play the let's take a guess at which building these prisoners are in game. That could waste a lot of time, and it'd almost certainly take away our element of surprise."
"We can't stay here for days, though," Joseph said. "Eventually one of the guards will find us."
Bridge knew that was true. He wasn't really concerned about a guard finding them from a safety standpoint. It was more the fact that at some point that guard would be expected to check in somewhere, and when he didn't, that's when the camp would go on alert. It probably wouldn't take long either. It'd only give them an hour or 2 at most, and that might not have been enough time. "Let's give it a few hours," Bridge said. He took out his binoculars and started looking for a view of their prisoners. He didn't get one yet, though. If we don't get a line on them in the next few hours, we'll have to move in. Before we do that, though, we'll wait until the middle of the night. Catch them sleeping.
"Even if we wait until then, I don't know if we can check 9 buildings before someone knows we're here," Nicole said.
"Then let's hope we get lucky and try number 1 or 2.
Nicole sighed, not liking those odds. "And what if we come across other hostages first?"
"Then we free them first."
"I can just see it now. We'll have a trail of people following us."
"What happened to Ms. Positivity?"
"She went to bed."
Bridge laughed for a second, then got serious again. "What about alarms? Do we have to worry about any of these buildings being booby-trapped?"
Joseph shook his head.
"No, there should be no trouble with that. There is a lot of drinking in the group. They would worry about one of them blowing themselves up by walking into a building they forget they'd armed."
"Oh, well, that's good for us, I guess."
"Maybe," Nicole said. "Not sure I like a bunch of drunk guys with weapons. Sometimes that makes people crazy."
"Hopefully they'll all be sleeping by the time we go in."
"There will be some still awake for sure," Joseph said. "Not many, but some."
Bridge looked at Nicole. "We'll have to go in as quietly as possible. No noises, unless absolutely necessary."
"Why are you looking at me when you say that?" Nicole asked.
"Because we all know how you like to operate."
"And how's that?"
"You have a tendency to want to drop in with a bang. Literally, a big bang. Grenades, explosives, rocket launchers, RPGs, and so on and so on."
"Only when the situation warrants it."
Bridge raised an eyebrow.
Nicole rolled her eyes. "Okay, sometimes when the situation warrants it."
Bridge didn't say a word, but kept an eyebrow raised.
Nicole huffed. "Okay, so sometimes I have a problem. I like to make a grand entrance."
"This entrance needs to be as dull as humanly possible. You know, like our lives depend on it."
"I can be quiet if I have to."
Bridge nodded, then glanced at each of the others. "No noises or shots from anyone, unless it's a life-or-death situation. Agreed?"
Each of the others nodded. They all understood the situation.
"I'll keep an eye out back here,"
Joseph said, pointing to where they'd just come from.
"Make sure no guards get too close."
"Okay," Bridge replied. "We'll keep an eye out for those prisoners. If we get a line on them, we'll make a plan."
"Any idea on what building they might be in?" Nicole asked.
Joseph shrugged. "Honestly, they could be in any of them. There's no rhyme or reason to where they might be. It just might depend on the security of the rooms inside. Maybe one has more or less room than the others, or naturally lends itself to a jail."
Joseph then turned and left the group, going a few yards away to scout for the guards walking around. The rest of the group got down on their stomachs, with Bridge and Nicole taking turns looking through the binoculars. They saw activity in the camp, but no sign of the prisoners. "I see a few jeeps with machine guns loaded on top of them," Nicole said.
"Yeah, I saw them. Might be nice to escape on one of them. Might need the firepower."
"There's got to be about 50 people down there."
"And that's just the ones that you see," Bridge said. "You know there's more inside those buildings. Plus whoever's guarding the prisoners."
"Might make it close to 75, maybe even 100.
Bridge simply nodded, not putting too much stock in the numbers. "Sounds about right."
"How are we going to pull this off?"
"Quietly. It's probably the only chance we've got."
"We might need to rethink our original plan," Nicole said.
"Which was?"
"You know, 2 of us rescuing the prisoners while Samuel got us a new car and Joseph protecting him."
"Oh, yeah, that one."
"I don't think it's going to work now that we're here."
"Why not?"
"There's too many buildings, Luke."
"That there are."
"There are too many buildings for us to check as a team. We'd sure to get found out before we got through half of them."
"Possibly."
"I think we should split up."
"Now that's what we're not going to do," Bridge said. "Splitting up can only create more problems. If one of us gets in trouble, then the others have to drop what they're doing to come to the rescue."
"But we can get through the buildings faster. If we each take 3, Samuel will have to protect himself."
Bridge shook his head. He wasn't having any of that. "No, we're not doing that. We are not splitting up. That's the fastest way for us to get killed."
"I don't think we're going to have enough time to check every building."
"We're not splitting up. If we run into trouble, we'll be better equipped to handle it if we're together."
Nicole sighed.
She didn't think he was necessarily wrong. She just worried about the time element.
Bridge looked over at her and nudged her in the arm with his elbow.
"We'll get through this, but we'll get through it together, right?"
She smiled at him. "Together. Just wish it was a little easier."
"We don't get the easy ones, remember?"
"It would be nice once in a blue moon, wouldn't it?"
Bridge laughed. "It would. But it ain't happening on this trip. We need to be careful on this. And good. As good as we've ever been."
"I just had a scary thought."
"I don't know if I can handle any more scary thoughts."
"What if we get discovered before we even reach one of those buildings?"
"You're right, that is a scary thought. Let's pray that doesn't happen. If it does, we'll be walking into the lion's den."
Chapter 10. Several hours had passed. Luckily, no other guards had come near the group in that time. The unlucky part was that they hadn't gotten one glimpse of the prisoners. They tried focusing on the windows of the buildings, hoping they'd see someone walk by, something that they could prove that someone was in there. But they never saw it, in any of the buildings. 9 buildings, and they had no idea if anyone was in any of them, friendly or not. The good part, if there was one, was that the buildings weren't too large. Each of the 9 was 2 stories, but they weren't mansions. If Bridge had to guess, he'd estimate each of the buildings to be around 3,000 square feet. Not small, but not big enough to get lost in either. The one thing Bridge did know was that they had to be fast. There'd be no time for indecision. They had to hit each building fast, clear it, then move on to the next. The time was approaching 1 in the morning. Joseph now came back to the group.
"How's it looking out there?" Bridge asked.
"We should be good for a while. The guard comes by every 2 hours or so. It just passed, so we should have some time before he comes back."
"That's good."
"Any sign of the prisoners yet?"
Bridge took another look through his binoculars. Not that he expected any different result than the one he'd already gotten.
"No, nothing."
"Looks like it's pretty quiet down there, though," Nicole said.
"Many have gone to sleep,"
Joseph said. "Might be the time to go." Bridge nodded. He still didn't like having no idea where the prisoners were. It was like flying blind. But it was the only option they had. Staying there another day, trying to remain hidden from guards, was not a winning proposition. No, the time to move was now. Bridge took a deep breath.
"Yeah, we need to do this now, while we have any kind of advantage. The night should disguise our movements until we reach that first building."
"Let me take one final look around to make sure no guards are near," Joseph said.
Bridge nodded, and turned his attention back to the compound as Joseph left the area again. Bridge looked through his binoculars, not seeing much movement at the moment. He then passed the binoculars to Nicole so she could take a look as well. With both of them having their minds and eyes occupied on the camp, and Joseph out of the area, this was Samuel's chance. He took a quick look around to make sure that Joseph wasn't around to see him. He stood up and pointed his rifle at the back of Bridge's head. This would score him big points with the leader of the rebel group, taking out a small team that was brought there to infiltrate and steal from them. 3 shots rang out. Bridge and Nicole instantly rolled over and pointed their weapons at Samuel, seeing him standing over them. Then they saw small trickles of blood coming out of his chest as the rifle dropped from his hand. He then dropped to his knees as Joseph took a few more steps toward him. Joseph pointed his rifle at the back of Samuel's head and pulled the trigger one more time. Samuel fell to the ground, face first.
"Piece of shit,"
Joseph said. Bridge looked at Samuel for a few seconds, knowing his life could have been over. Probably should have been over. He then looked up at Joseph. "I owe you one." Joseph went over to him and stretched out his arm, helping Bridge back to his feet.
"Help us get out of here in one piece, and I'll call it even."
"That's a deal." Bridge then helped Nicole to her feet. All 3 stood there, looking down at Samuel for a few moments.
"Wonder why he did that?"
Nicole asked. "Who knows?" Bridge replied.
"He's either been working for them this whole time, or he wants to enlist and thought this would get him in the door,"
Joseph said. "Either way, it doesn't matter now. We need to move fast. Somebody's heard those shots, so our element of surprise is gone. We need to get down to that building."
"Maybe we should retreat and try another day," Nicole said. "They can't get too far away from us."
"Except now they'll be on the lookout for us anyway. And who knows if those prisoners will even be alive after this. They might just say it's not worth the effort and move on."
"What do you say, Joseph?"
Joseph gulped, thinking it over.
"Luke is right. This is our chance. We should take it."
"We have to decide now," Bridge said. "We can't waste any more time." Joseph started running toward the camp. "Well, guess it's settled then."
"I don't like this,"
Nicole said. Bridge started running after Joseph. Nicole sighed and looked up, then started moving her legs as well. As they ran toward the camp, they started hearing noises, people yelling, sounding frantic, as if they didn't know what was going on. Probably because they didn't. All they heard were the shots. Joseph was running toward the first building nearest to them. Since there was some initial confusion, it helped their cause to get to that structure unimpeded. Nobody in the camp was sure what was happening, so they didn't really have to fight their way in. They knew there'd be plenty of that soon enough, though. Joseph got to the side of the building, quickly followed by Bridge and Nicole.
"What's the plan now?"
Nicole asked. "We clear each building together," Bridge said.
"What about a ride? We lost that part of the plan."
"We'll deal with it when we get to it, one step at a time."
"Hit the back door?"
"Yeah," Bridge replied. "I'll take the door. You 2 take the corners to make sure I'm good. And when I go in, Nick stays on the door to make sure no one follows us in. Joseph comes in with me to clear the building, and we just keep moving on. Sound good?"
"I got it," Nicole said. "Doesn't sound good, though."
"Regardless, we're here. Make the best of it. Let's go." Bridge led the 3 of them to the back of the building. Nicole slipped under the view of any windows in the back door as she reached the other corner. With Joseph staying put at the corner he was on, Bridge then ducked under a couple windows before reaching the back door. The good news was that he didn't have to put much effort into getting in. None of the doors in the building were locked, since the group didn't anticipate being raided. Bridge put his hand on the knob of the door, and turned and pushed it open. He quickly stepped back to the side, just in case gunfire met him. It was lucky he did. Rounds of gunfire, coming from several automatic rifles, tried blasting him as he stood in the doorway. Bridge quickly dropped to his stomach and returned fire, not stopping until he was sure the gunmen were out of commission. He turned his head back to Joseph and motioned for him to follow him inside. Bridge got back to his feet, and with Joseph behind him, the 2 went inside to clear the building, or find the prisoners. Bridge would have preferred sticking together, a 2-man team clearing each floor, having each other's backs. But they didn't have that luxury at the moment. In the interest of saving time, and hopefully preventing themselves from getting surrounded or overwhelmed, they had to split up. He motioned for Joseph to take the upstairs, while he cleared the first floor. As they started sweeping the house, Nicole stayed by the back door. She was now halfway inside, wanting to have a clear view of any combatants that came around. Her head was on a swivel, constantly looking back and forth. She didn't want any surprises. Considering she didn't hear any more gunfire from the inside, she assumed it was clear. It wasn't where she was, though. She saw a couple of men emerge from around the left corner. She didn't hesitate in pulling the trigger and putting them both down. There was no time to admire her work, as she immediately swung her gun around to the right, 2 more men coming from that side. Putting those men down as well, she continued looking all around for her next target. She then found one straight ahead. The man was coming from the trees, probably one of the guards that they had slipped past. A couple of shots ripped into the wood frame of the building, just next to Nicole's head. She ducked, but quickly regained her composure and found her target. With him dispatched, she had a little breathing room, but just for the moment. Less than a minute later, Bridge and Joseph met up by the bottom of the steps. "Anything up there?" Bridge asked.
"Just sleeping quarters.
Clear down here, too. On to the next one." They started moving towards Nicole's position again. "Nick, we're behind you." Nicole didn't turn around to acknowledge, keeping her focus on what was happening outside. It was just a signal to let her know they were in back of her. The last thing they needed was for her to get jumpy and start shooting because she heard someone coming up behind her. Not that it was likely to happen with her and Bridge, since they worked so often together and knew their tendencies, but it was still a good practice. They'd seen it happen too many times before. Friendly fire happened more times than it should because of bad communication. It wouldn't happen here. "Nothing in here," Bridge said, standing over his girlfriend's shoulder and looking outside.
"Anything we can use?"
"What do you mean?"
"We're not exactly swimming in ammo," Nicole answered. "Probably should be picking up whatever we come across."
Bridge nodded. "Good point." He glanced at Joseph and pointed with his thumb at the dead men. "Pick up their rifles and any ammo they got on them." Joseph ran back and grabbed the rifles off the floor, putting them over his shoulder.
"Only ammo's what's inside."
"It'll work for now."
"On to the next one?"
Nicole asked. "On to the next one," Bridge replied. "Let's just hope we find these people soon, because I'm not sure how long we're going to be able to hold them off here."
"They're still figuring out what's going on. They're all over the place, disjointed. Once they figure out a plan, that's when we'll be in trouble."
"Yeah, so let's hit the rest of these as fast as we can and get the hell out of here."
"Hey, only 8 more to go, right?"
Bridge scrunched half of his face up, as if he weren't happy to hear that. "Yeah, only 8 more." Chapter 11. The group was about to leave the second building. There wasn't anything in there either. It was basically a carbon copy of the first one. A few men were there that they had to eliminate, but no sign of prisoners, and no heavy fighting either. They lifted their weapons and found a couple of extra magazines, which would definitely come in handy for later. "How's it looking out there?" Bridge asked.
"Nothing too bad so far," Nicole replied.
"They're gearing up, probably." Joseph had an idea what they were doing, though.
"They're waiting."
"Waiting for what?" Bridge asked.
"They're going to try to cut us off. They don't need to try to take us out here. They're going to try to cut off our escape route."
"How can they cut off our escape route when even we don't know where we're going?" Nicole asked.
"They'll see we came in on foot, and know we'll either leave the same way or take one of their vehicles. Either way, that's what they're gearing up for."
"So you're saying they'll let us take these buildings?"
"Minimal resistance, probably. Hope a few of them get lucky or something. Hope they can get us without much effort. If not, they'll wait, or they'll storm us all at once."
"Either way, we've got our work cut out for us," Bridge said. "One step at a time, though. Let's not lose focus. One building at a time. Let's find the prisoners. Once we accomplish that, then we worry about the next step."
"Lead the way, Napoleon,"
Nicole said. With the coast clear, Bridge jetted out from the building. There was a gap of about 15 or 20 feet between buildings, so Bridge sprinted quickly to get to the next one. There were men at the front of those buildings waiting for him. They tried to pick him off before he got to the building, though they were unsuccessful. He got down on one knee and sprayed return fire to give Nicole and Joseph an easier path to him. Once they were all there safely, they continued on, with Bridge and Joseph going inside, while Nicole remained at the door, guarding their backside. This building would turn out to be a little different from the others. They weren't met with gunfire as soon as they went in. There were men inside, but they decided to take a different path, trying to draw them in and take them by surprise. As Joseph reached the bottom steps, a man jumped out by the top step and started raining fire down on him. Joseph dove to the side to get out of the way. "You good?" Bridge asked. Joseph put his thumb up. He was good. Just as he did, another man ran around the corner not far from where Bridge was. Bridge caught him out of the corner of his eye and swung his gun around, hitting him just as the man started firing his weapon. The shots fired wildly up into the air, lodging into the ceiling. The man at the top of the steps started descending them, but Joseph fired, hitting the man in his legs, his feet giving way. The man fell to the bottom of the steps, where Joseph promptly put a few more bullets in him. Joseph then started climbing the stairs when another man jumped out in an effort to surprise him. It didn't work. Both men got shots off, but Joseph's bullets hit the man in his chest, while the bullets intended for Joseph flew high over his head. As Joseph cleared the rest of the second floor, Bridge turned a corner on the first. As soon as he did, bullets ripped into the wall next to his head. Dust and debris flew into his eye, causing him to close his eyes and retreat as he waved at his face to try to see again. Bridge batted at his eyes rapidly, trying to see clearly, though he was having a hard time doing so. He was still alert, though. He had retreated behind the corner of the wall and heard what sounded like the running footsteps of 2 men coming in his direction. With his back against the wall, once he believed the men were almost on top of him, Bridge jumped out from his position, planting a huge left hand across the face of one of his attackers. The man instantly went down. The second one tried to do the same to Bridge, but he blocked the blow with his right forearm, then hit the man in the gut with his left hand. As the man hunched over, Bridge noticed a pistol in the man's hand. With the man's breath taken away, Bridge snatched the gun out of his hand. The first man that had taken a shot to the face was getting to his feet. Bridge quickly put 2 rounds in him, then swung the gun back around to its former owner, also putting 2 rounds into him. Bridge picked his head up, looking for another threat. There wasn't one coming, at least not in this building. He looked in the remaining rooms just to be sure, but it was clear. Wondering what the situation was looking like out front, he went to one of the windows and checked. It didn't look good. There were several jeeps starting to form into a line, with scores of men behind them. Seconds later, Joseph joined him in looking out the window.
"That doesn't look good," Bridge said.
"We need to move quickly."
Bridge agreed. He wasn't sure what the enemy was planning, but they appeared to be getting ready for a major assault. Probably with just bullets first. Maybe grenades and explosives, too. If that didn't work, maybe the men would storm the buildings after them. Whatever the case, they needed to find those hostages, and fast. After getting whatever guns and ammo they could find, they ran back to the rear of the building, where Nicole was already busy fending off the opposition. She had taken out a couple more men to her left, when she suddenly looked over to her right and saw an RPG heading straight for her. She quickly ducked and jumped back, with the RPG going straight past where her head had been. It hit the side of the building, causing an explosion and part of the building to collapse. Bridge and Joseph were knocked off their feet for a moment, but quickly got back to them. Bridge hurried over to his girlfriend to check on her condition. She was already up to her knees by the time he got there.
"You okay?"
Nicole brushed herself off as she got to her feet.
"Yeah."
"We gotta go."
"No kidding."
Bridge went to the door and immediately checked to his right, finding the man with the RPG. He fired off several rounds, killing the man before he was able to get another shot off at them. Bridge then jumped out from the building, waiting for anybody else to come into sight.
Go, go, go! I got you covered."
Nicole and Joseph left the building, moving on to the next one. Nicole passed the open gap between the buildings, opening up and firing as she did. Her barrage caused a bit of a break in the action, allowing Joseph to get there without as much trouble. Once they were there, Bridge got up and ran to them, with both Nicole and Joseph laying down fire to cover him. There was no break in the action for them, though. Before they had a chance to do anything, the back door to the 4th building suddenly opened up. They heard the footsteps of several men coming out. They weren't exactly trying to sneak up on anyone. Bridge, Nicole, and Joseph all spun around at the same time, meeting their attackers head-on. All 3 opened up simultaneously, taking out the 3 men who ran out the door, hoping to get the drop on them. The action was starting to pick up on the outside now, too. They were seeing men come around each corner, and though they were holding them off at first, they weren't sure how long they would be able to keep doing that. Bridge thought they would have to change strategies in order to keep the enemy at bay.
"Can you go a little faster in there?" Nicole asked. "I'm not sure how much longer I can hold them off by myself."
"I'll go through this building myself. You guys stay here and cover the corners."
"Are you sure?"
Joseph asked. Bridge nodded.
"I can handle what's in front of me. It'll be better this way. That way each of you only has to worry about one side. We can hold them off longer."
"What if there's more in there?"
Bridge shrugged.
"I'll do what I always do. Improvise."
He tapped Joseph on the shoulder, then snuck in through the now opened back door. Nicole and Joseph each took one corner of the building, hopefully giving them a little more breathing room in the back. After getting inside, Bridge was almost immediately met with more gunfire. He scattered to the side as bullets ripped into the floor and the wall behind him. Bridge quickly identified the bullets as coming from upstairs. Out of view from up there for the moment, he leaned over, not seeing anyone at the top of the stairs. Whoever was up there must have retreated for the moment. Bridge just waited. He knew he'd have a target lined up soon. A few seconds later, his target was in sight. Bridge fired off 5 rounds, and the man fell down the steps to his death only a few feet away from Bridge. Without Joseph in there with him, Bridge would have to clear both floors by himself, and considering he heard a lot of gunfire in the background, he knew Joseph was already busy. Bridge quietly walked through the rest of the first floor. Once he got to the corner of the room, instead of turning it like he usually did, he dove onto the floor and rolled over. Gunfire quickly filled the air as Bridge caught sight of a man directly in front of him. The man fired at Bridge as well. Bridge's bullets caught the man several times in the stomach, forcing him to fall over face first. Bridge quickly got back to his feet and rushed forward, waiting for others to get into view. Another man came out of what used to be a bedroom, but Bridge dropped him before the man got off a shot. Bridge heard some voices coming from the room the last man had just come out of. The door was slightly ajar, so Bridge kicked it open the rest of the way. He saw a man and 2 women sitting on the floor. Bridge recognized them from the pictures that Scrub had given him. These were the people they were after. The hostages appeared dirty, both their skin and clothes, and their faces still had a look of fear on them, not sure what was in their future. They looked up at the man with the gun, fearful of what he had planned.
"You guys want to get out of here?"
Bridge said. The 3 hostages were slowly moving, looking at each other first. It seemed like they were afraid to move. Bridge knew they were likely scared after being held captive for the last couple of months, but he didn't have time to wait. In a perfect world, he could give them more time to adjust, but this was far from a perfect world.
"If you guys want to move, now's the time."
Bridge looked up, as if he were listening to the gunfire outside.
"If you do, I'm the ticket. But we gotta go. Now."
The 3 hostages slowly started moving, eventually getting back to their feet. "Who are you?" Allison asked. She was the youngest of the 3, in her early 20s. She was also the one that Scrub really wanted to save.
"My name's Luke. I've got 2 friends outside. We were sent to get you out of here."
"We're ready."
"Follow me, and stay close. If we get met with gunfire on the way out of here, drop to the ground right away. Got it?"
Allison nodded. "We got it." Suddenly a loud explosion devastated the front of the house, knocking Bridge, as well as the 3 hostages, off their feet. There was now a large hole in the front of the building where the door and a window used to be. Debris started falling from the ceiling. All 4 of them were shaken, though no one was injured. But they were a little slow in getting back up. Nicole, with the go-ahead from Joseph, worried about what had just happened and rushed inside. She got there in time to see 3 men running through the new hole in the building. The men were focused on Bridge and the hostages, not noticing her at first. They actually never noticed her at all, which gave her the advantage that she would not miss. She easily dispatched the 3 of them, then went over to where some of the debris was, as it had landed on Bridge and the others. While still keeping an eye on the hole in the wall to make sure she didn't have to deal with anyone else coming through, Nicole brushed a few things off of Bridge, helping him back to his feet. "You all right?" Bridge rubbed the top and back of his head. He was squinting like the sun was shining right into his face.
"Yeah. Is this over yet?"
Nicole chuckled. "Not quite." Bridge rolled his head and neck around. He brought his gun up and fired, taking out a man who was getting close to the building to check out what was going on inside. Bridge looked down at the hostages, who were also now getting up.
"Oh, found the hostages."
Nicole smiled. "I can see that. Now maybe we can get out of here, huh?" Bridge nodded.
"I think that's a good idea."
They all started moving toward the back of the building, where Joseph was holding down the fort. "Joseph, coming out," Nicole said.
"Got it."
Nicole came out, immediately resuming her former position at the corner of the building. Joseph breathed a bit easier, now only having to worry about the one side. Bridge then came out, followed by the 3 hostages.
"We got what we came for,"
Bridge said. Joseph looked back and grinned.
"Great. I told you it'd be fine."
Bridge couldn't help but laugh.
"Yes, you did."
"Finding them was part 1, Nicole said. Now's the harder part, finding a way out of here."
"We've got to get one of those jeeps somehow."
"Wait,"
Allison said.
"We can't leave yet."
"Why not?"
Bridge asked.
"There's still more of us."
"What?"
"There are more hostages here."
"Excuse me?"
"In the next building,"
Allison said.
"They have 5 more hostages in there."
"Oh, you gotta be kidding."
Nicole laughed. "What part of the movie is this?"
I think it's called the twist, Bridge replied. You know, thinking you go in one direction when they can pull you in another?
I don't like this part.
Me neither.
We're going to save them, right? Allison asked.
Bridge sighed. He didn't like it. They already had enough on their plate. They were already behind the 8-ball. But he wasn't leaving anyone behind. Yeah, we're going to save them. Whether anyone's around to save us afterward, well, that's another story.
Chapter 12. Nicole and Joseph were busy firing, keeping the enemy off their heels. The activity seemed to be picking up over the past minute or two. Bridge was now trying to get as much information as possible about the new wrinkle in their plans.
Are you sure there are more hostages here?
Positive, Allison replied. We just saw them yesterday.
That doesn't mean they're still alive.
They have to be. We would have known if they were taken out, or something worse had happened. We would have heard.
She's right, the male hostage said.
Who are you? Bridge asked.
I'm Omar.
Bridge sighed. He liked this less and less the more he knew. How many people are we talking about here?
5,
Allison answered. Bridge sighed again. 5.
The more the merrier, right? Nicole said, taking a break between firing.
I don't know about that.
She's right, Joseph said. We can use the numbers.
Bridge looked at the 3 hostages. He wasn't sure any of them would actually be beneficial in helping them escape. Any of you ever handled a gun before?
The 2 women shook their heads, but Omar nodded.
I have.
Bridge handed him a rifle. Gunfire was in the air all around them. Here, I know you're an aid worker and you like to help and not hurt, but right now we need you to aid us and hurt them.
I know what's at stake here, Omar replied. I'll do what's necessary to get us all out of here.
Bridge nodded. All right, we don't have much time, so I'll give you a little primer here about how to handle it. Before Bridge was able to give any kind of lesson, Joseph had his hands full with several members of the opposition charging him all at once. Omar immediately brought the gun up and started firing, taking out 2 of the men. Joseph looked back at him and nodded. Bridge stared at Omar for a moment. Okay, then. Looks like we're good here. He then looked at Allison. Are these 5 the rest of who's here? Is there anybody else?
Allison shook her head. No, that should be it.
They just arrived a few days ago, Omar said.
And how sure are you that they're in the next building?
Positive, Allison answered. They had all of us outside yesterday for a few minutes, and the other group went inside before we did. We saw them go in. They went next door.
Okay, Bridge said. Next question. Do you know what kind of opposition we're looking at in there?
Probably no more than 3 or 4.
Allison looked at Omar for confirmation. He agreed.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, I saw 4.
Okay, Bridge said. Downstairs? Upstairs? Allison and Omar both looked at each other, hoping the other had the answer. Neither of them did, though.
We never saw where they went, Omar said.
Not a big deal, Bridge said. We'll find them regardless. He then passed a rifle to each of the other women. Allison took it, though she had no idea what to do with it. The other woman grabbed it as well, but she looked at it as if he were handing her some dirty, smelly object. She held it gingerly with her fingers.
What am I supposed to do with this?
What is your name? Bridge asked.
Camille.
Well, Camille, that is a gun, and you're going to fire it.
But I've never fired a gun before.
It's really easy. Bridge took the gun from her and showed her how to operate it. See, nothing to it.
But I don't think I can.
Okay, we don't really have time to go into this in depth, so I'll make this short and easy. We are heavily outnumbered here, and if we don't keep them at bay, they will most definitely kill us.
But they didn't before.
Bridge laughed. Yeah, well, this whole thing we're doing now, they won't take too kindly to it. So if we get captured, it's pretty much a done deal they're going to take us out.
I don't know if I can kill anyone.
It's actually kind of easy. Just pretend they don't have a face if you want.
I don't know.
You don't even have to hit anything, Bridge said. Just pick a direction, preferably where the enemy is, and fire. Just shooting at them is usually enough to hold them back a little.
Am I going to be by myself?
Oh, no. See that woman right there? He pointed to Nicole. Just stay with her. She'll teach you everything you need to know.
Gee, thanks,
Nicole replied, taking a second between firing. Just stick to her like glue.
Okay, Camille said. I can do that.
Bridge smiled. Good.
What about the rest of us?
Omar asked.
You think you can hold down a corner by yourself?"
Omar nodded.
"I can do it."
"I'll take Joseph in with me to get the other hostages."
Bridge then pointed to Allison.
"Can you stick with him?"
Allison nodded.
"I can do it. I can do what has to be done."
Bridge went to the corner of the building with Joseph. He peeked around, drawing a bunch of gunfire.
"Now we got more people," Bridge said. "I'm not sure if that's good or bad."
"Can't be bad,"
Joseph replied.
"Not so sure about that. Me and you will hold down this corner while the others get to the next building."
"Sounds good to me."
"Nick, you bring the others over to the next building. Joseph and I will keep you covered."
"Right," Nicole replied. "Behind me," she told the others. Bridge and Joseph jumped out from the corner and started firing. Nicole ran across the gap between the buildings, the other three right behind her. 3 of them made it without incident. Just as Camille got halfway between the buildings, she let out a scream and went down, grasping at her leg. Allison was about to run out to try to get her, but Nicole held her back.
"We can't just leave her there,"
Allison said. "We're not," Nicole replied. "Just hold on."
"On 3,
Bridge said. Nicole nodded. "When he counts to 3, I need you 2 to go get her and drag her back here."
"Okay,"
Allison said. Bridge counted down to 3. As soon as he got to 1, he, Nicole, and Joseph all jumped out from their positions and laid down some cover fire. While they were keeping the enemy busy, Allison and Omar ran over to get Camille. They each picked up one end of her and carried her over to the next building. The back door opened, with a man stepping out. Nicole quickly swung her rifle around and picked him off before he was able to open up and kill any of them. With the others safe and sound for the moment behind the comfort of the building, Bridge and Joseph ran over to it. Nicole and Joseph remained alert as the others tended to Camille's injury.
"How's it looking?" Bridge asked.
"She took one to the leg,"
Allison answered. She ripped off a piece of Camille's pants to wrap around her leg to stop the bleeding.
"Looks like it went through."
She looked up at Bridge.
"I'm not sure how well she's going to be able to move, though."
Bridge looked up and sighed, slapping his leg.
"Great. Just what we need."
They pulled her over to the building, propping her up against the wall. Bridge put the gun across Camille's lap. "Just in case. Allison, you and Omar take that corner."
"What about her?"
Allison asked, pointing at her friend and colleague.
"There's nothing more we can do for her right now. The best thing we can do is get these other hostages out, so we can get out of here as fast as possible. You've stopped the bleeding for now. We need to get out of here. All of us."
Allison nodded, then joined Omar at the other end of the building. Nicole was holding down the other corner. Bridge didn't need to worry about her or give her instructions. Bridge tapped Joseph on the arm.
"Follow me."
They went over to the back door, which was barely open from the last man who came out of it. Bridge and Joseph rushed inside, greeted with gunfire. They both ducked as the bullets flew over their heads. Then they found the shooter, who was over by the hallway that led to the other rooms. Bridge and Joseph both returned fire, with one of them hitting the man, though neither was sure which one had done the damage. Bridge motioned to Joseph to check the stairs, just like they did in the first building. Joseph was met with gunfire as he reached the bottom steps. He returned fire, though neither he nor the man had any luck in hitting the other. They did succeed in keeping themselves busy for a few minutes, though. Bridge went down the hallway, stepping over the dead man as he checked out the couple of rooms that were there. None of the doors to the rooms were closed, which could have been either good or bad. Luckily, in this case, it was good. All of the rooms were empty. That meant either the hostages were upstairs or they weren't in the building. Bridge quickly went back around to where Joseph was. He was still pinned down by the bottom of the steps.
"I can't get past this guy," Joseph said.
"We'll get him together."
As soon as Joseph stopped firing, the man appeared again at the top of the steps. He wasn't counting on Bridge being there waiting for him. Before he was able to pepper the bottom of the steps, Bridge fired several rounds of his own. The man at the top of the stairs squeezed the trigger as he fell over onto his back, the bullets lodging into the ceiling. Bridge and Joseph rushed up the stairs. Once they reached the top step, they were greeted by another man. Bridge immediately felt the hands of another man around his neck, trying to choke the life out of him. Before Joseph was able to help, a different man was on top of him, wrestling him to the ground. Bridge's opponent got control of the situation and took his back, putting his arms under Bridge's chin in an effort to kill him. Bridge used his weight to drop to the floor to try to break the man's hold of his neck. It didn't work, though, as the man maintained control. As the seconds passed, Bridge could feel himself losing control, and it was becoming more difficult to breathe. He instinctively reached for his knife, which was on the left side of his belt. He removed it, got a good grip of it as he spun it around, and drove it straight down, with all his might, into the man's right foot. The man relinquished his hold on Bridge's neck as he screamed out in pain. Bridge spun around, pulling the knife out of the man's foot and shoving it into his midsection. With the man dead, Bridge got back to his feet, ready to see if there was anyone else that was a threat. He didn't see anyone other than Joseph still wrestling around with his man. Bridge was a little concerned, though, as Joseph was on the bottom of the confrontation. Bridge went over to the pair and shoved the knife into the side of Joseph's opponent. The man went limp and fell to Joseph's side. Joseph got up and kicked the man in the ribs.
"Piece of shit!"
The man wasn't yet dead, but Joseph was going to make sure he wasn't a threat as they moved forward, or for whenever they exited. He picked up his rifle, which had fallen onto the floor at the start of the skirmish, and pointed it at the injured man, putting a final round into his body.
"Piece of shit!"
Bridge stared at him for a second. "You good?" Joseph nodded.
"Let's keep moving."
They kept moving, staring straight ahead at a closed door. There were a couple of other rooms on that floor, but they were open, allowing Bridge and Joseph to take a quick peek inside them. They were all clear, but the closed door concerned them, because it seemed out of place with everything else they had encountered up to that point. Bridge hated coming across closed doors. A person never knew what kind of danger was lurking behind them. Sometimes the fear turned out to be unfounded, and there was no danger at all. But sometimes there was nothing but a load of trouble waiting behind those closed doors, and he was getting that feeling here. Bridge and Joseph stood in the opened doorways across from each other, only a few feet away from the closed door. They were considering their options. Neither was too gung-ho about rushing in there without knowing what was on the other side of it. Bridge had an idea, though he wasn't sure how well it would work. It wouldn't hurt to try, though. "Hey, in there!" He barely got out the words before bullets ripped through the door. Bridge and Joseph both scattered further into their respective rooms, though they were safe for the moment. The gunfire was aimed directly at someone who may have been unlucky enough to be standing in front of that door. Bridge got back to his position. "That worked surprisingly better than I anticipated." Joseph started to aim his gun, about to return fire through the door. Bridge put his hand up to stop him. "There might be hostages behind that door," Bridge said. "Can't risk it."
"Can't stay here and wait, either."
Bridge knew that all too well. He had to think of something, and he had to think of it fast. Unfortunately, they didn't have many options. He could only think of two. One was to wait them out, and that was definitely off the table. They didn't have that kind of time, or manpower. The second option was to go charging through that door. If only he had some type of potion to magically transform into some indestructible being. Unfortunately, this wasn't some kind of movie. Charging through that door had every chance of turning out badly. Bridge also didn't know if the hostages were in that room. He was taking a big leap of faith, quite literally, that they were in there. He also had no idea of how many men with guns were in the room. He might have been looking at tragically bad odds. But there was no going back. They were there. They believed the hostages were in that room, and they had to get them. It was just that simple. They either had to go through that door and face head-on whatever was there, or turn around and go back out, knowing they very well might have been those hostages' last hope. It wasn't the call Bridge wanted to make. It wasn't the call he hoped to make, but it was the call he had to make. He was going through that door. There was no turning back now. Chapter 13. Bridge started motioning to Joseph, giving him hand signals that Nicole would surely have gotten. Joseph had no idea what he was talking about. The look on his face gave that away plainly enough. Bridge slowed it down, mouthing the words, though it didn't seem to work any better. Bridge sighed, then started whispering. He just hoped nobody inside that room could hear what he was planning. "I'll go in first. Bust it open. Should be pretty weak from the holes in it." Joseph nodded.
"Okay."
"As soon as I start running, you follow me real close."
"And do what?"
"Start firing at whatever's a threat." Joseph didn't look enthused about the plan.
"I don't know about this."
Bridge could hardly blame him. He wasn't all that enthused about the plan either. "That makes two of us," he said to himself. But they couldn't stand around any longer. Every second they delayed made their eventual escape even harder. Bridge held up 3 fingers, signaling that he was making his move in 3 seconds. He slowly started taking the fingers away. Once the last one was down, he bolted from his spot. Bridge ran down the short hallway, rifle in hand, and jumped into the air, throwing all his might into his left shoulder, launching his body into the door. Joseph was right behind him. The door easily flew open, with Bridge landing hard on the floor. As the door swung open, it hit an armed man standing behind it, knocking him off balance. It was enough of a separation to give Joseph the time he needed to get there before the man was able to recover. Joseph pumped the man's body with bullets as Bridge rolled over onto his side, seeing another armed man in the corner of the room. The man initially pointed his rifle at Bridge, but then when he saw Joseph, swung his gun around to him, figuring he was the more dangerous of the two at the moment. It was his last mistake. The hesitation from the man gave Bridge an extra second to roll over onto his right side and take the man out before he was able to fire at Joseph. Joseph looked behind the door, scanning the rest of the room for anyone else eager to continue the fight. There was no one else, though. That was the problem. There was no one else. Not only were there no other fighters, there were no hostages either. Bridge got back to his feet and looked at Joseph. "Secret compartment somewhere?" Joseph looked around and shook his head.
"I don't think so. They've never shown the interest in that type of stuff."
"Where are these hostages?"
Joseph wiped the sweat from his forehead.
"We haven't checked all the buildings yet."
"But they were supposed to be here."
"Just have to keep looking."
"I don't know if we have the time. We were supposed to do this quietly. We're not equipped for a long battle."
Joseph shrugged.
"What else do we do?"
"We might have to cut bait and get out of here."
"Well, we did get what we came here for, and we don't know for sure anyone else is here. All we have is the other's word. But maybe they moved them out."
"Would that happen so fast?"
Bridge asked.
"Doubtful, but maybe. Can't say it's not possible."
"But not likely."
"Likely, no. Possible, yes."
Bridge took out the magazine from his rifle and looked at it before putting it back in.
"Running out of ammo."
Joseph went over to the two men they'd killed in the room to grab whatever he could from them. Bridge did the same to the other men by the top of the stairs. Once they were finished, they went down the steps to join back up with the others. There was a lull in the action once they got there. Allison looked back at them as they exited the building. She could see that no one else was behind them. Her eyes got bigger, fearing what had become of the other hostages.
"Don't tell me."
Bridge shook his head.
"Nobody in there."
"What? That can't be."
"I'm telling you, we looked in every room. There's nobody there."
"They must have moved them."
"They might not even be here," Bridge said.
"We saw them yesterday. They're here."
"We don't have time to search for them."
"We have to. We can't leave them behind. I know they're here."
"Look, you seem like a good person, and I applaud your morals here, but we've got to look at the other problem we're facing."
Bridge held up a magazine that he took off of one of the dead men.
"Ammunition. We're running out."
Nicole looked back and held her hand out. "I need that." Bridge tossed it to her.
"We don't have the firepower or the men needed to continue looking. We're barely getting by now."
"Just one more building," Allison said. "I know they're here."
Bridge appreciated her persistence. He admired it. But he had to look at the bigger picture. At least, that's what he was initially telling himself. Even though he knew it was probably the right call, he had trouble making it. It was the same as it always was. He had trouble walking away when he knew someone was in trouble.
"What if they brought them in yesterday and moved them earlier today?"
Nicole asked, taking a break between rounds.
"That wouldn't happen," Allison answered.
"Why not?"
Bridge asked.
"Because we would have heard them being moved out. These people aren't exactly quiet here. They shoot guns, drive around, and drink all night. They don't care if they're loud." "She is right about that," Joseph said. "That hasn't changed since my time."
Bridge still wasn't sure. He was actually hoping the others would talk him out of what he was thinking.
"Nick?"
"I'm good with whatever. We've probably got enough ammo for another building."
Bridge sighed. He would have preferred if she had replied with one of her tough love arguments, the kind where she told him to get his head out of his ass and told him to think with his head instead of his heart. Unfortunately, it wasn't what he got. He turned to Joseph.
"What do you think?"
Joseph spit on the ground.
"I'm good with one more building. Piece of shits."
Bridge grinned.
"You crack me up. I like you more than I want to."
Before moving, he looked down at Camille. Now they had to move her again, too. Nothing about this was optimal or smart. He went over to the corner of the building. He was met with a massive amount of gunfire. He took another peek, and an RPG whizzed by his head, exploding into the trees behind them. The gunfire didn't let up. Bridge clung to the building, staying out of the barrage that was being unleashed.
I'm not sure we're getting to this next building.
Nicole uncorked a massive amount of gunfire herself, as several members of the rebel group started charging on their position. "We can't stay here!" Then, in what seemed like a coordinated attack, they were rushed on every side, from around the corners, even from the trees behind them. After several minutes of intense fighting, the rebels were kept at bay. With a lull in the action, the group looked at each other, making sure they were all still breathing. Bridge noticed some blood on Omar's shirt.
"You okay?"
Bridge asked. Omar looked at his shoulder and felt where the bullet must have hit him. He hadn't even noticed until Bridge had said something. He was on such a high from the fighting that he wouldn't have felt anything unless a tank ran him over. It was nothing more than a glancing blow anyway.
"I'm good."
Omar wiped away some of the blood.
"I'm good."
Bridge noticed a few more people moving amongst the trees. They were trying to stay low and keep themselves hidden, though it wasn't working very well. Bridge could see their heads bobbing up and down as they moved along. He tapped Joseph on the arm and pointed at their friends moving around. Together they started firing, hitting several members of the opposition. Once they started taking fire, the rebels started to return fire. By that point, though, it was too late. The threat was eliminated from beyond the trees. For the moment. The group was still a long way from breathing any easier. "I'm out," Nicole said, tossing a magazine onto the ground. They all started looking around. They had pilfered everything they'd come across, but they didn't have any more extras.
"Here,"
Camille said, handing her weapon to Nicole.
"You need it more than I do."
Nicole checked how much ammunition was left. "This'll probably get us a few more minutes." She then looked at her boyfriend. "Luke, I don't want to say this, but we might have to jet. I don't know if we can stay any longer."
"No,"
Allison said.
"What about the others?"
"We can't stay and fight with sticks and rocks. If we run out of ammo, and we are, we'll all be lying in the mud in an hour."
"There has to be another way."
"Not unless you can somehow make more ammunition while we're standing here. I'm all for getting the hostages if we can, but we can't do it empty-handed."
"Please, there has to be a way."
Bridge was silent for a moment, trying to think of another way. He wasn't having much luck so far. Nicole was right. They couldn't stay and fight with just their hands and feet. His thoughts turned to Scrub, and he started muttering some curse words. "Can't believe Scrub sent us in here like this without enough firepower. And I can't believe I was dumb enough not to bring in my own. What was I thinking?"
"What did you say?"
Allison asked. "I said I can't believe I was dumb enough not to bring in my own firepower."
"No, before that, you said a name."
"Oh, the guy who sent us here. Works for the government. Named Scrub."
"Uncle Jonathan?"
Bridge's eyes opened wide. He looked at her as if she'd suddenly turned into an alien. Nicole also heard the comment and snapped her head back to look at Allison. Joseph was also staring at her. Allison could feel the gaze of everyone on her, not sure if she said or did something wrong. Her eyes danced around between the three of them.
"What is it? Did I say something?"
"Uncle Jonathan?"
Bridge said, his voice raised.
"I'm sorry, is that bad?"
"We weren't told you were related."
"Well, we're not, really. I call him my uncle, but he's not a blood relation. He's just a friend of my dad's. I've known him since I was a kid."
Bridge and Nicole locked eyes.
"Well, that explains a lot,"
Bridge said.
"Sure does,"
Nicole replied. Bridge turned toward Joseph.
"Did you know about this?"
Joseph shook his head.
"I did not. I wasn't told of this."
Allison looked at the three of them, suddenly looking a bit more apprehensive.
"Is this bad?"
"No, it's nothing you did," Bridge answered. "We obviously weren't told all the facts in coming in here. It seems we were kind of duped."
"I'm sorry."
Bridge gave her a smile and tapped her on the arm. "It's not your fault, kid. We're good."
"What about the others?"
Bridge sighed as he looked at the building next to them.
"Yeah. What about the others?"
Chapter 14. As Bridge thought about the hostages, Allison kept pleading her case. She didn't want to leave anyone behind.
"They're here, I know it. They're still here."
Nicole held her rifle out in front of her. "Low. So is everyone else. If we get into another prolonged fight, I'm not sure we can hold out."
"She's right," Joseph said. "We have to go. It's one thing if we have enough ammo to cover ourselves, but we don't, and we don't even know if they're in the next building.
As much as Bridge didn't want to leave anyone behind either, he also had to be mindful of everyone else's safety. They couldn't rescue anyone if they were all dead, and as things stood, it was certainly trending in that direction. Suddenly they were all knocked off their feet by an explosion. The building behind them shook, and debris started flying everywhere. It was hit by a grenade, most likely. The second floor completely crumbled to the ground. Bridge got back to his feet and looked at the compromised structure.
Well, that ain't good.
"Luke, we've got to go," Nicole replied. "We have to try to get out of here on foot. The trees are our only option, but we got to do it now." Before Bridge was able to reply, they heard more gunfire. This sounded different, though. It didn't seem to be aimed at them. There were no bullets whizzing by. It was actually shots being fired into the air. They were warning shots. Then a man started talking. Well, yelling was more like it. Bridge and the others looked at each other.
"Anyone know what he's saying?"
Nicole rolled her eyes. "Joseph is right here?"
"Oh, yeah."
"He's the leader of the group," Joseph said. "He said we should come out and take a look at something."
"Well, that's just stupid. I'm not coming out to take a look at anything. He just wants us to give them a better target to shoot at."
"I don't think so."
"Why not?"
Joseph started moving away from the building, what was left of it, and into the open.
"What are you doing?" Bridge asked. "Get down."
"We have a ceasefire for the moment."
"What? When did that get decided?"
Joseph motioned for Bridge to follow him.
"They want to speak."
Bridge looked at Nicole.
"You go."
Nicole rolled her eyes again. "Really, Luke?"
"What? I was just saying."
Bridge reluctantly got up and followed Joseph as they walked in the space between the two buildings. They stopped once they reached the front. Joseph and the other men kept talking in Lingala, the more common language in that part of the DRC.
"Ask if he speaks English," Bridge said.
Joseph asked and received a reply.
"He does not."
"Well, I guess you're the translator."
"He wants to know why we're here."
"Isn't it obvious?"
"He might think we're attacking them personally."
"Tell him we just want the hostages," Bridge said. "We can be on our way with no other problems."
Joseph kept communicating on Bridge's behalf.
"He says those people belong to him. We're not taking them anywhere."
"Well, we just have to agree to disagree then."
"He says if we leave now and leave the hostages behind, he won't kill us."
Bridge laughed.
"That's a funny one. He'll kill us the moment we turn around, right?"
"Definitely."
"Just checking.
Tell him if he hands over the rest of the hostages right now, I'll guarantee that we won't kill the rest of his men. If not, we're going to kill every single one of them and burn this place to the ground." Joseph stared at him with a blank expression on his face.
"But we're low on ammo."
"He doesn't know that. Just say it and see what happens."
Joseph gulped, then relayed the message. The leader of the rebel group laughed. He then shouted something back, and Bridge could tell by the man's body language that it didn't seem good.
"I'm assuming he declined my offer?"
Joseph nodded.
"He said you're a crazy person."
"Ha! Not the first one to ever call me that."
"He says he has something for us."
"Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Be prepared to duck."
"I don't think it's a weapon,"
Joseph said.
"How can you be sure?"
"I can't."
"Oh. Like I said, be prepared to duck." The leader of the rebels motioned to one of his men, who quickly disappeared. He came back only a few seconds later with a few more men, and what appeared to be the other 5 hostages Bridge was looking for.
"He wants to know if these are the people we're looking for."
"Tell him no," Bridge said. "We've already got who we came for."
"He says then he'll just kill these people right in front of us."
"Is he bluffing?"
Joseph shook his head.
"I don't think so."
"You know this guy from your time here?"
"Yes."
"He doesn't seem so angry at you."
"He cursed at me first."
"Oh. You believe he'll kill those people?"
"Yes. He says to throw down our weapons and he won't harm any of us."
"Do you believe that?"
"No."
"Great."
"He'll definitely kill me, and probably you. He'll probably keep the hostages alive, and probably Nicole."
"So what's wrong with us?"
Bridge asked.
"I'm a traitor, and he doesn't like you."
"Oh."
"He says if we don't surrender in the next 30 seconds, he will kill every hostage over there."
"Okay. Ask him for more time."
"He says we have 20 seconds.
"He doesn't listen so good," Bridge said.
"He says time is ticking."
"Isn't he the impatient one? Just ask him if we can have a minute or two, just so I can tell the others."
"He says he'll give us 2 minutes. If we're not out in 2 minutes, he's going to blow us all up."
"He must be fun at parties."
Bridge put his hands up to signal they weren't going to give a problem. He and Joseph slowly backed away and disappeared behind the building again. "So what's the story?" Nicole asked. "The story is that he's already got the other hostages we're looking for," Bridge replied. "That's not good." "You ain't got to tell me twice." "So what are we going to do?" Allison asked. "He says we either surrender or he's going to kill those other hostages." "We can't let him kill them." "We can't surrender either," Nicole said. "They'll just kill all of us." "Well, we've got less than 2 minutes to figure out what we're doing," Bridge said. "After that, I think he's dropping everything but the kitchen sink on top of us." "Let's just make a run for it through the trees." "But those other hostages," Allison said. "There's nothing we can do for them now," Nicole said. "We tried. That's all we can do." "Oh, yeah. Joseph says that if we surrender, me and him are as good as dead. The rest of you will probably be taken hostage again." "I'm not getting taken hostage by anyone." "What do you say, Joseph?" Bridge asked.
"I can't surrender. They will kill me anyway. If the rest of you want to, that's fine. I will take my chances in the jungle."
"I'm with him," Nicole said. "You have to, too." Bridge sighed. "I know. I just hate the thought of leaving the other people behind." "Luke, we've done all we can." "What if we try to surprise them?" Allison asked. "Surprise them how?" Bridge asked. "I don't know. Can't we do that somehow?" Bridge looked at his girlfriend. "Can we?" Nicole took a deep breath. She didn't want to reply that they could. But they could. "It'll take some time, and I'm not sure if we've got it." "What do you have in mind?" "I don't have anything in mind. I'm just making stuff up as I go." "Oh," Bridge said. "Well, that's usually when you're at your most dangerous." "I hate this mission." "You're supposed to be positive." "And how are you going to explain my absence?" "Don't worry about it. I'll think of something." "Fine. Give me at least 5 minutes." Bridge nodded, then looked at the others. "I'll think of something." Chapter 15. Nicole quickly left the group, staying low to the ground as she escaped into the massive trees behind them. She took her rifle and a few magazines that the rest of the group gave her, figuring she needed it most out of anyone right now. Bridge scratched the back of his head as he watched his girlfriend disappear into the green landscape that was in front of them. He then looked at the others. Nobody said a word, as they all worried about their fate. It wasn't looking very promising.
"I should go too," Joseph said.
"No, I need you for translating," Bridge replied.
"They're going to shoot me."
"Well, they're going to shoot me, too. Just calm your panties. I need you to translate if I'm going to be able to stall until Nicole gets the time she needs. I can't stall if I can't communicate with them."
Joseph sighed, not wanting to stay in the slightest. He may have been crazy, but he figured, what the hell? He might as well. The odds weren't much that better in the jungle either.
"Okay."
"Good. The good thing about this is the translating part takes extra time than if we were all speaking the same language. That works in our favor."
"Something has to. That's about it."
Bridge made a face, indicating he knew. They had to take what they could get at the moment. A few more seconds went by, then they heard the sound of the rebel leader's voice.
"He says our time is up," Joseph said.
"Tell him we're coming."
Bridge glanced at Camille.
"We have a wounded person here."
Actually, that works in our favor, too. Buys us extra time.
"Omar, give me a hand with her."
Bridge and Omar picked Camille up, draping her arms around their necks, as the group started walking toward the front of the building again. Joseph was in front, followed by Allison, then the others. They stopped once they got to the front, and sat Camille back down on the ground.
"He says for us to put our weapons down," Joseph said.
"Do as he says," Bridge said.
They put their weapons on the ground.
"How will we know when Nicole's ready?"
Omar asked. Bridge chuckled.
"Trust me, we'll know."
"What do we do now?" Allison asked. "Wait for Mr. Big Mouth Leader here to tell us."
"He wants us to put our hands up," Joseph said.
Bridge looked at the others, who were complying with the order, including him.
"Hope she gets here soon,"
Allison whispered.
"Trust me," Bridge said. "She won't let us down."
Bridge gulped. Hopefully. With their weapons down and their hands up, the rebels felt more comfortable in approaching them. They quickly surrounded the bunch. The leader motioned for some of his men to bring over the other hostages. That way they were all in the same spot. Bridge and Joseph were standing in front of the others, and the new hostages came over and got behind them as well. Bridge smiled at them as they passed him, as if nothing was going wrong.
"Hey, glad to see you."
The leader walked up to Bridge and Joseph, standing in front of them, but an equal distance between them. He then backhanded Joseph across his cheek. Joseph scowled, but held back from trying to fight. He knew it would have been useless anyway. If he had tried, they probably would have killed him before he was able to hit the man back.
"Think you're tough there?"
Bridge asked. The leader looked at Joseph to translate, which he did. He then replied with a message of his own.
"He says he will take extreme delight in killing you."
Yeah, all talk. That's all I hear from this guy is talk."
Joseph's eyes almost popped out of his head.
"I'm not telling him that. He'll kill you right now."
"Well, tell him in a nicer way."
"He wants to know why you came here."
"Already told him earlier. We came for the prisoners."
"He asks if the government sent you."
"Tell him I'm the girl's uncle,"
Bridge said. Joseph started laughing after getting a reply.
"What's so funny?"
"He says she can watch you die first," Joseph said.
"And you find that amusing? Hey, I thought he said he wasn't going to kill us."
"He says he lied."
"No kidding."
The leader said a few more things to Joseph.
"What did he say?"
Bridge asked.
"He wants to know where the rest of us are."
"What do you mean? This is it?"
"He was told there was a blonde-haired woman fighting."
Bridge looked back at the others, fixating on Camille.
"She's blonde."
Once Joseph relayed the message, it didn't appear to sit well with the leader, as he started shouting. Some of his men started stirring too.
"What's going on?"
Bridge asked.
"He says we're lying, that the blonde-haired woman is still out there somewhere."
Calm down. She's not out there. Tell him she's dead."
After Joseph told them, everyone seemed to stand down.
"He wants to know where she is. He wants to see her body."
"Oh, that's going to be a hard one."
"What?"
"She's buried underneath all the rubble in one of those buildings he blew up back there. I couldn't find her."
The leader then directed one of his men to start checking the buildings. Bridge watched the man walk past them.
"He's seriously going to check?"
Bridge said.
"He wants to make sure."
"How much longer?" Allison asked.
"Should be soon,"
Bridge whispered back.
"He says we're stalling,"
Joseph said. Bridge shrugged.
"He's the one talking."
Nicole was doing her best to move back around to where they'd first started. She had actually just passed Samuel's body, so she knew she was in the right place. The difficulty was in making sure that she wasn't running right into some of the enemy's soldiers who might have been on the outskirts, looking for any stragglers, or anyone who had gotten away from the main battle. She had to make sure she avoided everyone entirely if this plan was going to work, and she had no idea if it would. She still wasn't sure what she was going to do. She just knew she had to make it fast, and she had to make it big. It had to be a spectacle, something to make everyone completely forget about the group that was now in the enemy's hands, or at least big enough that they ignored them for a few seconds, giving them a bit of time to improvise. Nicole had to do something to grab their attention. Bridge would do the rest on the ground. She continued moving through the trees, and while she would have liked to have gone slower to make sure she wasn't spotted, she didn't have the time. She had to move. If she was spotted, she'd have to deal with it. After a few minutes, Nicole had gotten a bit closer to the action. She was now almost on the opposite side. She had a clear view of Bridge's face, and while she could see him and Joseph talking, she couldn't hear what they were saying. Probably just as well. It was most likely nonsense anyway. Nicole kept slowly making her way down to where all the action was. She had no idea what she was going to do, though. She didn't have anything on her to make the kind of impact that she'd wanted. That meant there was only one other thing to do. She had to find it, which meant she'd have to take it off someone, probably by force. As Nicole crept closer to the camp, her eyes were focused on finding something she could use. She didn't see any tanks around. That would have been ideal, but the rebels weren't that well equipped. They did have a bunch of jeeps, which undoubtedly had some firepower in them, but they were all in the middle of the camp, surrounded by enemy soldiers. It was unlikely, or even downright impossible, to get to them without making a stink. She kept looking around, her eyes finally noticing something to the far left of her. There was a jeep out there with 2 men in the front seats, just sitting there, watching the festivities. They were leaning back, as if they had a front-row seat to a ball game or something. No care in the world, and they didn't appear to be in any hurry to jump into the fight either. They were relaxing. That's where Nicole needed to get to. The only problem was that it looked like a few more minutes, and she'd have to go back again before she could go over. Any other way, and she risked the men in the jeep spotting her, long before she could get there. She hoped that Bridge and the others had that kind of time. Bridge was doing his best to keep stalling. He was talking about everything he could think of, even things that had nothing to do with why they were there. He could see that the rebel leader was getting impatient, though. Bridge could see by the man's actions that he was getting tired of listening to him, even though he couldn't understand what he was saying.
"We're running out of time,"
Omar whispered. "We've just got to hold out a few more minutes," Bridge replied.
"He's getting ready,"
Joseph said. "For what?"
"To kill us."
"Oh, no, tell him he can't do that."
"What?"
"Just tell him." Joseph sighed, thinking it sounded ridiculous. But any extra time they were able to give Nicole was time they desperately needed.
"He's intrigued. He wants to know why he shouldn't."
"Oh, I can give a whole list of reasons."
"He'll give you one."
"Oh, let me think. Tell him I'm worth a lot of money. He can name his price."
"How much?"
Joseph asked. Bridge shrugged. "I don't know. What sounds good? 5 million? 10 million? Yeah, let's go with 10 million, just for laughs." Once Joseph relayed the message, the leader laughed. Soon the rest of his men joined him. Bridge looked around and started laughing as well.
"He says you're a funny man,"
Joseph said. "Well, I do my best."
"But he doesn't believe you."
"Why not?"
"He thinks you're a liar. He doubts you're even worth $10.
"Well, that's a little harsh," Bridge said. "I do have some pride, you know." The leader then shot his rifle in the air. Several of his men did the same. "What's going on?" Bridge asked.
"They're getting ready to kill us."
Bridge watched as the leader looked as if he were debating with a few of his men. "What's going on?"
"They're discussing which of us will get killed first."
"Oh, who's in the lead?"
"It's a tie," Joseph answered. "Some want to kill you first because they say you're a liar and you're annoying."
"Annoying? That's rude."
"But some want to kill me first because I'm a traitor."
"Well, that makes sense."
Everyone went silent for a moment. Then a couple of men went over to Joseph, putting their hands on his arms, though they weren't taking him anywhere yet.
"It's me," Joseph said.
"Just hang on, buddy. Nicole's out there. She'll come through."
"I hope she does it fast."
The men then forcefully grabbed Joseph's arms, pulling him further away from the others. They knocked him down onto his knees. Joseph lowered his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to see it coming. Two men walked around to Joseph's back, pointing their rifles at his head. Bridge looked out into the distance, hoping upon hope that Nicole was out there, ready to save the day.
"Come on, Nick. Where are you?"
Chapter 16. The two men behind Joseph were waiting for the signal from their leader. Then they were going to blow 2 holes in the back of his head. It was meant to be an example. If you were part of their group, you stayed part of it. For life. Anybody who left in the manner that he did was branded a traitor and marked for death. The men never got the signal they were waiting for, though. 2 shots rang out in quick succession, with both men behind Joseph falling to the ground with a fresh new hole in both of their heads. Chaos quickly ensued. Gunfire ripped through the air. It sounded like a machine gun. People started running everywhere. Bridge helped Joseph get to his feet, then they grabbed the weapons from the dead men on the ground.
"Told you she'd come through,"
Bridge yelled. The hostages quickly ran back inside the nearest building, while Bridge and Joseph also retreated there, though they stayed just in front of it, trying to pick off whoever they could. Nicole had successfully gotten into that jeep she'd been eyeing, quietly killing both of the inhabitants while they weren't looking. She was pleasantly surprised to find they had a small cache of weapons in the back. Nothing major, but there were several rifles, a machine gun, and to Nicole's great satisfaction, an RPG. Right now she was having fun taking care of business with the machine gun. It was doing the job of scattering everyone in sight. She was taking fire in return, though, and knew she probably couldn't stay in that spot for too long. They were still outnumbered, after all. Right now she was mostly interested in just getting them to back off Bridge and the others, giving them some time to put a little distance between the two parties. She was succeeding at that. Bridge and Joseph were doing their part in helping to cut down the numbers, though they still had a long way to go before they would start breathing more comfortably. The hostages were inside, feeling helpless. All they could do was watch.
"Look!"
Omar shouted from a window.
"Give me a gun and I can help."
Bridge nodded, spotting a dead man off to their left. His gun was only a few inches from his body. Bridge took off and made a dash for it. Not everyone was focused on Nicole, though. He took some gunfire, too, but most of it went into the dirt. A few bullets did hit the dead man. It was a good thing he wasn't alive to feel it. Bridge snatched the gun off the ground, then made a beeline back to the building. Joseph was doing his best to provide cover fire for him. Once Bridge got back there, he handed the gun to Omar through the blown-out window.
"We're gonna need more,"
Joseph said, as Bridge resumed his position next to him.
"This isn't going to last long."
"I know it. Let's just work with what we've got while we've got it." They continued firing at men who were running by, the whole area still a chaotic mess. There were dead bodies all over, men running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and an amount of gunfire that would rival a battle in a war zone. Of course, that's basically what it was now, a war zone. With bullets flying all around her, Nicole was staying steady in the Jeep, the machine gun mounted on the back of it. She had a good view of everything, so she could see that the enemy was starting to mount a counterattack. She noticed several men getting in a couple of the Jeeps. She figured they were going to make a charge at her. As the two Jeeps came barreling toward her, she continued firing the machine gun. She took aim at the driver, successfully taking out the first Jeep, which flipped over after the driver was no longer in control of the wheel. The second Jeep was getting dangerously close, and Nicole had to drop down as she thought the bullets were getting too close. She then grabbed a rifle on the floor and exchanged fire with the passenger in the other Jeep. The man fell out of the vehicle after getting hit a couple of times. Nicole then focused on the driver, who was easy enough to hit. This vehicle didn't end up the same way as the other one, though, as the driver slumped over, the Jeep slowing down until it met a tree head-on. Nicole stood back up and noticed a few more men stirring around the Jeeps. The good thing was that they were mostly lined up in a row, as if they were about to begin a parade. That made them easier targets. She didn't want to stand there all day, making herself a big target in the process. Nicole usually liked to make a big splash in these types of moments, end the fight quickly and spectacularly. She looked down, and upon seeing the RPG, knew that would do the trick. Nicole picked up the RPG, loaded it, and quickly identified her target. She then fired. It was a direct hit. The first Jeep in the line exploded, pieces of it going everywhere. Several men who were nearby were fatally hit with the sharp pieces of metal that flew off the Jeep.
"I see what you mean about how we'll know,"
Omar said. Bridge nodded. "One thing that woman does, she sure knows how to make an entrance." Omar smiled as he looked at all the havoc she was creating.
"Does she always do something like this?"
"No. Sometimes it's bigger."
"She's really something."
"She certainly is." Nicole had 5 more grenades for the RPG. She loaded another one and fired, taking out another Jeep. The place quickly looked deserted, as everyone ran for cover. This was her chance to move. She hopped into the driver's seat and sped over to the back of the building that she knew the others were in. The rebels were still taking cover, so she wasn't worried about taking fire on the way there. "Head out the back!" Bridge yelled, while he and Joseph stood near the front to give the rest time to get to the Jeep. They didn't wait long before running around to the back to join them. Bridge immediately locked eyes with Nicole, who didn't look the worse for wear. He smiled at her, thankful she was okay. "Glad to see you made it in one piece."
"Me too,"
she replied. "You cut it close."
"Had to. We got another problem, though."
Nicole held her arm out toward the Jeep. Bridge looked at the vehicle and immediately knew what the problem was. Not enough space. Nicole started counting everyone.
"We got what, 11? This Jeep, maybe we can cram in 8, and that's with people hanging off."
Bridge sighed, knowing what that meant. "We need another Jeep." Nicole nodded. The ceasefire didn't last long. Bullets started flying in their direction again. Bridge looked at Joseph and Omar. "Buy us a little time." Joseph and Omar went to the front of the building again, laying down some gunfire of their own. Bridge looked back and saw the rebels growing in numbers again. "How are we going to get another Jeep?" Nicole gave him one of her devilish-looking smiles.
"I got an idea."
"Oh, boy."
"You want to drive?"
Bridge closed one of his eyes, as if he were afraid of what was about to come out of her mouth. "And do what?"
"You drive this Jeep over to the others. Then when we get there, I'll jump out and grab another."
Bridge looked back at the main area where the rebels were congregating. "I don't know. Did you happen to find a bulletproof suit for this?" Nicole shook her head and smiled. She looked giddy.
"We don't need one."
She walked over to the back of the Jeep and pulled out the RPG.
"We've got this."
Now Bridge knew why she looked so happy. She was like a kid in a candy store.
"Come on, no time to waste,"
Nicole said.
They told the hostages that were in the jeep to get out for the moment and to take cover inside the building again. They'd be back shortly.
"Joseph," Bridge said. "We're coming. Gonna get a second jeep. Keep a lookout."
Joseph nodded.
"We got you."
Bridge jumped in the driver's seat of the jeep, while Nicole grabbed the RPG and sat in the passenger side. Bridge revved the engine and zoomed past the building into the camp. Almost immediately, Nicole fired, hitting another of the vehicles in the line. That was enough to scatter most of the rebels. Any that remained were taken care of by Joseph and Omar. As Bridge got to the last jeep in the row, Nicole jumped out and got behind the wheel of the jeep. Luckily, all of the jeeps had keys in them already. Someone coming into their camp and stealing them was apparently not in their thought process. They raced back behind the building again while the rebels were still disoriented. The hostages rushed out when they saw the jeep stop.
"We need drivers and shooters," Bridge said, "just in case they decide to follow."
"They will,"
Joseph replied. Bridge made an agonized face, hoping that they decided to just lick their wounds and take the loss. He knew that wasn't likely, though.
"I thought so."
"Joseph knows this area better than anyone," Nicole said. "He should drive the lead vehicle." Though Bridge didn't want to give Joseph up as a shooter, he quickly agreed. He was the best candidate to lead them out of this mess.
"Me and Omar in the back," Bridge said.
He looked at his girlfriend. "You stay with Joseph." He could see that Nicole was about to give him flack for it, but he wasn't having any of it. If something happens to the rear car, they need someone up there. You're the best candidate. Nicole sighed. She didn't like it, but she understood it. And he was probably right. They put Camille along with 3 of the newer hostages in the lead jeep. Bridge looked at Allison.
"Can you drive?"
She nodded.
"I can do it."
"You're up."
With Allison behind the wheel of the second jeep, Bridge, Omar, and the others piled in.
"Let's get out of here before they give us a going-away present," Bridge said.
With everyone in one of the jeeps, Joseph started his in motion.
"And don't be slow about it either," Bridge said. "We're not on a pleasure cruise. Get us out of here."
Joseph put his foot on the pedal, quickly trying to get them out of the area in one piece. Allison stayed right behind him. Bridge and Omar were at the back, waiting to be pursued as they looked out at the carnage they were leaving behind. Omar looked down, noticing a couple of duffel bags to the side. He bent down and unzipped the bags, taking a look inside.
"Hey, look at this. Some guns, ammo, a few grenades. This'll come in handy."
Bridge looked down at it.
"It will. We'll probably need every bit of it."
"If they come,"
Omar said, a hint of hope in his voice.
"Maybe they won't."
"Oh, they're coming. You can be sure of that. We just took their prisoners, killed their men, blew up some of their cars, and destroyed their camp. They're coming. Believe me, they're coming."
Chapter 17. They'd been driving for several minutes with still no sign of the rebels on their tail. Yet, Bridge was still as sure could be that they were coming. There was no doubt in his mind of that. He glanced over at Omar, who also looked ready. Bridge wondered what his story was. He didn't know many aid workers, but Omar seemed to be able to handle a gun better than most.
"You're pretty good with that thing," Bridge said.
"Better than I'd like to be."
Bridge understood his point. No one became an aid worker because they wanted to shoot guns and kill people. They wanted to help, make a difference. This wasn't what he'd signed up for.
"Maybe you're in the wrong business."
Omar grinned and shook his head. He looked down at the weapon in his hand.
"No, I'm in the right business. Outside of this, I mean."
"How'd you learn to handle that, then?"
"I used to go hunting with my father and grandfather. I learned how to handle guns when I was 10. Hunting trips almost every weekend."
"Seems like a far cry from that now," Bridge said.
"I stopped going on them when I was 16.
"Why's that?"
"I didn't like killing things. Animals in their own habitat, minding their own business, not bothering anybody. And here we were killing them just because we could. It didn't seem right to me."
"Seems like that led you down this path, huh?"
"Yeah, I guess so. My family wasn't so thrilled. They're big gun people, big hunters, love going to shooting ranges, things like that, and that's fine for them. But I had to follow my own path. My interests just weren't the same as theirs."
"How'd you become an aid worker?"
"Started doing charity work soon after I graduated high school. It was something I enjoyed. Kept doing it. Eventually found work with the Red Cross. And that all led me to here."
"How and why did you guys get captured?" Bridge asked.
I don't know. We were just doing one of our regular runs, dropping supplies off to a local village. Then on our way back, these guys surrounded our car and took us. They said if we cooperated and didn't give them a problem that we'd be okay. They weren't looking to trade us back, I guess.
Funny how things usually come full circle, doesn't it?
How's that? Omar asked.
You started out with a gun in your hands, then left it for something else. And here you are once again with a gun in your hands.
This is a little different, though. I'm not opposed to shooting a gun if it saves or protects lives. I prefer not to kill anyone, but if it's an us or them thing, I really don't want it to be us.
I certainly won't argue there.
How did you get picked to come here?
Drew the short end of the straw,
Bridge answered. Omar laughed. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
I seem to have garnered a bit of a reputation for doing these sorts of things.
Do you enjoy these types of situations?
I enjoy helping people who need it, Bridge said. I don't enjoy getting shot at or putting my life in danger. It just so happens that those are usually the pitfalls of the job.
Luke, Allison said, having a few questions of her own.
What's up?
I was just thinking, and I remember you said something about someone from the government sending you here, right?
That's right.
Were you saying that was Uncle Jonathan?
Right again.
But he doesn't work for the government.
Bridge's eyes opened wide.
What?
He doesn't work for the government. Well, not anymore, anyway.
He doesn't?
No, he hasn't worked for the government in at least 2 years.
Bridge lowered his head and looked down. He then shook it from side to side.
How could I be so dumb?
What? Allison asked.
Nothing. He told me he worked for the agency.
If you're referring to the CIA, he did, but he left there about 2 years ago to start his own business.
Which is?
Private security, I think. I think he's a consultant for businesses, and he provides security for them, as well as special assignments around the world, mostly in dangerous areas.
Bridge kept shaking his head. He sighed, wondering how he could have been this stupid. He never checked Scrubb's story. As soon as he name-dropped Pinnacle 1, Bridge assumed he was still active in the agency. How else would he have known about him? But now that Bridge was thinking about it, Scrubb probably still had friends in the agency. He most likely contacted one of them to check on former agents who were still in this line of work, found out everything about their background, including some of their contacts when they were still in the agency, and then eventually settled on Bridge. Even if Bridge had known the truth about Scrubb, it may not have changed anything. It was a sob story, and Bridge got sucked into it. He still probably would have come. The only thing that might have changed was that Bridge might have requested more help on the ground, whether it be some extra people with them, or more ammunition and weapons, and more of an exit strategy. Other than that, they might have been in the same exact situation they were in now anyway. Still, it would have been nice to have been told the truth before embarking on an assignment. Finding it out from other sources rarely turned out well for anybody. The next time Bridge saw Scrubb, he'd give him a piece of his mind, and maybe his fists. But that was a situation for another time. Now they just had to get out of this one first. Just for my personal amusement, what does your father do for a living?
Oh, he's retired, Allison replied.
From what?
He was with the agency.
Bridge closed his eyes for a moment and continued shaking his head.
Of course he was.
Nothing.
Do you know what his job was? Was he a spy?
Allison laughed. Oh, no, he was a staff operations officer.
Bridge let it sink in for a moment. Staff operations officer. He'd known a few in his day with the agency. Staff operations officers were required to provide integration between CIA headquarters and Directorate of Operations offices in the field. They usually had extensive knowledge of clandestine operations and provided strategic guidance in those operations. Most of their career was spent in Washington, D.C., but there could be some overseas travel as well.
When did he retire?
Bridge asked.
It's been about 5 years, I guess.
Bridge nodded. In some way it was beginning to make sense to him now. Allison's father knew of her plight and contacted his good friend Scrubb in order to facilitate getting her out. Since Scrubb left the agency more recently than his friend did, he was tasked with finding the right guy, or sucker, depending on one's point of view. And that guy turned out to be Bridge. Bridge wondered how many other people turned down the job before him. He also wondered what the CIA thought about all this. He was sure with the connections of the people involved that they must have taken this up the chain of command before landing on him. Were there actually any negotiations, like Scrubb had claimed? Did the government really decline a rescue op for them? Or were they waiting for the right moment?
Maybe the government's timeline in rescuing the hostages didn't match up with Scrubs and Allison's father.
"I know I keep asking questions, but I've got another one for you," Bridge said.
"Go ahead."
"How long ago were you guys taken?"
"About 5 days ago," Allison answered.
Bridge, with a bewildered look on his face, turned to Omar. Omar nodded.
"That's right."
"Is that important?" Allison asked. Bridge shook his head. "No, not really."
"Why do you ask?"
Omar said. Bridge shrugged and smiled. He was getting so used to the lies. It didn't seem to bother him as much now.
"Just curious. We were told it had been a couple of months."
"Oh, no, thank God. 5 days cooped up in that place was enough."
"I'm sure it was."
"Is there something you need with all that?"
Allison asked. "No," Bridge replied. "It's just for my own knowledge and amusement."
"Oh, is there anything else you want to know?"
"No, I think that just about covers it."
He then whispered to himself.
"I'm actually afraid to find out anything more."
"What was that?"
"It's nothing. Just, focus on the road. Joseph's starting to pull away from you."
"Where are we going?"
Allison asked. "I have no idea. We're just following him. He knows the area. Hopefully it's somewhere good."
Omar quickly and forcefully tapped Bridge on the shoulder. "We've got company."
Bridge turned around, immediately locating the pursuing jeeps. Just like Bridge had predicted, they hadn't seen the last of the rebels, and they appeared to be gaining ground on them.
"What do you think took them so long?"
Omar asked. Bridge shrugged.
"Who knows? Maybe it took them some time to regroup and get coordinated. Or maybe they were figuring something else out. Unfortunately, I think we're about to find out soon enough."
Chapter 18. Bridge and the others began ducking once the bullets started flying, and they were flying fast. Bridge and Omar returned fire. It was a little difficult to aim with the car moving so fast, but they were doing their best. Even if they didn't hit anything, maybe the gunfire was enough to keep the rebels back a bit. It was a back-and-forth exchange for several minutes, with neither side getting any kind of an advantage. Then one of the hostages got hit in the back. The man slumped forward, with another of the hostages screaming at seeing the bleeding man struggling to keep himself upright. Bridge and Omar both looked back, with Bridge motioning to him to check on the injured man. Bridge continued firing. Omar checked on the man's condition, but it was a moot point by then. He was dead.
"He's gone!"
Omar yelled. With the predicament they were in, no one had much time to feel any sorrow, or else they might be joining him. They might have soon enough, anyway. After several more minutes, the jeep started to slow down.
"What do I do?"
Allison screamed. Bridge looked back, noticing that Joseph's jeep was slowing down as well. He locked eyes with Nicole, who simply waved them on.
"Keep going," Bridge replied. "Don't stop."
"What's going on?"
Omar asked.
"I got a feeling."
His feeling was that Nicole likely had something up her sleeve. He knew her well enough by now that she wouldn't have stopped unless she was sure about whatever she was planning. As they drove by Joseph's jeep, they noticed Nicole put the RPG on her shoulder. She carefully aimed. As soon as she had the shot she wanted, she fired. It was a direct hit to the front of the lead jeep. It exploded immediately.
"Go! Go! Go!"
Nicole shouted. Joseph put his foot on the pedal, just about going through the floor. Through the heavy smoke of the jeep that had just exploded, several more vehicles drove through it, still in pursuit of the others.
"Should I slow down again?"
Joseph asked.
"No," Nicole replied. "Just keep going. I'll make the shot."
Joseph sped up to rejoin the others. Nicole knelt down, aiming once again for the lead vehicle. Just as she fired, the jeep she was in went over some kind of bump, throwing off her timing as she shot. The rocket went completely over the vehicle she was intending it for. It also went over the second jeep behind that one. It did, however, find a target. It was actually the third vehicle in the line that felt the impact.
"Not exactly how I planned it," Nicole said, "but I'll take it."
She then reached down, picking up the last rocket. Joseph was still driving fast to try to catch up with the others. They were gaining ground. It was a little bumpy, bumpier than Nicole would have liked. She wasn't about to tell Joseph to slow down, though. She just had to make the shot. Nicole carefully aimed, lowering her sights ever so slightly. She fired, hitting the lead jeep right in the front grille. The rest of the hostages looked on, happy that she hit her target. Nicole didn't have time to be impressed.
She tossed down the RPG and picked up a rifle again. Bridge, now in the lead vehicle, had to help Allison figure out where she was going. He looked ahead, seeing that the road they were on was about to leave the comfort of the trees that were all around them. It looked like it would be a good spot for a helicopter pickup if they could just get rid of the rebels that were on their tails. "Just head for that open space up ahead," Bridge said, pointing to the spot.
"Then what?"
Allison asked. "Just get there. We'll figure out the next step when we reach it." Bridge looked back at the trailing vehicle, seeing Nicole doing everything she could to keep the pursuing vehicle at bay. Omar looked at him, wondering if they should be firing to try to help them. Bridge was worried about some random or errant shot missing their mark and hitting someone in the trailing jeep. He didn't want to take that risk. He had to believe that Nicole would do what was necessary. He had faith that she could and would. It took a few more minutes before they finally reached the end of the trees.
"We're just about there,"
Allison happily said, though she still wasn't sure what was in store for them after that. Everyone in the jeep breathed a little easier, thinking that escaping from the denseness of the jungle was some sort of accomplishment. They were about to find out how wrong they were. Almost immediately after passing the last of the trees, they were rammed in the driver's side by another jeep. The impact of the collision caused Allison to quickly lose control of the vehicle, and within seconds, the jeep had turned over onto its side. Almost all of the occupants were thrown clear of the vehicle as it landed on the passenger side, where it would remain. Several more vehicles, all green jeeps, emerged from seemingly out of nowhere. Seeing that everyone had been thrown from their vehicle, the rebels started circling around them. Knowing full well the severity of the situation, everyone that was thrown from the jeep immediately recovered and had gotten back to their feet. They knew if they stayed on the ground, they'd be dead. The only person who never made it back to their feet was the already dead hostage. Bridge and Omar had their hands full, firing furiously to keep the rebels at bay and themselves safe. Bridge had a streak of blood running down the left side of his face, the result of hitting some rocks on the ground when he landed after being thrown from the jeep. Allison crawled over to her gun, which had landed a few feet away from her. Amidst all the gunfire, with bullets flying in every which direction, Omar suddenly went down. Bridge caught him falling to the ground out of the corner of his eye. He rushed over to him, still firing his weapon along the way. Bridge knelt down next to him, though he didn't take his eyes off his targets, who were still circling around. "You okay?" Omar was holding his leg in obvious pain.
"Just hand me my gun."
Bridge looked down, finding it in an instant. He reached down and slid it back to him. Omar stayed on the ground, but he remained in the fight. Bridge glanced over at the other hostages, who he didn't believe possessed the same skill with a weapon as Omar did. Just as he did, Bridge saw one of the hostages get hit multiple times in the chest. His body shook as he stood there, as if his body were target practice for the dozen or so rounds that entered his chest. Bridge's eyes bulged out as he looked at the horrifying sight of the men dropping to the ground. He quickly went back to firing his weapon, knowing there was nothing else he could do for the fallen. The best thing he could do now was try to prevent anyone else from joining him. "Allison!" Bridge yelled. She was now all alone, a good distance away from him and Omar. They were the last surviving members from that jeep, as the other two hostages were now dead. Bridge started waving her to come join them. He'd have gone to her, but with Omar that didn't seem like a winning proposition. Allison got up and started running in their direction. Bridge noticed that one of the rebels had her dead in their sights, but Bridge quickly killed him before he was able to eliminate Allison as well.
"We're in trouble here,"
Omar said. "Just keep firing," Bridge replied. Bridge knew that Nicole had to be close. They just had to hold off a few more seconds, unless she was dead too. Luckily, Nicole and Joseph arrived just in time. Nicole was now at the machine gun as the jeep roared toward the others. Joseph zipped in, getting in front of the remaining 3 members from the first jeep. Nicole kept firing, taking out multiple people from the rebel group. Joseph grabbed his rifle and jumped out of the jeep, getting behind it for some cover as he joined the fight. Everyone else piled out of the jeep to get behind it as well. Camille, still hobbled by her leg wounds, pushed herself up out of her seat. Bridge noticed her struggling, firing several more rounds before turning his attention toward her. He put his arms up to her in an effort to help her get out of the vehicle. Just as their hands touched and Camille was about to get down, multiple bullets entered her back, her body going limp as it fell out of the jeep and into Bridge's arms. Bridge was stunned at first and simply held on to Camille's lifeless body. The blood that was coming out of her body now stained Bridge's shirt. After a few seconds of holding her, he finally gently laid her on the ground. He had to get back in the fight. And get in the fight he did. Bridge started firing his weapon with an angry purpose. He was shooting like a man possessed. Nobody else was dying on his watch. Nobody. There was a massive amount of fire that went on over the next several minutes. For those involved, it felt like hours. Finally, though, the team was able to get the upper hand. They started aiming for the drivers of the vehicles, taking several of them out, causing their jeeps to crash without an attentive driver. The others, sensing that they lost whatever advantage they had, started retreating. Bridge, Nicole, and the others kept firing, hoping to pick off a few stragglers as the rebels eventually disappeared back into the trees. They were able to knock off one or two. With a lull in the action for the moment, everybody was finally able to breathe, though everyone was breathing heavily. Nicole hunched over, putting her hands on her knees as she took some deep breaths. She then looked over at the others, and upon seeing Bridge's blood-soaked body, jumped off the jeep. "Are you okay?" She put her hands on his chest, as if she were checking for holes. Bridge put his hands on her arms to keep her calm before she became upset. "I'm good." He looked down at his chest. "It's not mine." He then looked down at Camille. Though sad about Camille, Nicole was obviously glad that Bridge wasn't the one with the holes. She then put her hands on the side of his face, turning his head so she could get a better look. She put her hand on the cut, about halfway between the corner of Bridge's eye and his hairline. Bridge winced as she touched it. "Joseph, keep a lookout," Nicole said. Joseph nodded, getting back on the jeep to man the machine gun. Nicole started tending to Bridge, while Allison helped Omar. They looked through the jeeps to see if there were any medical supplies in there, but that was a lost cause. They didn't think there would be. "I'm good," Bridge said. "I'm good. We can't stay here all day getting patched up. I'm sure those guys will be back. We've got to move." "What do you think, Joseph?" Nicole asked. "Will they be back?" "Most definitely," Joseph answered. "They are just regrouping, figuring out their next attack, but we will see them again. We can count on that." "Why?" Allison asked. "Why will they keep coming? Why can't they just accept us leaving and move on?" "Now it's a pride thing. We've beaten them, so far. They can't allow that. They can't let word get out about people taking what's theirs, killing their members, and them not coming out on top." Bridge turned around and leaned his back against the jeep. He looked down at Camille. Then he turned his head and saw the 2 dead hostages from his jeep. "This is my fault." Nicole put her hand on his arm. "No, it's not." "Those 3 dead bodies say it is." "Luke, we're in an extremely difficult situation. You can't blame yourself for this." "I should have had a better plan." "You know as well as I do these things happen in times like these. I know you like to think of yourself as being able to save everybody, but that's not the reality. You can't save everybody." Allison overheard their conversation and stood up. "She's right. If it wasn't for you, we'd all still be back there." "And those prisoners might have gotten killed anyway," Nicole said. "Who knows what they had planned for them?" "But they weren't," Bridge said. "They were alive, all of them. We'd taken them away alive." Bridge looked at the dead bodies again. "And now they're dead." "But that's not your fault. There's nothing you could have done differently." Nicole rubbed his arm. "It's just sadness talking." "Maybe." "Trust me, I'd tell you if there was something else we could have done." "I just feel like I let them down." "You did everything possible. But now we need to look after everyone that's still alive. You need to focus. You can't dwell on what's gone. You need to be here in the present." "I am." "Because if you're not, the rest of us might be joining them." Bridge nodded, appreciating the pep talk. "I'm good." "We should be leaving soon," Joseph said. Bridge picked his head up and looked at the sky, taking a deep breath. "Yeah." Nicole looked over, seeing the other jeep on its side. She saw a couple of other jeeps left by the rebels, though they weren't in much better shape. A couple of theirs were turned over too, and a couple of others had smoke rising out of the hoods. "Looks like we're all going to have to pile into this thing," Nicole said, slapping the hood. Joseph hopped down, about to get back into the driver's seat. "I don't think so." "What do you mean? Why not?" Joseph pointed to both ends of the jeep. "No tires." "What?" Bridge and Nicole walked over to Joseph's side, admiring the damage done by the conflict. Both of the tires on that side were now flat, courtesy of several bullet holes. That's just great, Nicole said. Can we fix them? Allison asked. Bridge shook his head.
With what? We don't have any tools.
What are we going to do? Bridge looked at Joseph, hoping he had a better answer than what he was already thinking.
Hope your idea's better than mine.
Looks like we'll have to walk. Bridge wrinkled his nose.
Nope, same one I had.
There's got to be something else, Allison said. She pointed to their jeep that was turned over. What about that one? With all of us, maybe we can turn it back over. Bridge made a face, doubting it could be done. But maybe it was worth a shot. They all walked over to it, with Joseph inspecting the underside of it, since it was plainly visible. He quickly nixed the idea of using that vehicle.
This thing's not going anywhere, Joseph said.
Why not? Nicole asked. Joseph pointed to a few bullet holes.
Shot. Not moving.
Should we check any of the other ones? Allison asked. Just to make sure? Joseph shrugged, willing but thinking it was a waste of time by the way those vehicles looked.
Now let's not bother, Bridge said. They're all shot. We just got to admit it and move on. The more time we mill around here, the more time we give them to come back. We need to put some distance between us, because when they come back, they're going to close the gap fast.
And when they do, Bridge finished his sentence for him.
And when they do, we're going to be in a lot more trouble.
Chapter 19. The group moved out, wanting to get some distance between them and the rebels. They were sure they would be back. Joseph estimated that they hadn't gone far, probably just far enough where they couldn't be seen for the moment. But there was no question they'd return once more. Since Joseph knew the terrain better than anyone, and there was no questioning his loyalty or commitment anymore, Bridge let him lead the way. Bridge and Nicole were at the back, spinning around to make sure there was no one on their tail. Omar's leg was bothering him, and he was doing his best to keep up with the help of another of the hostages. I feel bad about leaving Camille back there, Allison said.
I do too, Bridge replied. There's no other way, though. We can't carry dead bodies with us. Once we get back to safety, we can tell someone their positions. That way they can come get them.
I guess that's better than nothing. It's the only thing that can be done, Nicole said. We're already slow enough on foot.
Where are we headed, Joseph? Bridge asked.
Joseph turned around, though he kept walking. He pointed to a hill they were coming up on.
Up there.
Why?
The other side, there's a clearing. It should be enough for a helicopter to land.
How long will it take us to get there?
A few hours, probably,
Joseph answered.
I'll call it in now, Bridge said. Who knows how long this operation will take to get here? The way this thing's going, it could be days.
I'm sure they're not going to leave us out here for days, Nicole said.
You got a lot more faith in the people in charge of this thing than I do.
Nicole shook her head. Not really. I just don't think that Scrub's going to leave Allison twisting in the wind for that long. They wanted her back badly. That's the difference. They don't give a crap about the rest of us, but her, they want her back in one piece. They were walking through an open field, which made all of them a little nervous. If there was ever a perfect time for someone to attack them, this would be it. There was no cover, nothing to hide behind, nothing but wide-open spaces. The hill they were walking towards was a little more advantageous. There were plenty of trees and bushes to provide some cover. It wasn't an extremely steep hill, but it would take some time to get to the other side of it. Much like the field they were walking through, there was another one just like it on the other side. If they called for the helicopter now, it would hopefully get there by the time the group reached it. Arriving there simultaneously would be the perfect situation. Of course, as they all knew by now, that happened very rarely. And if they could have, they would have stayed where they were and waited for the helicopter to touch down in the spot they were. But they knew the chopper was at least a few hours away, most likely, and that meant if the rebels came back, they'd be pinned down, and the helicopter wouldn't land until the area was cleared. Of course, the same situation could still happen on the other side of the hill, but the hope was that the helicopter would be there waiting by the time the group reached it. Hopefully the rebels, if they came as was expected, they'd be chasing them, and behind them, giving them enough time and space to get on the chopper and escape before getting into another confrontation. Before they moved on from the wreckage of the jeeps, they scoured through all the vehicles, as well as each dead rebel soldier they'd come across. They took with them whatever seemed valuable, which in this case were guns and ammo. There were also a few canteens of water. They put all the ammo they could find in a backpack, which Nicole carried. They each took an extra gun, strapping it over their backs and shoulders. They weren't swimming with extra supplies, but they figured they had enough to fend off a couple more runs, depending on the severity of them. But they didn't think they'd be able to hold off for much longer than that. Wanting the helicopter to get to the designated spot well in advance of when they got there, Bridge hurried to get to the front to get next to Joseph. He pulled up a map of the area and pointed to the spot they wanted the helicopter to touch down, making sure that he marked the right area. Joseph confirmed that it was. Bridge let the others pass him, taking up his spot next to Nicole again at the back of the line. He pulled out his sat phone and dialed the number that he was supposed to call once they needed a pickup. If Scrub picked up, he debated verbally unloading on him, though he quickly determined that this wasn't the time. Like Nicole had told him, they had to focus on the task at hand first. There would be time later for Bridge to tell Scrub what his thoughts were. Bridge would make sure there was time. Once Bridge dialed, someone immediately picked up. Bridge could tell right away by the greeting, though, that it wasn't Scrub. He didn't recognize the man's voice. "We need a pickup," Bridge said. "Where and what kind?" "A helicopter." Bridge then gave him the coordinates. "As fast as you can get there." "Are you at that location now?" "No, we're heading to it, and we've got a hornet's nest behind us, so we ain't got time to wait." Bridge could hear the man typing in the background. "All right, we should be able to get there in about 3 hours." Bridge lowered the phone to his shoulder to yell up to Joseph. 3 hours! Joseph turned around and put his thumb in the air. "Okay, that's fine," Bridge said. "It better be there." "It will be," the man replied, "and it better not be late. It will be there right on time." "Good. All told, we got 8 passengers that will be coming out." "Noted." Bridge hung up, putting the phone back in his pocket. "Joseph, we gonna get there in 3 hours?"
"Right around there," Joseph answered. "Probably need to pick up the pace a little."
"Lead the way."
"See?" Nicole said. "Everything's going according to plan."
"So far," Bridge replied. "So far. 3 hours is a lot of time between here and there. There are a lot of things that can go wrong in the meantime."
"I'll think positively for both of us." Bridge turned his head in every possible direction, paranoid that trouble was about to hit at any moment. He could feel it. Luckily, they reached the bottom of the hill without incident. As they started their climb, though, that's when the action picked up again. They could all hear the noisy engines of the jeeps roaring. They were barreling straight for them. Everyone turned to see the rebels coming. Bridge looked back at the hill, quickly trying to come up with a defense plan.
"Behind the trees!" Bridge yelled. "Behind the trees! Don't give them a good target to shoot at."
They scurried to the nearest trees, all of which were pretty tall and thick. They provided adequate enough cover. Omar lay in a patch of tall grass, which did a good enough job to conceal him. The others either stood next to a tree or knelt beside it, pointing their rifles at the oncoming group.
"Wait till I give the word," Bridge said.
"Let's conserve our ammo, and shoot at what we know we can hit." "They're getting close," Nicole replied, noting that the rebels were only 40 or 50 yards away at this point.
"Let them get on top of us. They'll wish they hadn't."
The group patiently waited, following Bridge's directive, though it was extremely uncomfortable to let the rebels get closer without any kind of pushback. Once the rebels got within 20 yards, that was close enough for Bridge's tastes.
"Let 'em have it," Bridge said.
Everyone opened up at the same time. The rebels had 8 jeeps that were on the attack, with each vehicle having at least 4 men, though a few of them had 6. They were well armed, wanting to finish this fight now. Bridge's plan worked, at least at the outset, as 6 or 8 of the rebels instantly fell off their vehicles after getting hit with gunshots. The jeeps didn't stop, though, and continued getting closer, unleashing firepower of their own. Bridge and the others clung as tight to the trees as they could, as multiple bullets ripped into the trunks. They kept firing, though, not wanting to let up even a little, as that could be just the opening the rebels needed to break through. With both sides unleashing massive amounts of gunfire, the rebels veered off once they got to the bottom of the hill. The gunfire stopped on both sides as the rebels drove away from the battle.
"Is that it?" Allison asked, hoping that it was. "They're just regrouping," Joseph answered.
"They'll be back," Nicole said. "Let's not wait around for them," Bridge said. "Let's keep going. We got a bird to catch." As the rebels took more time to regroup and plan their next charge, Bridge got everyone up and moving. They kept climbing the hill, knowing the rebels would soon be in pursuit.
"Let's go over there,"
Joseph said, pointing to a thicker patch of trees and bushes.
"It'll be tougher for them to get the jeeps up through there. They'll have to get out and follow on foot.
Bridge nodded. Seemed like a sound strategy. Lead the way. Once again, Bridge and Nicole took control of the back of the line, as the others followed Joseph as they went up and off to the side of their current location. What do you say if you and I stay back? Try to give the rest of them a little time to get up there, Bridge said.
Hold off 20 or 30 guys? Just the two of us?
Well, kind of like an old-school guerrilla outfit. Hit and run. We see them, hit a few, go up further, stop, turn around, do it all over again.
Nicole smiled. I actually kind of like it.
Bridge shook his head. Somehow I just knew you would. I figure it'll help put some distance between them and the group. I'm not sure how much longer we can hold out doing it the other way. They're not professionals.
I hear you.
You in?
Nicole grinned. You and me, like old times.
Yeah, like old times.
Bridge sprinted up ahead to catch up with Joseph to let him know of the plan.
What if you get cut off or separated?
Joseph asked. We'll catch up. We know where the chopper's coming. We'll be there.
What if we get to the helicopter and you're not there?
Then assume we're dead and take off, Bridge replied.
Joseph looked uncomfortable with the idea of leaving them behind to face the enemy alone.
I don't think this is fine.
Bridge laughed, tapping his new friend on the shoulder.
Of course it is. Don't worry. We'll be right behind you.
Chapter 20. Bridge and Nicole lay next to a couple of tall and thick trees, waiting for the enemy to appear as they knew they would. They took a quick look back at the others, who were just about out of sight by now. Bridge looked at his watch.
Remember, we got about 3 hours.
Feels like a long time.
'Cause it is. We don't have to kill all of them. We just need to keep them busy for a while.
Easier said than done. Nicole started rooting through the backpack she put on the ground next to her.
What else is in there?
Mostly just magazines and ammo. Do have these, though. She took out a couple of hand grenades.
Nice. You must be in heaven right now.
Nah, they're just grenades. I'd like to have that RPG back, though. That thing was nice.
I'm sure it was.
Nicole held one of the grenades, almost showing it off. You think I should start with one of these, or hold on to it for a while? You know, kind of like a surprise to throw them off for a bit?
Whichever one of them does the most damage.
I'm not sure.
Why don't you just play it by ear?
Good idea, Nicole said. I think I will.
Fabulous.
Bridge looked back, no longer able to see the others.
Well, we're giving them some extra time.
Just hope we'll have some, too.
No guarantees there.
5 more minutes went by. They were both pleasantly surprised that they hadn't spotted any of the rebels yet. You don't suppose they've given up, do you?
Nope, Bridge replied. Not even in my thought pattern.
They sure are taking their sweet time.
You anxious to throw them grenades, are you?
A little bit.
Probably won't be too much longer.
What if they don't come back up this way? Nicole asked.
I would assume they'd have to. If they want to follow us, this is the way they've got to come.
What if they try to go around?
Bridge looked to both sides of them, his eyes going as far as they could see. He shook his head. No, I don't think so. Seems too far. I mean, I guess they could, since they don't know what our plan is. If that's the case, it'll work out well for us. 'Cause that means they won't get to us in time before the chopper comes.
What if they know a shortcut?
You're supposed to be the positive one.
Oh, sorry. But what if they know a shortcut?
Bridge shrugged. Then I guess we'll deal with it at the time.
But we won't know if we're not there.
Nick!
Sorry, just want to be prepared. How long do you plan on staying here?
I don't know. Till the cows come home? What's with all the questions? Are we playing Jeopardy here?
Just wondering what your thoughts were. I mean, this is your plan, isn't it?
Okay. I was planning on waiting here a few minutes, and then moving back to another spot, okay? Is that okay? Is it?
I guess so, Nicole said. I was just wondering.
Well, now you know.
Nicole grinned, knowing she was getting on his nerves. How long's a few minutes? 'Cause that could be different depending on the person. Now, when I say a few minutes, I generally mean more than 2 or 3, but less than 6 or 7. But someone else might say a few. They might mean more than 4 or 5, but less than 10 or 12. Bridge lowered his head and moved it from side to side.
Really? We're really going to do this now?
Do what?
You know what.
I just wanted clarification on what you meant by a few.
Okay. Let's just wait here for about 10 minutes. If the rebels aren't here by then, we'll go back after the others and set up shop somewhere else up the line. Okay?
Does that make you happy? Is that specific enough for you?"
Nicole smiled. "Sure. How long's it been so far?" Bridge gave her a look, then glanced at his watch again.
"We've got a few minutes to go."
"Now, when you say a few minutes—"
"Nick!"
Nicole started laughing, enjoying the fact that he was getting agitated. She found moments like this helped to ease the tension, keep everyone loose. The situation was what it was, and there was no use in being super uptight about everything. She thought that clouded the judgment. Bridge basically agreed, though he had his limits about how much teasing he'd take. He was about there now. After a few more minutes, Nicole was ready to go. "Is a few minutes up yet?" Bridge sighed.
"Yes, a few minutes is up."
"Just checking. Are we going to go now?"
"Yes, we're going to go. Are you ready?"
"Yep." Nicole put the grenades and other ammo back in the backpack and stood up, throwing it over her shoulders. They started up the path that the others had used. Knowing Omar was wounded and not walking as fast as everyone else, they knew they could catch up to the main group eventually without much extra effort. After being on the move for more than 10 minutes, Bridge and Nicole stopped, setting up shop on the ground again. They looked down the hill, waiting for a target to appear in their sight line. There was nothing there, though. Not yet. "Maybe this is it," Nicole said. "I'm getting the feeling that maybe they've had enough. They've taken a lot of losses so far."
"They definitely have."
"Maybe they just don't want to take more."
"Possibly."
"You still think they're coming?"
"I do," Bridge replied.
"Why?"
Bridge shrugged. "Just a feeling. They've taken some heavy casualties so far, yeah, but we're not exactly dealing with logical people here. I assume they're pissed off and don't care about how much they've lost. They want revenge. They want back what we took, and they don't care what it takes to get it back. Anger and pride sometimes takes priority over the head in moments like these.
I just think that maybe they've had enough."
"I think if they were the type of people to let things go when things didn't go their way, they wouldn't have chased after us a couple of times already."
"That's true. Guess we'll see."
"We definitely will," Bridge said.
He certainly hoped that Nicole was right, and that the rebels had enough. But Bridge just didn't see how that would happen. After conversing with the rebels' leader, albeit through a translator, Bridge didn't get the vibe that the guy was someone who turned around to lick his wounds. He got the inclination that the guy was someone who charged full speed ahead, no matter what the cost. They stayed there for the full 10 minutes before starting to pack up again. Just before they got up, Bridge did a double-take, thinking he saw something move out of the corner of his eye. He quickly flopped back down to his stomach, grabbing Nicole's arm to bring her down with him. "What are you doing?"
"Thought I saw something," Bridge said.
"What?"
"I'm looking."
"If you tell me where, I can look with you." Bridge pointed immediately below them, though a considerable distance away.
"Down there. I saw something move."
Nicole looked hard, even squinting her eyes as she struggled to see anything. "I'm not noticing anything."
"I'm almost sure I saw something move."
"Could have been an animal."
"Maybe."
Bridge took out his binoculars to take a better look. Though he didn't see anything at first, after taking a few passes, he finally saw it.
"There it is."
He passed the binoculars to Nicole. He pointed to the spot.
"Right there, you see it?"
It took Nicole a few seconds to hone in on it, but she quickly found it. She sighed, now knowing her hopes would go unfulfilled. The rebels were back. They were climbing up the hill as well.
"Looks like you were right." "I'm not exactly giddy about it," Bridge said.
"Should I greet them with a bang?"
"Not yet. I only see a couple of them so far. Let's reel them in, get a bunch of them closer together. Then give them the big bang."
"Sounds good to me."
"They don't see us yet," Bridge said. "Let's wait for them to get closer. Then we can drop the hammer."
Nicole put one of the grenades next to her. That way she could reach it easily if she wanted it. Then the both of them lay perfectly still, pointing their guns at the enemy drawing closer. They were waiting for the right shot. "I see a couple more," Nicole said.
"Looks like 6 or 8.
"Yeah, I'll let you take the first shot."
"Nice of you."
"I thought so." Bridge still waited a few more seconds, wanting to bring them in even closer than they already were. He was guarding against any misses. Though they had enough ammo for a while, he was still cognizant of wasting any of it. It wouldn't last forever. He continued to wait, wanting to pick off a few of them in a row in quick succession. Nicole was starting to get antsy, though. "They're almost on top of us."
"Now!"
Bridge opened up, hitting the first man directly in front of them, then quickly identifying his next target to his right, picking off that man as well. As the rebels dispersed, taking cover and returning fire, Bridge was able to get a third man, too. Within seconds, the battle seemed over. "I got two," Nicole replied. There was only sporadic gunfire coming from the rebels, and nothing that seemed like a threat. The bullets weren't even coming close to them. Nicole rolled over a few times, finding a spot by a neighboring tree so she could get a better angle at one of the remaining rebels. It worked out perfectly. She lined up the man with the shot and easily took him out. The remaining rebel stood up from his spot and attempted to go back down the hill, but Bridge pumped his back with a few rounds of lead. That seemed to be the end of it. Bridge and Nicole both breathed a bit easier. They doubted it was the end of the confrontation, though. It would just be delayed a little further. They quickly packed up their stuff and continued their trek up the hill.
"I'm sure that's not the end,"
Nicole said, huffing as they ran.
"Definitely not. That was probably just the scouting party. The rest will be here soon enough. We can count on that."
Chapter 21. Before they'd even turned back around, bullets seemed to be flying from every direction. They'd only been walking for 5 minutes and hadn't yet gotten to the next stop where they'd planned on waiting for the rebels to approach.
"Where the hell did they come from?"
Nicole asked. Bridge turned around, firing without even acquiring a target.
"No idea."
Nicole turned to fire as well, but fell backwards as she did. Bridge saw her go down and instantly went over to her.
"Are you okay?"
Bridge put his hand out to help her get back to her feet.
"I'm good."
"You hurt?"
"No, just stumbled over something as I turned around. I'm fine."
With Nicole back to her feet, she and Bridge started firing, though they weren't sure what they were dealing with.
"There must have been more that we didn't see."
"Or they were already close by,"
Nicole said. Bridge continued firing.
"Either way, it looks like there's more of them."
And he was right. There were more. There were an additional 10 men coming up that hill, and they were armed with heavier artillery than the last batch had. A group of them had grenades and RPGs. A rebel fired the RPG, with the rocket going past his objective, obliterating one of the trees behind Bridge.
"Nick, now would be a good time."
"For what?"
"A grenade."
"Oh, almost forgot about that."
Bridge continued firing as Nicole quickly rummaged through the backpack. She pulled out the grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it. It landed right in the middle of a bunch of them. They couldn't tell how many it took out at first. All they knew was that it wasn't every single one of them. There was still gunfire coming from the rebels' position, though it was definitely less than before. Nicole went into the backpack once more, grabbing another grenade. She took a deep breath before she pulled the pin, as she wasn't crazy about using the last one just yet. But there was no sense in saving it for another time that might not come. They needed it now. Nicole gave it a quick kiss, then pulled the pin, throwing it down at the rebels again. This time it landed further to the left than the last one. It was another direct hit. Once again the gunfire lessened. It sounded like there were maybe 2 rebels left. Bridge got Nicole's attention, giving her some hand signals to let her know of his intention. He then left his spot, trying to sneak around to the side of the enemy's position. Nicole kept the rebels busy, not letting up. It took a few minutes, but Bridge was eventually able to get to the side of them. Once he got closer, he had to walk slowly, making sure he didn't step on any twigs or branches on the ground that would give himself away. It wasn't the first time he was in a situation like this, and he moved around as quietly as a mouse. As Bridge moved around a couple of trees, he finally got eyes on the 2 rebels that were remaining. They were both behind a couple of smaller-sized boulders, exchanging fire with Nicole. Luckily, they were both in range, as they weren't very far apart from each other. Bridge took a few more steps to make sure he had the best possible angle, as well as getting next to a tree for protection, just in case one of them got a shot off at him. Once he did that, Bridge let loose. He easily picked off the man closest to him. As he fell, he turned his gun on the second man, who didn't see Bridge until it was much too late. With both men down, there was a lull in the action. Bridge stood there for a few moments, surveying the area. He wasn't sure if they'd missed seeing some rebels from the last encounter, or they'd moved in from a different angle, maybe trying to catch them from the side, but he didn't want to be surprised again. Bridge waited for an extra minute, though he saw no sign of life anywhere. He was satisfied that there were no other rebels lurking around, but that didn't mean more wouldn't pop up sooner than later. After all, the rebels knew the terrain better than they did. There might have been shortcuts that Bridge and the others didn't know about. But for now it was over. Bridge went back up the hill to where Nicole was waiting. She already had the backpack on, ready to go.
"Everything good?"
Bridge shrugged.
Looks like we got them all.
Then I'd say we're good.
I still don't think we've seen the last of them yet.
Oh, wait. Nicole started going back down the hill.
What are you doing?
Checking.
Checking what? I told you they're all dead.
That's not what I'm checking.
Bridge followed Nicole down the hill as she went straight to the dead bodies. He didn't know what she was doing at first. Then he got it as she began to look around. She was looking for the RPG.
Do you see it? Nicole asked. You know what I'm looking for.
You really need it?
I don't really need anything, but it sure would be useful for the next couple hours, don't you think?
I suppose it would, Bridge replied.
He began looking around for it too. It wasn't near the first couple of dead bodies that they checked. They continued looking, though. It didn't take Nicole that much longer, as she found it several feet away from one of the bodies. She picked it up and looked at it. She grunted, then tossed it back down on the ground.
What's the matter? Bridge asked.
Broken. Piece of it must have been blown off from one of the grenades.
Bummer. Let's get out of here.
Hold on.
Nicole kept moving around, still looking for something.
What are you looking for now?
They had two.
Nick, we don't have time for this.
Yes, we do. It can give us a real advantage.
Not if they catch us while we're standing here, Bridge said.
Relax. It should only take another minute.
Bridge glanced around in every direction, looking for signs of the enemy approaching again. Thankfully, it was still quiet. He wasn't sure how long it would remain that way. He was eager to get going.
Come on, Nick, forget it.
Nicole kept looking around.
Just a few more seconds.
Time's up.
Nicole then pounced down, finding what she was looking for.
There it is.
She held it up.
Great. Can we go now?
Not yet. Nicole continued to look around. Bridge threw his arms up.
What now?
Need ammo for it.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that they... I don't know what I'm saying. I lost my train of thought.
Gee, that never happens very much.
Can we please just hurry it up?
Keep your panties on,
Nicole replied. Bridge sighed, feeling really uncomfortable about staying there while Nicole looked around for her toys.
Nick, if you're not done within the next minute, I'm leaving here without you.
You wouldn't do that.
We have to go.
Nicole paid him little attention, still looking for some ammo. She really believed it would come in handy before this was all said and done. She kept looking around for it, though she was having a hard time finding any.
Are you kidding me?
What?
Bridge asked, sounding exasperated. Are you telling me they brought RPGs up here, and they didn't bring extra ammo?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Let's go.
I mean, who does that? They brought RPGs here and just planned on firing them one time and that's it?
Yes, let's go.
Nicole groaned in frustration.
This is ridiculous.
I agree. Can we go now?
Fine, let's go.
Nicole tossed the RPG back down. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you listening. They quickly went back up the hill, with Bridge eager to put more distance between them and the enemy. Though Bridge's initial plan was to stop every 10 minutes, then wait for the rebels, he decided to ditch that plan now. He just wanted to keep going. Certainly they were moving faster than the group Joseph was leading. It didn't take long before they caught back up with them. Joseph's group had actually taken a small break when Bridge and Nicole found them again. They were all sitting around a large tree, though Joseph was still keeping an eye out.
How are you guys making out? Bridge asked.
Good, Joseph answered. We were just taking a rest for a few minutes. Omar needed to get off his feet, and the rest needed some water.
Bridge nodded, understanding. But he knew the break couldn't last too long.
A couple more minutes.
We heard some gunfire and explosions.
Yeah, they're still coming.
How far out?
Joseph asked.
I don't know. We took care of everyone we came across, but there's no telling how many more are out there somewhere. I'm sure they're still coming.
Definitely.
Why are they coming in stages? Nicole asked. The first group was just a handful, and this latest group was about 10. Why not just come at us with everyone they've got? Joseph thought about it for a second.
They must have something else in mind.
Such as?
Coming at us from different angles.
It was exactly what Bridge had feared. Could they be trying to beat us to the other side of this hill? Is there a shortcut they can take to get there before we do? Joseph shook his head.
Not beat us, no. But they could be trying to keep us busy. Just long enough to give them time to get around to the other side.
So they're trying to slow us up.
Probably taking the rest of their men around the hill on their jeeps.
Bridge sighed and wiped the sweat off his head with his forearm. How much time do we have? Are they going to be able to go around and beat us to the spot?
It's going to be close. I think if we continue to move at the pace we are, we should be able to get there before they do. But I do think it will be tight.
And if we slow up at all? Nicole asked.
Then we might have to fight our way through them. Well, that's not ideal.
There's the possibility of a new problem, too, Bridge said.
What's that? Nicole asked.
If they're able to get around this hill before we get down, they might try to keep us busy long enough for another force to come up behind us.
Choke us off.
Bridge nodded. Exactly.
If that's the case, they could keep us busy long enough that we run out of ammo.
Bridge took a deep breath. That's what he would do if he was in charge of the rebel outfit. There'd be no need to get into a big fight with them if all they had to do was keep them busy long enough to run out of ammunition.
What do you think the odds are of that happening? Nicole asked.
Joseph raised an eyebrow, his face already indicating his agreement. But he stated it anyway.
I think it's entirely possible.
We can't let that happen, then.
Bridge concurred. We've got to pick up the pace and move as fast as we can. If we don't, I wouldn't count on any of us getting out of here alive.
Chapter 22. The group climbed the rest of the hill without incident. Now that they were on the other side of it, they could see the clear patch of grass nestled in between the hill and another large group of trees on the other side. Joseph pointed to it.
That's where we need to be.
Bridge looked at his watch.
Still more time left than I'd like.
At least nobody's waiting for us yet, Nicole said.
Yet is the key word. Unfortunately, there's still time for that.
Several gunshots suddenly rang out, causing everyone to duck for cover. Bridge, Nicole, and Joseph all turned to see where the shots were coming from.
"We got company,"
Bridge shouted. Nicole immediately fired at the rebels that were advancing on their position. Bridge turned to Joseph.
"You get the rest of them started down the hill. We'll hold these ones off."
Joseph nodded, then got the rest of the hostages on their feet, scurrying down the hill, while Bridge and Nicole kept the rebels busy.
"How many are there?"
Bridge asked. Nicole continued firing. "Not sure. More than I'd like, I know that."
"That's for sure."
The two of them exchanged gunfire with the rebels for several minutes, with neither side getting the upper hand. Bridge didn't notice any of the rebels going down, so he didn't think they'd hit anyone yet. "Seems like they're taking their time," Nicole said, noticing that the rebels didn't seem to be advancing anymore. They appeared to be quite content in the back-and-forth exchange that they were currently doing. It wasn't lost on Bridge, either.
"Part of the plan, I'm sure."
"You think these guys are here to keep us busy and allow the others to cut us off down below?"
"That's what I think."
"Well, since the others are on the move, hopefully they won't get there in time for them."
"No," Bridge said. "It just might be us who have the problem."
"Hey, let's not keep this up, huh?"
"Do you have a suggestion?"
"Yeah, let's stop messing around here and just take these guys out."
"I'm all ears."
"You keep them busy," Nicole said.
"What do you think I've been doing?"
"Well, do it longer."
"And what do you plan on doing?" Bridge asked.
"Gonna get in behind them."
"We don't even know how many there are."
"I've been trying to make it out," Nicole said. "I count 4.
"What if you count wrong?"
"I'll be fine." Bridge groaned, but Nicole suddenly left, making his objection both worthless and a waste of time. He just had to do his part and keep the rebels busy so they wouldn't notice Nicole. Then he thought of a new problem. He wouldn't be able to keep firing for too much longer. Once Nicole got closer to them, he wouldn't want to hit her with some errant shots. But if he wasn't firing, that meant they might be able to hear or see her approaching. Bridge fired continuously for a bit, also taking some in return. After a few minutes, he was too nervous to fire anymore. At least a competitive shot, where he was actually trying to hit someone. Just for effect, he fired a few rounds into the ground. Then he fired several more into the air, well above the heads of his targets, making sure he didn't hit anyone, though he was only concerned about Nicole. The plan seemed to work, as the rebels continued firing on their end as well. By this time, Nicole had successfully snuck in behind the rebel party. There were 4 of them, just as Nicole had thought, and they were all still focused on Bridge, and where they thought Nicole was. All 4 had their backs to Nicole as she opened up. She quickly took aim at the first man, dropping him with ease. She instantly turned to the second, then the other 2, eliminating the threat without much resistance. None even got a shot off at her. Nicole turned completely around to see if there were any others nearby, though she didn't see anyone. Of course, they seemed to be popping up out of nowhere, so that didn't mean there wasn't another group that was close. But for now, crisis averted. Nicole went back to where Bridge was, yelling out to him to let him know she was coming so he didn't mistake her for the enemy. Not that there was much of a chance of that happening. "How'd it go?" Nicole smiled and shrugged. "No big deal." They could still see Joseph and the hostages making their way down the hill. Catching up to them wouldn't be a problem, so they decided to stay where they were for at least a few more minutes, in case they ran into any more rebels. Suddenly there was an explosion. Bridge and Nicole were knocked off their feet, with the blast happening uncomfortably close to them. They were thrown for a loop, though thankfully neither was seriously injured. They lay on the ground for a minute or two as they tried to collect themselves. They writhed around, trying to muster up enough energy to get back to their feet. Bridge was the first to get up, though he only made it to one knee. He could feel the blood trickling down his face. He put his hand up to the side of his face, the side that had the cut on it previously. It had opened up again. But there was also a new cut on the other side. Some of the blood had smeared onto his forehead and nose, making him quite a sight. He frantically looked over at Nicole, who hadn't made it back to her feet yet, though he could see she was still moving. Bridge staggered to his feet. "Nick!" He stumbled over to her, putting his hands on her back as she turned over and got up on her hands and knees, where she remained for a minute. "Are you okay?" Nicole coughed and made a few noises, indicating she was in some discomfort. "Yeah, I think so." "Are you hit?" Bridge could now see some blood dripping off her face and pooling onto the ground. Nicole dabbed at her nose, a gash on the bridge of it. Bridge helped her sit down so he could take a look at her. Besides the cut on her nose, she also had one just above her left eye. "Looks like you took a pretty good one." Nicole batted her eyes, as her sight was a little blurry at the moment. That didn't last long, though, as Bridge slowly came into better focus. She looked at the blood covering his face and laughed. "You're not looking so hot right now, either." Bridge snickered. "If we get out of here, we can compare injuries later." "Looking like a big if right now." "We'll get out of here." Nicole moaned, her body aching. "Feels like we got blown up." Bridge laughed again. "That's because we did." "Oh, man, that is not fun." "I don't think it's supposed to be." Bridge then heard noises. It sounded like men yelling. Or maybe they were just talking, and Bridge's hearing had been impacted by the blast, making everything seem loud. There were two rebels charging straight for them. Bridge instantly looked down to reach for his gun, but with the explosion, both of their guns had been knocked clear away from them. He didn't even know where the weapons were at the moment. Nicole's wasn't where he could see it. He had to think fast, and with two rebels barreling in for them, the only thing Bridge could do at the moment was remove his knife. Though Bridge was hurting himself, he got a spring in his step and moved quickly. It was amazing how the threat of death could make a person ignore all the other pain that was going through their body like it wasn't even there. Even though the rebels were already coming towards them, Bridge decided to charge at them as well. It was almost like a medieval duel, with both sides advancing toward the other. There were no jousts here, though, but it did seem lopsided. Guns versus a knife didn't seem like the fairest way to settle the matter. Bridge was at a clear disadvantage. As the two parties got closer, the rebels took aim at Bridge. Seeing that he was about to get a body full of lead, Bridge dove to his right, landing hard on the ground. He rolled over and took aim, throwing his knife at the first rebel. The knife stuck its landing, hitting the man square in the chest. As he fell backwards, he pulled the trigger of his weapon, shooting up at the sky. The second man was an issue, though. Bridge was now defenseless, and he was far too away to charge at the man and take him down. He would mow Bridge down long before he ever got near him. All Bridge would be able to do now was either run or just accept his fate, that this would be his last few moments on the planet. Running didn't seem like much of an option, but it was the best Bridge could think of. He saw the man point the rifle at him, and Bridge turned, planting his foot in the ground, ready to take off. 3 quick shots in succession. Bridge dropped to the ground as soon as he heard them. It felt weird, not like any of the other times he'd been shot. He turned over, sat up, and saw the rebel on the ground, not moving. He glanced over at Nicole, who was now standing with a rifle in her hand. "Don't tell me you thought you were shot." Bridge slowly got back to his feet. "No, of course not. I just dropped to make him shoot over me." "And then what were you going to do?" "I was trying to give you more time to find your gun." "Oh, brilliant plan." "It was, wasn't it? It worked." "Admit it. You had no idea I'd found my gun." Bridge shrugged. "I'll admit nothing. Besides, all that matters is that we avoided another one." "Another close one." "Don't matter how close they are, as long as we're the ones walking away." "Walking is the right word," Nicole said, "because I feel like crap. You're lucky I'm not crawling." "I hear you." Bridge walked over to where he was initially knocked off his feet, and he looked for his rifle. He eventually found it after not too long of a search. Bridge then tore off a small piece of his shirt, wiping off the blood from his girlfriend's face. "Hope this won't disfigure me," Nicole said.
"Not a chance. Even hurt, cut up, and banged up, you're still as beautiful as ever."
Nicole smiled. "You know, you're going to find this hard to believe."
"What?"
"This might be the first time, and probably the last, where I don't feel like jumping you right now."
"That is quite shocking."
"Write down the occasion. I'm sure I will never say something like that again."
"Noted. Let's say we get out of here and catch up with the others again."
"Sounds good to me," Nicole said. "You know, I think if we get out of here, we should go on vacation."
"We just had a vacation. That's actually how we got here. Being on vacation actually put us in more danger in the long run."
"Well, we should try again, and this time make it somewhere that nobody can find us."
Bridge didn't really care about that. He just wanted to get out of there. "Great. You think of that while we're going down the hill."
"Oh, I will. Can we go?"
"How about we focus on getting out of here first?"
They eventually caught back up with the others as they got close to the bottom of the hill. The clearing was almost right in front of them. Everything looked good at the moment. It was quiet. Almost too quiet. Chapter 23. Bridge and Nicole eventually caught up with the others again. They had reached the bottom of the hill and were at the edge of the clearing patch. They were still within the confines of the trees, so they weren't vulnerable out in the open. Everyone in the group looked at Bridge and Nicole, their faces still bleeding, hoping they were okay.
"Looks like you ran into more trouble,"
Joseph said. Bridge wiped the side of his face with his arm.
"Nothing we couldn't handle."
Joseph smiled.
"Good to see you are fine."
Bridge returned the smile, no longer bothered by his new friend's favorite phrase. He tapped Joseph on the arm.
"We are. Be better once we're out of here."
"I agree."
Bridge looked at his watch, then up at the sky.
"That chopper should be here soon."
Nicole verified the time as well. 2 minutes to go. She looked up, too. Not seeing or hearing anything. Bridge took a deep breath.
"They'll be here."
"Before our other friends, hopefully." Bridge wasn't as confident as he sounded, though. He didn't want to give off any vibes that he was worried, being the strong leader type, but he was concerned. Not knowing anything about who was behind or in the chopper basically meant they were moving on blind faith, and he wasn't a big believer in that. It was right behind coincidences on his list of things he didn't believe in.
"Maybe we beat those other guys here,"
Omar said. Bridge thought it was certainly possible.
Might have.
There was an eerie silence over the next few minutes. Nobody said a word, though they could hear each other breathing, as they waited for the sight of the helicopter swooping in. It was an anxious time for all involved, hoping that they didn't see any more of the rebels before the helicopter arrived, whenever that may be.
"When's this thing getting here?"
Allison asked. It was clear by her voice that she was more worried than the others, or at least she was the one who was showing it the most. But everyone else was thinking the same thing. They just weren't ready to voice it yet. Bridge looked at his watch again. The chopper was now 10 minutes overdue. He was careful not to make any noises that would give away his frustration, but he definitely was. If they hadn't known his employer so desperately wanted to get Allison out of there, he might have thought they were being hung out to dry. And the thought still crossed his mind. He knew that wasn't the case here, though. Well, pretty sure. There was still that small element of doubt that probably wouldn't go away until they were flying high in that helicopter.
"What's that?"
Nicole asked. She definitely heard something, though she couldn't be sure what just yet. Considering it was the dead of night there, seeing had become more difficult. They could barely see the person in front of them at this point. They all started looking around, though mostly up, hoping that what they thought it was actually was. It sounded like a helicopter. The rotating blades were unmistakable.
"Is that it?"
Allison asked. Bridge looked up in the distance and saw a couple of flashing lights. He assumed that was their ride. Everyone kept their eyes on it as it moved closer to them. Slowly it started its descent. Bridge then got a call on the sat phone, which he instantly answered.
"Yeah?
It's tough to see down there,"
the male voice said.
"You got something to mark the position I can land this thing?"
Bridge turned to his girlfriend.
"We got some smoke we can throw out there?"
Nicole nodded. "Just one."
"Throw what we got."
Nicole nodded again, going into her backpack and removing the one smoke grenade they had. She then threw it into the open field.
"Should be seeing it now," Bridge said.
"Red smoke?"
"That's it.
"Got you in sight. Setting it down now.
How many passengers?"
"8," Bridge answered.
"Any hostiles in the area?"
"Not that we can see, but don't be surprised if there's some waiting around. We could still get a surprise."
"Roger that. See you in a minute."
Bridge hung up and put the phone back in his pocket. He then started making sure everyone else was ready. "Okay, listen. That chopper's touching down in a minute. We gotta get there as quickly as possible. No stopping, no slowing down, no anything, other than going straight for that thing. Understand?" Everyone nodded. "If you drop something, don't pick it up. It's entirely possible the rebels are out there waiting for us. And now they know where we'll be because of the helicopter."
"What if they are out there?"
Allison asked. "Keep your head down as much as possible," Bridge replied, "and get to that chopper as quickly as you can."
"What about me?"
Omar said.
"I'll move as quick as I can, but that's not saying much right now."
Bridge smiled, tapping him on the foot. "You, my friend, you're going to need some help."
"I'll help him,"
one of the male hostages said. Bridge nodded. "Good." He then looked at Joseph. "And I'm staying back with you." Bridge agreed. "Just like old times, eh? The three amigos ride again." Joseph laughed.
"It'll be fine."
"I love it when a plan comes together." Nicole rolled her eyes.
"Oh, my God. You watched the A-Team recently, didn't you?"
"All I need now's the cigar."
Yeah. Let's get the show on the road, huh?"
"I concur," Bridge said. "Once I give the word, everyone start moving. Me, Nicole, and Joseph will form a perimeter around you."
"Any last-minute requests?"
Bridge shook his head. "You see something moving? Shoot it."
"That I can do."
The wind gust from the helicopter started picking up as it lowered toward the ground. As soon as they saw it touch the grass, that was the cue.
"All right, go!"
Bridge yelled. Joseph was the first one to move out, immediately taking a defensive position, kneeling down and aiming his rifle, though he didn't have a target in sight yet. He hoped he wouldn't have one at all. As the others started moving toward the helicopter, Nicole also jumped out, holding down the other side opposite Joseph. Bridge stayed behind everyone else. Gunfire erupted from somewhere behind where they just were. Bridge dropped to a knee and returned fire. Nicole and Joseph started firing in the same direction, though their attention was soon diverted. A couple of jeeps came roaring in from both sides. As the massive battle started to rage, one of the hostages went down. It was one of the ones who was helping Omar. Bridge heard someone screaming, and then heard Omar's voice as he yelled out for help. Omar wasn't yelling for help for himself, though. He could hobble or crawl to the helicopter if he had to. He was concerned about the man that was now on the ground, injured. Bridge quickly retreated back to their position, taking a look at the injured hostage. He was relieved to see that it wasn't fatal. It struck the man in the leg, in the middle of his thigh, to be more precise, but at least they weren't losing any more people. Not yet, at least. "Get going," Bridge said, waving Omar on. "I got him." Luckily, they were now getting help from the chopper. There was a machine gun on it, and it was helping to keep the jeeps at bay. While it kept firing at the one side, it allowed Nicole to focus on the people coming up behind them, where Bridge used to be. One by one, the hostages finally made it to the helicopter unscathed. Well, except for the one Bridge was helping. By this time, Bridge draped the man's arm over his shoulder, and Bridge was helping him walk. Omar got to the helicopter and sat down on the edge of the cabin, helping the others out by firing at the rebels, who were mostly being held in check. Once Bridge got the injured man inside the chopper, he went back to help the others. With all the gunfire going on, it was too hard to hear, so he had to go over to the others individually. He got to Nicole first, tapping her on the shoulder. "Let's go." Nicole briefly glanced at him and nodded, following him as he ran over to Joseph. Bridge tapped Joseph on the back, telling him they were ready to move. With everyone together, they ran back to the helicopter, periodically turning around to fire at the oncoming rebels. Luckily, they had the gun on the helicopter, which was also keeping the rebels at bay. If the helicopter hadn't had the weapons on it, getting back to it would have been dicey. Even as it was a tough go of it. Eventually, Bridge, Nicole, and Joseph made it to the helicopter, jumping into the open cabin. As soon as they were in, the pilot put the chopper back in the air.
"It was getting hot down there for a minute," the pilot said.
"Hotter for us," Bridge replied. "Took me back a few years. I was in the Army. Flew one of those." He stopped his thought as he detected something.
"Hold on to your socks."
The helicopter quickly made some evasive maneuvers to avoid some incoming rockets that the rebels had fired up as a last-ditch effort to bring it back down.
"Should be out of the woods any second now," the pilot said. "Just gotta get up in the air a little more. Should be out of distance really quick."
With them out of harm's way, Bridge was finally able to put himself at ease. He lowered his arms across his legs,
and leaned his head back.
"See?" Joseph said. "I told you it would be fine."
Bridge looked over at him and started laughing. "Joseph, my man, you are a cool cat." They then slapped hands. "You can ride with me any day."
Joseph was laughing as well. "I have to admit, when I first saw you, I had my doubts."
"Really?"
"I thought you were some pretty boy they sent that didn't know how to fight." The two of them kept laughing, as though they were delirious.
"Guess we both got more than we bargained for here, huh?" Bridge said.
"Seems like it."
"What about my vacation?" Nicole said. "Don't forget about that." Bridge smiled. "At this point, I'm ready to agree to anything." Nicole got a gleam in her eye. "Anything?" "I know I shouldn't, but I mean it. Anything." By the time the helicopter touched down again, it looked as though there was a parade of people waiting for it. It was actually about 10. There was Allison's father, Scrub, and a bunch of other people who looked like bodyguards. As everyone started piling out of the helicopter, Allison immediately ran to her father, who hugged her as tightly as he could. Apparently there were a few people with medical training, as they began helping Omar and the other wounded hostage. Bridge, Nicole, and Joseph stayed back, watching as everything unfolded. After giving Allison and her father a few minutes, Bridge and the others approached them. "Mr. Bridge?" Allison's father asked, sticking his hand out. Bridge completed the handshake. "That's me. I just wanted to tell you how appreciative I am for what you've done." Bridge could see the man's eyes getting glossy. He wondered how much he knew of everything going on. Bridge suspected Scrub was the one who did most of the planning. "Just glad I could help," Bridge said. "Still, I want to tell you how thankful I am." Bridge forced a smile. "It all turned out in the end." He then thought of the others that hadn't made it. For most of us. As Allison and her father turned to walk away, Scrub stepped in front of Bridge. He also stuck his hand up to shake. "Bridge, I just wanted to tell you—" Bridge didn't let him finish the sentence. He simply reared back and uncorked a right hand that completely knocked Scrub off his feet. Some of Scrub's bodyguards took a step or two, looking as if they wanted to intervene. Bridge angrily pointed at them. "You all stay right where you are. Take one more step and I'll make all of you regret that you did. This is between him and me." The guards all looked at each other, seeming to be in sync with each other, and stepped back to their previous spots. Bridge stood over Scrub, waiting for the man to get back to his feet, which he eventually did. "What was that for?" Scrub asked, feeling his face, thinking his cheek was broken. "That's for lying to me. You didn't disclose your relationship with Allison, and you made us think you actually worked for the agency, which you do not." "Well, that's—" Once again, Bridge didn't let him complete his thought. This time, though, Bridge decked him with a left hook. "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Bridge asked. Scrub figured it was better if he just stayed on the ground. He looked up at Bridge and shook his head, still holding his face. "No, don't think there is." "Good. Delete my number, or else next time I'll really hit you." Scrub would have agreed to anything at that point. "Consider it done." He wasn't even going to attempt to get up until Bridge was long gone. Bridge turned around to face Joseph again. "Joseph, it's been a pleasure." They slapped hands and hugged.
"It was a fine trip."
Bridge laughed. "I don't know about that. I usually try to stay out of other people's business, but whatever your deal is with him, negotiate a better one." Joseph smiled.
"I will. Be safe, my friend."
"Will do, bud. If you're ever in a pickle, look me up." Joseph nodded, and Bridge turned around, putting his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders. They walked away from the others, not even sure where they were at the moment. It didn't matter, though. They'd figure it out. They always did. "You look a mess," Nicole said. "Hey, you ain't looking so hot yourself there." "I thought you said I still looked pretty regardless." "You do." "Uh-huh. So where are we going on this vacation?" Nicole's face suddenly lit up. "Oh, you mean you're willing to go on another one already?" "Yeah, I think we need one, don't you?" "Definitely. But first, I think we need to find a hotel." "A hotel? What for?" "Well, you need a nurse to clean you up, don't you?" Bridge groaned.